Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Shakespeare would say, please lend me your ears. I don't know how you lend ears, but please lend me your ears so that we can start our function this morning. We are here this morning for a very critical function that marks a milestone in the pastoral livestock development space. We have a number of things which actually imply a paradigm shift in the way we think. As we are here this morning, we want to start thinking investment. We want to start thinking trade. We know production is there. Hello? I think it's not working yet. Working now? Okay, I've been assured it's working. Is it working? Yeah? Okay. So we want to start thinking trade. We want to start thinking investment. So as we are here this morning, let's get the ball going. It is 1 minute to 9. We had promised to start at 9, so we want to get it started off at 9. I would wish at this juncture to invite the high table to the front. If you will excuse me, our representatives who are going to make statements would wish to invite you to the front so that we can proceed with the function this morning. So please, Your Excellency the Minister. Yes. Yes. Let me invite the dignitaries up front so that we can get started. Okay, fine. You have been advised. Thank you for that advice. Let me proceed by first inviting the Minister as our representative. Just to be on stage here, let me invite also the AUC representative also to be up front, the Director AUIBA also to be up front, and also the Gates Foundation representative. Gates Foundation representative, please. Dr. Thomas Sebe. Is he here? Okay. Do you have somebody standing in for the Gates Foundation so that we can proceed? because they form a very significant portion of this session. Okay. Okay, before we proceed, let me make some announcements very briefly. Your Excellencies, if you allow me, in Thailand, they say the ladies go to hunt rabbits and gents, okay, put it the other way. Gents go to hunt rabbits and ladies go to pick flowers. So I just want to advise you, in case you want to go and pick flowers or you want to go and hunt rabbits, you will come to the front this side. On the side, you'll find the directions leading you to the fields. I hope we have communicated. Yes. So let's start it on that note. I was waiting for the representative for the Gates Foundation to be here.
They sustain some of the most robust, low input and climate adapted food production systems on Earth. This is not a safety net, it's a continent-wide economic infrastructure. Yet Africa holds a vast share of the world's livestock while capturing only a small share of its value, hidden in our national accounts, underserved by our financial institutions, and underrepresented in our investment portfolios. That gap is systematic inefficiency. Seen differently, it is the single largest pipeline of investable opportunity in African agriculture, and this forum exists to close this gap. Distinguished delegates, AU-IPAR established the African Pastoral Markets Development Platform with the support from the Gates Foundation to reposition pastoral livestock as a strategic economic asset, generating evidence, validating business models, and integrates pastoralists into formal markets. To strengthening the policy and institutional enablers they require, and to advocate for the feasible models that to be replicated to facilitate trade and mobilize investments. And we do not arrive at this forum with a hypothesis. Through APMD work in our lighthouses countries, Kenya and Nigeria, and across our strategic outreach countries, the case has been proven on the ground. What you will hear this week is not aspiration, it's evidence. That evidence is also the foundation of AU-IPAR's broader vision, the Integrated Regional Livestock Value Chain Agenda, linking pastoral producers, aggregation, animal health standards, processing, trade corridors, and finance across our regional economic communities. In direct support of the Kampala-Kadab Agenda for 2026-2035 that invites us to support more private sector investments in the agri-food systems. We invite every partner in this room to build it with us. Over the next 5 days, this forum, the platform's main continental dialogue, will operate as a working marketplace for evidence, capital, policy, and collaboration, deliberately shifting the conversation from policy discourse to market activation. We will make the economic value of pastoral livestock visible through evidence and market intelligence, hear directly from enterprises, women and youth-led businesses and pastoral producers on the models that connect pastoralists to structured markets, engage investors and financiers to build a credible investment pipelines, and bring the outcomes to our ministers for political direction and commitment. Success will be measured by the clarity of our continental investments thesis, the seriousness of the commitments made, and the follow-up that APMD and its partners can track, with pastoral women, men, and youth at the center of Africa's livestock economy as producers, entrepreneurs, and market actors. Before I conclude, allow me to share a clear call to action for all of us. To the investors and commercial financial institutions, please bring your risk appetite and your instruments and help us move this interesting journey to transaction. To the policymakers and regional economic communities, kindly translate this forum evidence into expanding and establishing served corridors, facilitated trade, and integrated livestock industry. To our pastoralist communities, producer organizations, and enterprises, we request you to keep this agenda grounded in the market reality and to share with us the resilience mechanisms and tools, successes, and what still constrains you. And to the development partners and development financial institutions, we request you to align your technical assistance and catalytic funding behind the pathway that emerge here and support the investments. And to the media, we want you to tell the fullest story of African pastoralism as enterprise, investments, and trade, not only as a crisis. So ladies and gentlemen, this forum is firmly anchored in Africa's transformation agenda, Agenda 2063, the Kampala Declaration, and of course, the established protocols of the African Continental Free Trade Area. There is no path to the Africa we want that does not pass through its dry lands, herds, and pastoral people, and no real increase in the intra-African trade that does not include the livestock, their inputs for production, and their products, crossing our borders and corridors every day. So let the first African Pastoral Market Forum be remembered as the time when the continent stopped wondering whether pastoral livestock markets mattered and began investing because they did. I wish everyone an interesting, ambitious, and productive forum, and I thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Director, for those very insightful remarks. We have been challenged to change our thinking. There's a call for action that involves trade and investments, as we have said. So we need to emphasize that it is no longer business as usual. We need to change our thinking and our actions. And everybody has a role in this. I'm informed that the representative for Gates Foundation is here, Dr. Tom Osebe. Please, welcome to make your remarks. Let's put our hands together for Gates Foundation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good flight in and good rest yesterday night. My name is Thomas Hebe, and I'm going to make a few remarks on behalf of Gates Foundation. I stand on the protocols that have already been established. Distinguished guests, delegates, colleagues, friends, good morning, and thank you to AU IBA for convening us, and to the government of Ethiopia for hosting this forum here in the beautiful city of Addis Ababa. Let me start with a number that should orient everything we do this week. Africa is home to roughly 20% of the world's cattle, 27% of its sheep, 32% of its goats, and over 15% of its camels. Yet this continent only captures a small fraction of value that these animals represent in the global markets. The gap between what Africa holds and what Africa earns is the reason why we are gathered here this week. You may have heard a rumor, which I want to confirm here today, that Gates Foundation is closing. You've heard that, right? It's not closing today, it's closing in 2045. That said, it's not a very long time. So at the Gates Foundation, we don't come to this sector as a new priority. We come to it because it sits directly on the path to 3 goals that will guide our work for the next 19 years. So because we have such a short time to go, we are focusing our work on 3 big outcomes that we are after. That no mother or child dies of a preventable cause. That the next generation grows up in a world free of deadly infectious diseases. And that hundreds of millions of people break free from poverty. Let me speak briefly to each of these points. So the first one, on mother and child health, milk, meat, and other animal source foods remain among the most effective tools we have against child malnutrition and stunting, especially in pastoral and drylands communities where livestock is often the primary household asset. But nutrition only reaches a child if that household can reliably access a functioning market. This is why these forums focus on market systems, not just production, matters directly to this goal. Second, on infectious diseases. Up to 75% of new and emerging human infectious diseases originate in animals. That means that the veterinary systems, surveillance, and traceability we'll discuss this week are not simply trade infrastructure, they are frontline public health infrastructure. Investing in trusted animal health systems serves trade and disease prevention at once. That alignment is rare, and we should use it. Third, agriculture in lower income countries is one of the two commitments the Gates Foundation has made for the long term, alongside education in the United States. Pastoralism is precisely where that commitment matters most. Over 268 million people across more than 40 African countries depend on pastoral and agro-pastoral systems, and livestock can represent 30 to 80% of household incomes in these communities. This is not a population that lacks assets. It is a population whose assets have not yet been connected to markets that reward fairly. That, my dear ladies and gentlemen, is a solvable problem, and that's why our posture here is investment, not aid. This is also why we are proud to partner with AU-IBA in building the African Pastoral Markets Development Platform, work aimed at unlocking what is estimated at up to $3 billion in planned pastoral investments over the next 3 to 5 years through stronger policy frameworks, deeper market integration for pastoralists, and better data systems that make this sector visible to the investors and institutions in this room. Over the next 5 days, you will hear about trade corridors, traceability systems, blended finance, and bankable enterprises. I'd ask you to hold all of it against the 3 goals that I've named. Every investment in trust, in standards, in data, in veterinary systems is simultaneously an investment in a child's nutrition, in disease prevention, and in a pathway out of poverty for millions of pastoral households. This week is not about discussing the potential of this sector, it is about acting on it. Thank you. I look forward to the work ahead.
Thank you, Gates Foundation, again for those very insightful remarks. The take home is about fair rewards. We own the largest herds, but we earn the least. I think this is the message that I'm getting. And this is why we need to shift to investments and we shift to trade and emphasize that so that we can proceed in a more fair way. At this juncture, please allow me to welcome the representative for AUC, the officer in charge of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Janet Edeme, to make her remarks. And I will also take the opportunity, Janet, Dr. Edeme, to also give you the responsibility to welcome the minister for us. So please welcome. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Edeme.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, development partners, representatives of regional economic communities, pastoralist organizations, my colleague and sister, Dr. Huyam Sali, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It is a privilege to address this important gathering on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Moses Vilakati, the African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, in this first session on setting the continental ambition for pastoral livestock markets. Pastoralism is not merely a livelihood system in Africa. It is a strategic economic, social, environmental, and cultural asset. Across our continent, pastoralism supports the livelihoods of more than 300 million people, contributes significantly to national economies, and provides much of the meat and milk consumed across arid and semi-arid regions. Pastoralists are custodians of some of Africa's most fragile ecosystems and have for centuries demonstrated remarkable resilience in managing climate variability through mobility, indigenous knowledge, and sustainable resource management. And yet, despite this immense contribution, the pastoral livestock sector continues to operate well below its full potential. African pastoralists face multiple and interconnected challenges, including fragmented markets, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to finance and veterinary services, insecurity, climate change, trade barriers, and insufficient investment in value addition. As a result, Africa continues to lose billions of dollars annually through inefficient livestock marketing systems and unrealized export opportunities. The African Union believes that transforming pastoral livestock markets is not simply an agricultural agenda. It is an economic transformation agenda, a peace-building agenda, a climate resilience agenda, and an Agenda 2063 agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, our continental ambition is guided by the African Union Agenda 2063, which envisions the Africa we want, an Africa that is prosperous, integrated, peaceful, and driven by its own citizens. And this vision is reinforced through the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, also known as the CADEP, whose Kampala Declaration places renewed emphasis on resilient food systems, agricultural transformation, private sector engagement, and inclusive economic growth. For pastoral livestock markets, this means moving beyond subsistence-oriented production towards competitive, integrated, climate-resilient, and market-driven livestock value chains that create wealth, jobs, and food security across the continent. The African Union therefore envisions a future where pastoral livestock producers are fully integrated into regional and continental markets, benefiting from improved infrastructure, harmonized trade regulations, digital technologies, financial services, and investment opportunities. Achieving this ambition, ladies and gentlemen, would require action across several strategic priorities. First, we must strengthen regional market integration. Livestock production systems naturally transcend national borders. Animal mobility, seasonal grazing patterns, and trade routes have existed for centuries across Africa's pastoral landscapes. Our policies and markets must therefore facilitate and not hinder these realities. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides an unprecedented opportunity to unlock intra-African livestock trade by reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers, harmonizing sanitary and phytosanitary standards, improving customs procedures, and strengthening regional livestock corridors. The African Union calls upon member states to accelerate implementation of harmonized livestock trade protocols that facilitate safe, legal, and profitable cross-border livestock commerce while protecting animal health and public health. Second, investment in market infrastructure must become a continental priority. Too many pastoral communities remain disconnected from profitable markets due to poor roads, inadequate livestock markets, limited cold chains, insufficient quarantine facilities, and weak veterinary infrastructure. Investment is needed across the entire livestock value chain, from production to processing, transportation, storage, certification, and export logistics. Modern livestock markets should not merely serve as trading centers, but as integrated service hubs providing veterinary care, financial services, digital market information, insurance products, and business development support. Infrastructure investment must particularly prioritize remote pastoral regions that have historically received limited public investment despite their significant economic contribution. Thirdly, animal health systems must be strengthened. Healthy livestock are the foundation of competitive livestock markets. The African Union continues to promote coordinated approaches to transboundary animal disease control through continental frameworks and regional cooperation. Strengthening veterinary services, disease surveillance, laboratory capacity, vaccination campaigns, and digital traceability systems will increase market confidence while enabling African livestock products to meet regional and international standards. Animal health should be viewed not merely as a veterinary issue, but as a trade facilitation and economic competitiveness issue. Fourth, we must promote value addition and agro-industrial development. Africa exports far too many live animals while importing processed livestock products. And this represents a significant missed economic opportunity. Our ambition should be to develop competitive livestock industries that produce high-quality meat, dairy products, leather, hides, wool, pharmaceuticals, and other livestock-derived products that generate employment, particularly for women and young people. Industrialization of livestock value chains will require supportive policies, investment incentives, skills development, quality assurance systems, and stronger partnerships with the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change represents one of the greatest challenges facing pastoral systems today. Recurring droughts, changing rainfall patterns, land degradation, and increased competition over natural resources are placing unprecedented pressure on pastoral livelihoods. However, pastoralism itself remains one of Africa's most effective adaptation strategies for managing variable climate. The African Union therefore advocates policies that strengthen, not restrict, pastoral mobility, while promoting sustainable rangeland management, climate-smart livestock production, early warning systems, water infrastructure, drought preparedness, and ecosystem restoration. Climate resilience and market development must be pursued together. Pastoral communities cannot participate effectively in markets if climate shocks continually erode their productive assets. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation also offers tremendous opportunities. Digital livestock identification systems, electronic animal health certification, mobile banking, digital extension services, market information platforms, satellite-based grazing information, and mobile insurance products can significantly reduce transaction costs while expanding market access for pastoral communities. Young people across our continent are already developing innovative digital solutions for livestock production and marketing. Our responsibility is to create enabling policy environments that encourage innovation, investment, and entrepreneurship within the pastoral economy. Digital inclusion should become an essential pillar of Africa's livestock transformation agenda. Equally important, ladies and gentlemen, is inclusion of women and youth. Women play indispensable roles throughout pastoral livestock value chains, from animal husbandry and milk processing to marketing and household nutrition. And yet they continue to face barriers in accessing land, finance, technology, extension services, and decision-making platforms. And similarly, Africa's youth represent an enormous source of innovation and entrepreneurship. Transforming pastoral livestock markets must therefore intentionally expand opportunities for women and youth through targeted financing, skills development, business incubation, cooperative development, and leadership opportunities. inclusive markets are more resilient, more productive, and more equitable. Peace and security also remain fundamental. Many pastoral regions continue to experience conflict driven by resource competition, insecurity, weak governance, and external shocks. Market development cannot succeed in the absence of peace. And conversely, well-functioning livestock markets create economic opportunities that reduce poverty, strengthen livelihoods, and contribute to stability. The African Union therefore continues to promote integrated approaches linking livestock development, natural resource governance, conflict prevention, and peace building. Economic integration and peace building must reinforce one another. Dear participants, no single institution can deliver this transformation alone. Governments must provide the enabling policy environment. Our regional economic communities must strengthen regional coordination, and the private sector must invest in the livestock value chains. Development partners should align support with continental priorities and country-led strategies. Research institutions must generate evidence and innovation. Financial institutions must expand investment in pastoral economies. And most importantly, pastoral communities themselves must remain at the center of policy design and implementation. Their knowledge, experience, and leadership are indispensable. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Africa possesses the world's largest pastoral resources and one of the fastest growing markets for livestock products. So the question before us is not whether pastoral livestock can drive Africa's transformation. The question is whether we are prepared to make the strategic investments and policy choices necessary to unlock its enormous potential. Our continental ambition is clear: an Africa where pastoral livestock markets are integrated across borders, an Africa where pastoralists are recognized as entrepreneurs and economic actors, an Africa where livestock trade drives food security, industrialization, job creation, climate resilience, peace, and shared prosperity. An Africa where no pastoral community is left behind. The African Union remains committed to working with its member states, the regional economic communities, our pastoral organizations, the development partners, financial institutions, and the private sector to build a vibrant, inclusive, resilient, and competitive pastoral livestock economy that contributes meaningfully to the realization of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, let us transform pastoral livestock markets from untapped potential into engines of continental prosperity. And I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular honor to invite Dr. Fikru Ragesa, the State Minister of Livestock and Fisheries of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to deliver his opening remarks and officially open this meeting. Your Excellency, Minister. Round of applause, please.
Good morning. እንደምን አደራችሁ? Thank you very much. Excellency Dr. Janet Deme, the Head Rural Economic Development Division of African Union. Excellency Dr. Huyam Saleh, the Director and Head of Mission of AUIBAR, delegates of African Union member states, representatives of regional economic communities, financial institutions, development partners, and private sectors, pastoralist representatives, researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa, and to Ethiopia as well, the origin of mankind, and is to officially open this first African Pastoral Markets Forum. On behalf of the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, I extend a a warm welcome to all participants who have traveled from across our continent to take part in this important gathering. We are particularly pleased representatives of African Union member states, policymakers, investors, financial institutions, private sectors, actors, researchers, development partners, women and youth entrepreneurs, and most importantly, the representatives of pastoral communities. Your presence demonstrates our shared commitment to transforming Africa's pastoral livestock sector into a stronger source of economic growth, employment, trade, investment, and resilience. I wish to extend Ethiopia's appreciation to the African Union, Inter-African Bureau of Animal Resource, AUIBAR, and all partners supporting the African Pastoral Market Development Initiatives for organizing this inaugural Continental Forum. The forum comes at an important time as African countries seek to strengthen their agri-food systems, expand inter-African trade under the African Continent Free Trade Area, and unlock the full economic potential of livestock and pastoral production systems. It brings together participants from 15 member states and provides a platform for sharing experiences, showcasing innovations and bankable business models, and identifying opportunities for investment and greater market integration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as it has been indicated frequently, pastoralism is not a simple traditional way of life. It's also an important production system that supports millions of African citizens and contributes significantly to the food security, employment, export, and rural livelihoods. Pastoral communities manage livestock in some of the continent's most challenging environment. Through their knowledge, mobility, adaptive practices, they have sustained a production in arid and semi-arid areas for generations. Yet, the contribution of these pastoral economies is often undervalued. Pastoral producers continue to face constraints including the limited market infrastructures, the inadequate financial services, animal health risks, climate variability, weak transport and cold chain systems, limited market information, trade barriers, and difficulties meeting standards and traceability requirements. Women and youth, despite their major contribution to the livestock production and marketing, frequently have limited access to the finance, technologies, productive assets, and decision-making opportunities. This forum, therefore, provides us with the opportunity to make beyond discussing challenges and to focus on practical, investable, and scalable solutions. During the coming days, participants will examine the size and the potential of African pastoral livestock economies, livestock trade corridors, market infrastructure, traceability systems, standards, trade policies, financing models, and investment opportunities. The programs also give particular attention to women and youth-led enterprises, pastoral voices, the African Continent Free Trade Area, private capital mobilization, and the development of a continent investment pipeline. These delegates
Not as easy as going to the bookshop and getting 100%. So we really need to roll our sleeves. We really need to work hard to make sure that we get the fair returns, work hard to make sure that we get the fair returns, the value of our livestock, and just increase the trade that we have said we are going to increase according to the African Free Trade Continental Free Trade Area. I think that is the message that you want to put across. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't get 50% and think it is easy to get the other 50%. We have to work. And it's easy to get the other 50%. We have to work. And I think this is why 50%. We have to work. And I think this is why we have this audience here that will make us work. I would wish now to proceed to the next level so that we can look at the work that is ahead of us. And so for this function, I will want to indulge the high table once again. Sorry for making you move up and front, but because the screen is behind you, again, we will make you exercise a little bit so that now you can resume your seats. And we will have two sessions. We will have two sessions, and I will request the indulgence of Your Excellency to bear with us so that after that we can then have a group photo with you. We would love to do that so that we can really feel welcome in the capital of Africa. So thank you once again. Please, let's proceed to the next session. Yeah. Please, let's put our hands together as they resume their seats. The next session will be projected, and I want to invite John Opong to take us through this session, and then we can...
But whilst we do that, I believe the giver or contribute to delivering this important economic agenda. And the focus of the APMD is business models. And what we do at APMD is to identify, document, showcase, and support the scaling of business models that have proven to integrate pastoralist communities into market. But to be able to do that, we also look at the data. What is the evidence? And data, we are looking at how the sector is capturing the value, the performance, and the risks associated with it. Data makes the sector more visible. Now, on policy, we are looking at the enabling policies that are capable of removing friction and creating that enabling environment for private sector now to work with pastoralist communities to better integrate them into market. So the central theme is really business models. We also work a lot on partnerships. It's one of the key deliverables under APMD. And partnership, what we do is bring in the private sector, the public sector, the financing institutions, the DFIs, into one room to understand the economic value and how to make the sector more competitive. So once we have done all these, the African Union Commission through AUIBA, the regional economic communities, and the member states now work on scaling these business models that enables pastoralists to be integrated into market. And by integration, we mean getting ready, access to market, and their business is becoming more commercially viable. We work with lighthouse countries, outreach countries, as well as regional economic communities. So in terms of the platform and what we'll be doing in the course of this week, we would like you to see this forum, the first forum, really as a market activation and coordination forum. So the APMD is being funded by the Gates Foundation with implementation by AUIBA. The focus is on market systems that are capable of integrating pastoralists into formal market. In terms of the objectives, 6 of them. The first one, we want to position the sector to make it more visible. And so in the course of the week, you'll be hearing a lot about the data and the evidence that demonstrate that this is really an important economic asset for the continent. We also have a lot of enterprises that are working directly with farmers, with pastoralist communities. They will showcase how they are doing that. What are the policies that are enabling them to work with pastoralists? We also have DFIs, financiers, investors in the room. So one of the parallel sessions would be having meetings between the business people and the financiers. They would be pitching and understanding where capital should flow. Of course, policy has come out very strongly, and for good reasons. You need policy to ensure that there is market predictability, there is less friction. Policy brings in investor confidence, and so we shall be looking at policy issues, the enabling policy issues, trade policies, finance policies, investment policies that enables the sector to scale. We need to look at the discussions of this week within the broader context of the African Union's bigger agenda. The Kampala CADEP Declaration has made ambitious targets, including increasing agricultural output by 45%, tripling intra-African trade, crowding in investments to the tune of 100 billion or so. So that is the context that we should be having these discussions. And the pastoral market certainly contributes to this. But there is also another important initiative of the AUIBA, the Integrated Regional Livestock Value Chain. We have heard today from our leaders the importance of connecting our market. Our market still needs to be better organized. The Integrated Regional Livestock Value Chain works across trade corridors using priority value chains, your dairy sector, your meat, and the leather sector, the poultry sector, working across different corridors, doing a diagnosis, understanding the investment pipelines, bringing now the private sector together with financiers, DFIs, to now help the risk and also finance these important priority value chains with the sole objective of improving the food security conditions in Africa, tripling intra-African trade, and improving livelihoods. So that is the context that we should be discussing all the issues within the course of the next 5 days. Fourth day, and this is where we put political authority on our discussions. So we shall be receiving commitment from our ministers, but also from the partners, and really we would like to extend our graciousness and appreciation to all our partners that have joined us for this important platform. In terms, okay, so this is a quick walkthrough of the agenda. You have the detailed agenda before you, but you would notice that we have deliberately sequenced how we have discussions and engage these 5 days. We begin with the evidence because we want to make the economic case very clear. And so you'll be hearing the evidence on how pastoral markets are working. We will hear pastoral voices as well. And then the second day, we'll be discussing the trade and the enabling conditions. This will lead us into the enterprises and the finance section as well. And then on the fourth day, we would be having the ministerial, where we receive political authority and discussions, receiving commitment from our ministers. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for already gracing this Thursday, and we look forward to seeing you at the ministerial as well, together with your other colleague ministers. And then on the fourth day, we wrap up with communique. So In terms of success, by the time we leave here, we should have had a clearer investment thesis. What is it that work and where capital should flow? The business models that have proven to work and how we work together through partnerships to scale these business models. The policy and the data priorities, which are the necessary policy blockers that countries need to work together on to ensure that we better organize our market. We should have a clear financing pathway, partnership directions with regards to what partners are willing to carry forward after this session, and then the follow-up basis. So in summary, this is what we are looking for, and AUIBA invites all of you to work with us to ensure that we are better able to organize a pastoral livestock economies so that our pastoral communities can extract the highest economic value out of it. Thank you very much, and I will yield the microphone to my colleague, Professor Ahmed, who would now come in to handle the next session.
Okay, good morning everyone again. My name is Ahmed El-Biltagi, Animal Production, Natural Resource Management and Resilience, AOIBAR. Allow me to welcome you again to this first Pastoral African Pastoral Market Forum. We have, from the very beginning of today, we have listened about the challenges of the sector, the potentiality, and then the guidance also on how we can transform the sector. And we also listened to the, the script of ABMD and why we are here and what we expect. Now I will go to the second step, which is we need to know who are in the room and what we are expecting from each group, and which will lead us to the outcome of this forum that Mr. Obong already presented. So, so this forum brings together 136 total participants from different sectors. As you can see, we have private sector enterprises, which represent almost 1/3 of the participation. And let me share with you that 70 out of, we have good number of participation private sector who are self-sponsored, because that reflects the interest and the potentiality of this forum. The public sector also almost 1/5. Development technical partners, including for sure our donors, continental, which are almost 20%, continental regional institutions. We'll talk about that. 1/5 also financial institutions, media, and Basur community representatives. So let's go through. We have also high-level ministerial and African leadership. AU Commission represented by Dr. Janet. Also, we have 2 ministers from Ethiopia. We are honored today by Dr. Dr. Fikru Rigasa, our state minister of Ministry of Agriculture. We have also will be having from tomorrow other 5 ministers. So what we are expecting from each category now? From the ministry level and the leadership, we need to expect from them to provide high-level political leadership and visibility for sure. After we present all, after we have all this trip together for the 5 days, we are expecting them to champion livestock within national development and trade agendas of our countries. Also, we need to them to signal commitment to reforms, trade facilitation, and market activation, and also endorse next step and support implementation of forum outcomes. So this is the very high senior level of contribution from the ministerial and African leadership. For private sector, you can see those are the biggest number of participants represented here. And we are expecting from this group to bring the commercial perspective need to turn pastoral markets into investable opportunities. And this, we expect we expect them to present practical business model and market experience, showcase commercially valuable and investment-ready opportunities, highlight business constraints, infrastructure gaps, and financing needs. Those are the pain points. They are the best one to talk about. And also to help identify where investment can accelerate growth. So allow me now, instead of going one by one, allow me to invite the private sector livestock enterprises participant to stand up so we all can recognize them and greet them. So please, can you stand up, everyone from the private sector livestock enterprises? Okay. So we can see how, good representation of this sector. And we rely on you for what we agreed on through these 5 days. So, thank you. Have a seat. Public sector. Also, the public sector is a main player to help turn market priorities into practical public action implementation. Because as it has been indicated already, policy and policy implementation, reform, enabling policy environment, this is in the hands of our public sector. So that's why we are expecting from public sector to create an enabling environment through policies and regulations, to advance regulatory reforms, trade facilitation, and standard harmonization, support public investment in infrastructure and market system. Market system means, also hardware and software together. Regulatory reform is very important. Harmonization of policy, if we need to talk about corridor trade, etc., and help translate forum discussion into national and regional commitment. And this is what we need to prepare to develop before the ministerial segment to provide to them. So allow me to invite now the public sector representative to stand up so we can recognize them and greet them as well. Public sector, please. Public sector ministries, governmental institutions, please. We have only one? No. Public sector. Okay, thank you very much. You can have your seats. Okay, now the development, technical and research and knowledge partners, including our donors as well. So those are very important for sure partners here, because they are strengthening the quality of dialogue through evidence, knowledge, and implementation support. So this is very important. How we can do that? We expect from them to provide evidence, technical expertise, and market intelligence informations. We need also from them to share implementation lessons, all lessons learned, success stories, etc., and good practice from across countries. Support capacity building and practical problem solving, and help ensure discussion are informed by reliable data and experience. So kindly, everyone belong to this category of participant, development, technical, research and knowledge, donor. Please stand up so we can recognize you. Thank you very much. You can have your seat. Thank you very much. Okay. So next, continental and regional institutions, including African Union, regional economic communities, any continental institutions or regional institutions. Those are who connect countries and country action to wider African framework and integration process. Those are our really, the connectors and the conveyors of this, and also they support implementation across the regions. So we expect from them also to link national priorities with continental and regional frameworks, to support coordination around FCFTA, CADAB, and livestock trade corridors, which already had been mentioned already, and also promote policy alignment, standard harmonization across countries. If we need to promote trade, so this is very important step. Help scale successful approaches at the regional and continental level. So this is a great job to do. So please, can you stand up so we all recognize you and greet you? IGAD, okay, African Union, okay. Thank you very much, thank you. Okay, so the most important part, the money now, huh? You know, we know that the biggest problem for pastoral sector is the finance and risk mitigation, which is insurance. We all know that, huh? Where are the collaterals, etc., etc. So that's why I'm saying those are one of the most important. So financial institutions, investment partners now. So this group is central to turning promising business cases, because again, this is very important, promising business cases. Because when we talk about pastoral, this is a promising, very promising sector. I mean, the pastoralists cannot provide a title of a land or something, but they can provide very good business plan, very good planning, you know. So that's why I'm saying promising business cases into bankable and financeable opportunities. So we expect from them, from the money people, to explain financing criteria, capital requirements, and investment instrument. And I hope that we cannot talk here about the commercial products. We need now to talk more about the products linked to the pastoral sector. Clarify risk appetite. I like risk appetite. And practical de-risking pathways. Engage with enterprises, because now we're having the enterprises, we have the money, we need to put them together, on financing opportunities and deal structuring, and help identifying workable financing pathways for pastoral livestock markets. So, financial institutions, investment partners, would you mind standing up for a minute so we can recognize you? Financiers. Good, thank you, have a seat. Thank you very much. Okay, now the very important one, those are our leaders, pastoral community leaders, which they are now, this group keep the forum connected to the people, to our beneficiary. Those are, again, our messengers and communities, with the people and the communities at the center of pastoral markets. So we are expecting from them to bring lived experience from pastoral livestock system, keep the discussion grounded in pastoral realities, because you are the ones who knows the realities and priorities. Ensure women producers and pastoral voices are here. This is one of the biggest issue, I mean, ABMD is handling also, is to make their voice heard, to give them a seat in all the decision-making, you know, whatever, councils so this is very important, because those people who knows the real situation, what they need, etc., and also they are messengers to the bigger community. Then they also we need to help to make forum outcomes are more relevant and practical. So allow me now to invite pastoral community leader representative to stand up so we can recognize them and greet them. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat. Okay, then the last one. This our voice, our mic, our media and communication. So this group helped shape the wider narrative around African pastoral livestock sector. Those are who really convey our message. Those are the means, okay? So we are expecting from them to amplify the message and outcome of the forum, strengthen public understanding of the economic value of pastoralism, support a positive and investment-oriented narrative on pastoral markets, and extend the reach of forum discussion and beyond the meeting room. So our participant from the media and communication, would you mind standing up? Media? Mhm. Okay. Thank you very much. You can have your seat. So my message, my final message here, you can see now the diversity, and the diversity here we have reflect this forum is has a very central point, central purpose, which is connecting all different types or category of stakeholder, pastoral stakeholders. Okay, so every institution here represents a part of the solution, not the problem. Huh? We need to, actually, I'd like to see that, even I was talking to some of our participants about, we don't need to talk about much about the barriers, issues, challenges. We all know. Let us talk about lesson learned, let's talk about success stories, let's talk about, positive, the stories that we can now copy paste in our countries. Huh? So we don't. I hope that we don't repeat again the barriers and everything, and this negative direction. So again, so you are a part of the solution. Policy authority, you are here. Enterprises and market experience, here. Finance and de-risking, here. Evidence and knowledge. Producer voice and implementation capacity. So the task of this forum is to connect these strengths to deals, into deals, reforms, and delivery pathways. So thank you very much, all of you, and welcome to the first African Pastoral Market Forum.
Please, let's put our hands together once again for that one. Yeah. I was just getting worried a little bit. I was looking for my category and I wasn't seeing that. I don't know where you categorize MCs, but I think we are part of the game too. All right. So at this juncture, let me also introduce my co-MC, Said Ali. Where are you? Okay. At the back there. Yeah, so when I run short of breath, you'll see Said Ali. My name is Paul Gamba. I know we constitute about 0.001% of those categories, yeah. At this point in time, please allow me to take us to the next level so that at least, and we are honored, Your Excellency, for you being here. So we want to capture an image of you with us. So at this point in time, I would welcome us to go out the door. I think it's right in front so that we can be organized by the media and communication group so that we can take a photo that will be a memento for us being in the capital of Africa. So please, may I invite you to walk down the hallway. So please, let's indulge our dignitaries first so that they can go out of in front, and then we can follow them after that. Please, John, would you want to? Yes. So we will take the photo, and after the photo, we will take the coffee break. So please, we can follow now so that we can take the photo, then the coffee break, and we start the next session at precisely 11 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you very much. Could we resume our seats? Please, let's take our seats. Okay. Let's resume our seats so that we can get started. We want to start the program. Okay. Is translation okay? Okay. So we want to start the program. And the presenter for this particular session on market size, demand trends, growth trajectory of the pastoral livestock economies in Africa. Okay. The presenter for this, Botswana. The representative from Botswana, BITC. Calvin? Yeah? Oh, good. Great. Please. We are going to listen to this presentation from BITC Botswana, market size, demand trends, growth trajectory of the pastoral livestock economies in Africa. And as you can recall from the early morning discussions, this is laying the foundation for what is to come, so that we can then move on to what we are really keen on in terms of investment and trade. But before you do that, you must streamline your production, you must streamline your markets, and so on. And so with us here is Calvin. I know his second name is a little bit long, that's why I was a bit afraid to pronounce it. I think he'll pronounce it for us himself so that we can know how to do it. But Calvin, you are welcome. It is now precisely 11, so you have your chance. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Good morning, distinguished ministers, development partners, investors in the room, researchers and representatives from the regional economic communities, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Calvin Getsabe Tsui. I'm from Botswana. He says that my last name is a bit difficult to pronounce. One of the good things that we will do as Africans is to continue to learn how to pronounce names. So I work for Botswana Investment and Trade Center, our institution for foreign direct investment into the country, as well as export development and promotion. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Dr. Mazuduma, who would later also participate. He is from Botswana Meat Commission in Botswana. It's a privilege for me to stand before you today. and on behalf of BITC. And just to echo that, indeed, yes, as the Director of Ceremonies has said, let me stand on the protocol that has been observed. Africa's pastoral livestock systems are not just a way of life. They are one of the continent's most significant yet under-realized economic assets. So this morning I will present some evidence that we have on the market size in terms of the demand trends and also the growth trajectory in the continent. We'll have a few abstract of numbers and a pipeline indicating some bankable opportunities that we can drive investment, trade, and inclusive transformation from. My goal is simple this morning. I'm going to attempt to move us from the data to the decisions, and from the decisions to deals, if I do well this morning. Let me begin, obviously, by just setting the tone, just to outline the objectives of today's presentation. We are going to start with the hard numbers and then, of course, scale the economic contribution. As you can see, we will be also looking at the powerful demand forces that are reshaping the sector. Then we will also be looking at where growth is leading us as to where we can accelerate it. And then I will share Botswana's journey with traceability systems, just to indicate our export market development, and not as a perfect story, as my colleague would mention later, but just as an African country's practical experience when it comes to lessons on scaling. We will then close with some direct implications for investment, which would take us into where the pipeline lies in terms of the opportunities. By the end of this session, I hope that everybody in the room, particularly those who are livestock pastoralists, would not only see this as a development challenge, but as a bankable growth sector. Why is this important for the continent? Now, before I can talk to the markets and investment opportunities, the picture that we see here helps us to understand that livestock contributes approximately a quarter or 25% of agricultural GDP across sub-Saharan Africa. And it also accounts for at least 80% of agricultural value and value addition in several countries. Worth noting also is that there is support of over 268 million pastoralists and agro-pastoralists that livelihoods are supported. And the figures underscore that the livestock is not merely a social safety net, but that it's a continent-wide economic system that significantly supports commercial potential. So if we look at this picture, we realize, of course, that this is not just a story of scarcity. It is a story of systematic inefficiencies in market integration and on issues dealing with value addition as well as the infrastructure for trade facilitation. I think what we can also draw from this slide is that there is some inefficiency that is precisely what the opportunity this forum is going to present at a later stage. So I'll share the data today so that we look at what we have. When we talk about market size, we must first understand the spatial reality on the ground that pastoral and agro-pastoral livestock systems are concentrated in the arid and semi-arid zones of the African continent. This covers, of course, the vast portions of our continent, from the Sahel through the Horn to the East African market, down into southern Africa where Botswana is located. And you realize that East Africa holds the largest share of the continent's cattle population, and West Africa leads in small ruminants. And I think also that Africa, you would realize, is home to more than at least 80% of the world's camels, a critical asset for resilience and, of course, the driest areas. The different regions present distinct comparative advantages. You realize that while Southern Africa has established export systems, what we realize is that East Africa has some significant livestock populations, and West Africa offers some rapidly expanding, consumer markets. Therefore, this diversity creates opportunities for regional specialization and intra-African trade. Once again, this is a picture that is painted when it comes to Africa's livestock market size. You would realize that we possess one of the world's largest livestock populations, and yet the economic returns don't seem to speak to the economic generated value. The livestock economy extends far beyond animal production to encompass transport. If you look down on that slide, you are looking at animal production, feed production, veterinary services, meat processing, leather manufacturing, and regional trade. Now, each stage of the value chain, if you look down, represents an opportunity for investment and value addition. Now, there is a highlighted disconnect between Africa's significant livestock resource endowment and its relatively small contribution to the global markets. You would point to systematic inefficiencies, but also to a pipeline of investable opportunities. The numbers don't lie. If you look at the slide, we're looking at the global meat market, where production is estimated to have risen by at least 1.3%, reaching at least 365 metric tons. So this gray growth is led largely by poultry meat, beef output, and pig and sheep meats production. The fast growing population in Africa, of course, were rising from 1.5 billion to 1.8 billion over the next decade, and this will also drive the region's meat consumption. The numbers don't lie. Again, if you look at the African meat market size overview, we have global poultry, sheep meat, beef, and pig meat consumption projected to grow roughly by 21%. By the year 2034, if you look in the slide, it is estimated at 106.84 billion worth of untapped potential. Due to rapid population in the African continent and income growth, 45% of global consumption growth is expected to rise and be located in the upper middle income countries. The market size is estimated also in the livestock products in Africa. We are looking at the numbers that don't lie again. In terms of the value, the market for animal resource foods in the year 2005 and 7 was estimated at 51 billion, and a value anticipated to almost triple by the year 2050. If you look at the numbers, as I say, they don't lie. There's just a comparison of beef and milk, and you realize that they would be the largest markets by value for animal protein in Africa. For both mutton and poultry, the value is expected to be at least half of the beef and milk in the African continent. Once again, this is a picture that is painted by the continent itself in terms of the market size at glance. you would realize the 5 most important key priorities or indicators. And this picture is exactly what I had been saying with the previous slide. As you can see, the markets, what they offer in terms of the domestic market, in terms of regional market and export market. Now, back home in Botswana, we have adopted a decision support model in collaboration with the University of Northwest in South Africa, which helps us to map a real export potential in the African continent, and not only in the African continent. We want to see what the growth rates look like. So we, of course, use the UN Comtrade as the fundamental data source, but then we also rely on the processing that is done by CEPI, which is based in Paris, just to ensure that we have correcting, mismatches between exporting and importing nations when we analyze. Now, what usually happens to our brothers in the continent and the institutions thereof is that sometimes export data is treated as more accurate than import data. And what usually happens is that you do have import duties that are avoided by our colleagues in some countries, and then it ends up removing reporting reliability on the data that we have to use to analyze. The picture that is painted in terms of international trade perspective in the African exports value shows you that we have destination outside Africa that we are exporting to at about 28.1%. And the intra-Africa trade remains low at about 6.2%. If you look at the next slide, there is indication also, if you look at the sources outside Africa in terms of the overall import value of livestock products, from the year 2020 to 2024, you are looking at extra-Africa and intra-Africa, and 10% of that is Africa imports. In other words, Africa is not trading amongst itself as it should be in terms of livestock products. So if extra Africa sourced imported product can be replaced, for example, for up to 10% of the value that is represented here from 2020 to 2024, we're looking at an untapped value of about 1 billion worth of exports in the continent. So substituting just 10% of the current livestock imports from outside the continent would then lead to a significant value increase of approximately that, $1 billion. So this 10% substitution would effectively double the figure and indicate what current internal trade would significantly do amongst the continent. The numbers don't lie. The value of Africa's exports focused on livestock-related products accounts for at least 50% or more than 50% of imports from other countries or from outside the continent. If you look at the exports value as indicated there, this is just painting a picture to us of the appreciation of the value that we're looking into. Now, here we're looking at imports of relative share in terms of the indicators from the year 2020 to 2024, the intra-Africa exports, relative share percentage, as well as the imports relative share percentage is more or less what we've seen. But this speaks to opportunities that are at large to indicate that there are significant opportunities closer to home, that is intra-Africa trade, that are underutilized or untapped. So the potential for growth is considered conservative, and it does not necessarily account for projected economic population growth. In the next slide is just an indication of what's happening in the country in terms of the major intra-market flows. I know that a lot of you would want to ask more questions because we cannot map all the continental countries, but here we were just looking at the market inflows. and you realize the value in terms of what's happening in Africa. Now, in our evaluation, we also had to cover these categories because you know that the value chain itself, it's quite large. The many different product categories, we looked into those livestock, we also looked at processed meats, and we also looked at basic meats. This helped us to also map in terms of where the market opportunities lie in the intra-Africa region. In the next slide, how does this look like in terms of economic contribution? This is substantial and it's frequently underestimated as well. Many pastoral heavy countries, livestock accounts for at least 5% and 40% of total GDP, and often 40 to 60% of agriculture GDP. If you look at West Africa, for instance, the sector averages around 44% contribution, but beyond the headline of GDP numbers, there are powerful multiplier effects through feed supply, through transportation, small-scale processing, leather, and a wide range of services within the value chain. So much of this activity remains, which means the true economic weight is likely even greater than these numbers. So this is why, according to the forum and in the concept note, you would realize that better data systems such as the APMD data hub are important when it comes to capturing the numbers. Again, this brings us to this picture. The future of market in Africa, it is continuing to expand rapidly, and it's accompanied by the increasing urbanization, rising household incomes. If you look at that slide, it also speaks to changing the dietary preferences in the market by consumers. And you also look at structural trends that are expected to substantially increase. So if you look at this slide again, it portrays a picture of the demand for meat, milk, and other livestock products over the coming decades. And unlike other markets fluctuations, these drivers are long-term and they are also predictable based on trade on the ground. So they can also create some sustained opportunities in the region for producers, for processors, and logistics providers and investors. Demand is the engine, and the engine is accelerating. I can't overemphasize the fact that Africa's population is growing rapidly and that urbanization is also growing faster. By the year 2050, we expect close to 2.5 billion consumers in the African continent. So urban consumers with higher incomes and changing diets will drive the majority of what we see in this slide in terms of the additional demands for meat, milk, and livestock products. And consumers are also becoming more discerning, as I have said earlier. This is not just demand. It is demand for better and more reliably supplied products. That creates both pressure on producers and pastoralists in the room, as well as opportunity for the systems that support what they are doing. Let's look at the numbers that probably would excite every investor in the room and every policymaker in the room as well. Meat demand in Africa, as I had said earlier, is projected to triple by the year 2050. Milk consumption, as you see on the right, is expected to double or even triple in many regions, and the overall market for animal source foods is forecast to grow from a baseline of around $51 billion to over $150 billion by the year 2050. Without accelerated investment in productivity infrastructure, as you see on the left in terms of the meat demand, this will leave a substantial gap, and that gap is currently being filled by imports from other supplying countries. So this is the case that is central to Africa. We do have the animals and the people. What it needs is coordinated investment in the systems that turn those resources into reliable, competitive, as well as traceable supply. Part of what we do in Botswana, as I have mentioned, in terms of mapping the real export opportunities, we can map for any product that is produced in the country to see how it will compete in the region. And our approach is it's greater than that of the ITC. For those of you who are familiar with ITC tools, market analysis tools, we go further so that we also consider the logistics, the road transportation within the region, as well as the maritime routes via ports of Devon and others in the country. From the context and perspective of Botswana, when we look at the market finding as a demonstration, it helps us to look at 4 filters that consider the target market operational environment, that helps us to also look at the target market import demand and its characteristics. We also look at the tariffs, the logistics, and access, the degree of market concentration, and we categorize to give our clients or the region what is expected of them. As an example, this is what we do back home to assist in mapping that. As you can see here, as an example, Botswana exporting to Ghana, when we look at what the growth market looks like for that product of frozen, let's say, beef cuts, you realize that Ghana represents a high growth despite a 35% tariff as it is in the C-scheduled product under the AFCFTA. It remains a viable opportunity for us. Ghana's beef import demand will be demonstrated by the system with UN Comtrade on the ground, and that helps us to get the window where the new players like our country as Botswana would be able to enter without necessarily competing for existing market share. If you also look at the outcomes here at the bottom, I know it's not that much clear. You realize that Egypt is also identified as the second largest importer of the livestock products. But in essence, it's underutilized destination for those who are exporting from Southern Africa. In looking at the analysis itself, you realize that within the Africa continent, on the right-hand side of that slide, we're looking at conservatively around 335 million worth of untapped market, according to that analysis for Botswana. We can do analysis for any given country to see how it competes and what it would take for them to export to competing markets. So while our approach, in addition to tariffs, also looks at non-tariff barriers, we also look at logistics costs, as I have said earlier, and this helps us to look at the challenge that resides in removing these NTBs, and as well as those that are associated with sanitary and phytosanitary aspects. There are issues also centered around animal vaccinations, meat and food standards, and cold chain related infrastructure to move the non-live products. Non-live products here, processed meat, bovine, frozen, boneless, bone-in, or half-body carcasses that are within the region. So trade between Southern and North Africa is hindered by the physical barrier, of course, of the Sahara Desert and the lack of cultural and professional networking, leaving North African markets more aligned with European high-paying markets. The picture again continues in terms of the trajectory of the African continent. We're looking ahead, and the continued demographic growth indicates that indeed urban expansion and regional market integration will increase demand for livestock products. Countries and investors that strengthen value chains now will be more positioned to benefit from this expanding market. As you can see, from the year 2000 moving to the year 2035, there is structural transformation in terms of improvements in the infrastructure, digital technologies, animal identification systems, as well as regional trade integration, which would help enable this shift from some localized production to commercially oriented value chains. The next slide speaks to what we would say the trajectory in the continent is not really fixed, but it depends on the choices that we make. We can go with business as usual, or we can accelerate the pathway to ensure that we approach individual as countries, or under a business as usual model, you would want to see continued modest growth and persistent challenges that come with informality and market access. But with a coordinated approach, I am confident that we would be able to invest in productivity, in cold chain. We would be able to look at the full implementation of the AFC FTA provisions for the livestock products. We would also be looking at how we can catalyze the growth rates of at least more than 5 or 6% or higher. So this would then say to us that we need to formalize trade, we need to capture more value domestically and regionally, and build genuinely on competitive export sectors. So this data is clear that we've presented, that there is an accelerated pathway that we can achieve, and that it is not really theoretical. In the next slide, we also cannot overemphasize when it comes to priority investment and the constraints that come with it. To move from this scenario, we want to tackle both enablers and constraints, but we're looking at powerful continental frameworks under the AFC FTA dispensation, as well as the AU theme of water, International Year of Rangelands, as well as pastoralists. Digital systems and blended finance models are also maturing, so we will face disease risks on the constraint side of things, seeing packaging, retail, as well as export markets when we have fulfilled our intra-regional trade. If you look at it, these are some of the aspects that will be covered during the forum, but just to give you a picture of where the investable areas are, the opportunities that lie, that the banking industry in the room can look into, as well as the policy makers. Allow me to now share with you the Botswana experience, which I believe many of you may know of. As I had said, it's not really a perfect success story. Dr. Mazuduma, who is from our meat production institution called Botswana Meat Commission, will attest to this. But what we're saying is that it's one practical African example that many of us can learn from the continent in terms of the possibilities of becoming traceable, conforming to compliance, as well as export promotion, working together with the government institutions responsible, in this case, Botswana Investment and Trade Center, who focus on enterprise capacity building for export, as well as market identification. So in Botswana, the livestock sector accounts for mainly 80% of our export earnings, And we have developed the Botswana Identification and Traceability System, which I believe Dr. Mazuduma would speak to during the deliberations. And this system has provided us with individual animal identification, movement tracking, as well as robust disease surveillance. So that infrastructure has been fundamental, and it has helped Botswana to maintain access to the European Union market under the SADC-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. And we also have been able to get authorization to supply the GCC market, as well as looking at the African continent. Our intentions is to make sure that our beef also comes here and also comes to Angola, to Ghana. We don't understand why Ghana is importing a lot of beef from Paraguay when there is supply from Botswana. And if it's the best beef that the Europeans like, why can't we as Africans also look at having the best quality beef that the Europeans are enjoying? We don't want a situation where you sit and you are trying to dine and knives are all over the place because you can't even slice the meat. I'm just saying. So yes, this has helped us also. We can indicate and attest to the fact that this didn't happen by accident. I believe that this required sustained coordination from the Department of Veterinary Services in Botswana, as well as the Botswana Meat Commission, and our efforts as BITC of Export Promotion and Enterprise Development. So I believe Botswana really offers a practical, African-grounded example of how strong traceability, compliance, and infrastructure can assist in dedicated export. It also helps us to unlock, or helped us to unlock, premium markets and build resilience even in the face of disease challenges. Right, moving forward, the next slide. Don't worry, I'm almost done. I think I've been speaking for most of the time. Now, we also believe that our traceability and compliance systems are not just regulatory burdens. We believe that these are bankable assets because they create confidence that the investors are looking for and what the buyers are also looking for. Secondly, I think this helps us to also, when it comes to dedicated export promotion and enterprise support, building capacity for export readiness. It is essential because it helps to translate policy and infrastructure into actual trade flows and investment. I think the third one, challenges such as the recent FMD situation here in Botswana. And when I say here in Botswana, I'm just saying because I'm from Botswana, not here in Ethiopia. They are real. The challenges are real. But you realize that the strong underlying systems allow us to have rapid response. They allow us to also have market diversification. Like recently, we know that DR Congo is looking for our meat. They pay the dollars and they come and fetch from us. Angola is paying with US dollars as well. And it's high time we also have the African currency, which probably would be more than, I'm just saying, the USD currency. So we believe in these elements in terms of transferable lessons that all of us can learn from Botswana. This slide speaks to the data that has been reviewed to say that digital traceability platforms and cold chain and aggregation infrastructure, commercially oriented production and off-take models can genuinely include pastoral producers. They can add value and they are tailored on blended finance instruments. So these are the areas that I encourage all of you investors, enterprises in the room and policymakers to use the evidence from this session, and then also prepare during the forum for the pitches and roundtables. Now, lastly, as I conclude, these are the 5 messages that I believe, based on the data that I presented, will help. Firstly, scale is real. The economic contribution is substantial in the African continent. Secondly, demand growth, it's powerful. We've spoken about the rapid population rise of the African continent, and it creates opportunity gap that African producers can fill. I think thirdly, in terms of the trajectory itself, it can be accelerated dramatically with the right investments and policies. Number 4, take home from us would be to say that in the practical African experience, including our country, Botswana, the work on traceability and export systems would show us what is possible. Lastly, but last, this forum, of course, would help this evidence to be brought into bankable pipelines and perhaps have some action items for policy actions and realizing actual deals when we close the week. I look forward to the discussions, and I think that all of us in the room would be ready to look into this. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take questions, or we can continue the conversations during the breaks. Botswana Investment and Trade Center and the Botswana Meat Commission in the room are ready to support any follow-up work, and we also are ready for any market intelligence and enterprise readiness that you can learn from our country. I wish all of you a productive forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Calvin. And he challenged us to pronounce his name, Keshabetswe, if I pronounce it correctly. I've learned a few lessons there. But I think the challenge is there. The way the data shows us, and from the discussion that we had from the speeches this morning, you can see them all merging. We have the bulk of the herds, and we are earning the least. We need to change that paradigm. We need to shift. And this is why this conference is very critical for us. We have to start talking investment, we have to start talking trade, we have to start talking agro-industrialization, and be prepared to make that strategic investment. I think we were challenged, Dr. Edeme, that we need to make that strategic investment that will move us from where we are to where we want to go. I think these are the lessons that we are picking, and as we move from here, please, let's take note of our areas. Let's take note of our roles and our contributions that we need to make, because we were told we need to shift now from meeting rooms to out there. Let's listen then to the second presentation. Ahmed, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, we need to shift to the next presentation, if it's there. Yeah, maybe some consultation here. Okay, as the presentation is being prepared, I need at this juncture to introduce one of the technical backstoppers for us to comment on just this part of the presentation, and then we'll also get him to speak to us again on the next presentation after it has been done. So I would wish to invite my good friend, Dr. Simplis Nuala from FAO to give us some perspectives because he has been in this game long enough. I know we started a long time ago when we were talking about LIDESA, and he was one of the pioneers, not even one of the pioneers, he was a pioneer in developing LIDESA. I hope I'm not blowing your horn too loud, but I think you did that, so I think you deserve that mention. So I would want him to share with us just his perspectives on the data that we have seen as we move on to the next presentation. So welcome. Please, let's put our hands together for...
Thank you very much, and I think it's a pleasure to be here. And it's a difficult task to just provide few comments. It's a challenging task because you have either to say it's perfect, and then you have stopped there, or say you need to do more. I think this presentation on the data, I think shows us, and we have been discussing all over the morning, of the importance of pastoral economy. But I want to make 2 or 3 points here. We need to distinguish pastoral economies from livestock economies. And as we will be discussing over the week, we really need to bring out this distinction because investing in livestock economy is completely different from investing in pastoral economies. And we need to draw the line and really focus on the pastoral economies. And I think that is why we are here. That is the first thing. The second one is we need to move from the aggregate demand and market side to what I would call the effective demand and market size. Because the demand depends on many things. We have the purchasing power. It's not only about growth, it's not only about urbanization, but it's also about the purchasing power. The pastoral meat market or milk market do not serve one market. It serves a different market, and we need to understand those markets. We need to move from these aggregate figures to really distinctive figures. Which market are we targeting? And I was very happy to listen from the example of Botswana and Ghana. And the question was, why is it that Ghana is importing from Southern America rather than to import from Botswana? The reality is that 70% to 80% of the meat imported in West Africa is offal. So if you don't understand that the offal is what is needed in West Africa, and you think it is meat, then you can tap into that market, although you have that potential. But you need to understand the market, you need to understand the customer demand before you can really invest in the livestock sector. The third thing, and I want also to speak to, is what is the cost of producing versus importing? Because at the end of the day, the consumer, he buys because of the price, not because of the quality of the origin. So we need to invest to have a competitive product on the market. So as we are discussing investment, and I'm speaking here from the investment perspective, we really need to work on data. The evidence is good, but not at the aggregate level. We need to disaggregate the evidence before we can attract investment. So that will be my point at this time. And one of the things is, if we are speaking for Africa, is the informal and the informality. We really need to understand what it means. I think whether we like it or not, whether the AFCFTA is fully operational or not, the informality will continue. So we need to understand that informality that will continue to drive exchange between our countries. And unless we understand that, investment cannot drive the results that we are expecting. So we have a week ahead of us to really discuss this, but we really need to think of how do we translate all this potential to effective investment package. And I think that is why we are here. And I want to challenge you to think outside the box, to look at the example of Botswana, which is an example that can be replicated, and see how can we drive this example from Botswana, invest in West Africa, and tap into the comparative advantage of our countries. How do we drive regional integration? Because that is one of the key things. And I'm happy to have my colleagues from the African Union here and from AFCFTA. We cannot, an investor cannot invest in a country where you have a small market size. If you look at our countries, 55, we have, I don't know how many, the market size here is taken globally, but if you divide that by 55 countries, apart from Nigeria, Ethiopia, and maybe South Africa, you don't have a market of more than 80 million. So who will invest in such a market of 2 million consumers? So we need regional integration to attract more private investment, because that is where the opportunity lies. The opportunity is not at country level, but it is at regional level. So with this, I think we have a long week ahead of us, and let us challenge our mind, use the data wisely, try in our discussions to disaggregate the data, to use the aggregated data as signal, but again, to work to market intelligence. And the market intelligence here is to look at where the demand is, what is that the consumer wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks, Dr. Simplice Nwala from FAO. I think the challenge is there, especially when we are talking about converting our experience as at the moment to an investment package. This is what we should be struggling to do. And we have a lot on our hands. And as they say, let's have all hands on deck. This is why we are all here. Let me not waste the time here. Let me invite the next speaker. We will open up after the next speaker so that we can have plenary where you can express your views as well. So for now, let me invite Ahmed Shibrain to take us through livestock socioeconomic contribution across Africa's pastoral belt. Ahmed, please.
Good morning. This wasn't the energy I expected. Let me try another way. Assalamu alaikum. Salam nachu. Habari asubuhi. Nzuri sana. Okay, I need assistance here to connect my laptop, please. Technical. Oh, it's already here. Oh, okay. Okay, it took me longer than I expected. Okay, welcome to this session. It's supposed to be on livestock socio-economic contribution across the African pastoral belt. I'm going to do something unusual today. I will not show slides, but I will show you a platform which is going to be the slides. And it's about, as you can read in the title, Africa's pastoral livestock value chain story. This title represents or presentation is because this page is the presentation itself, as I said, and without wasting more time on the introduction, let me take you through how we are going to do this here. There's a problem with the Wi-Fi? Okay. As you can see, this page shows the chain, or specifically the pastoral livestock chain, as it starts from the rangelands, goes through the herd, the live trade, then the value adding markets, the economic case, and I will give you a bonus on opportunities. Please, before we start, I have to set the rules here because I know that this is going to be a bit, it will bring some arguments at some point. All the data that's shown in green is pure data. The one in yellow, I don't know why can we zoom in, technical please, because it's not clear what's written there. There's estimations and there are gaps. So we will name the gaps because we are not here to just show the data. We want to show the gaps as well. Let's start start from the rangeland, and I don't think that there is better opportunity than the International Year for Pastoralists and Rangeland 2026 to address this. So throughout the last 30 years or more, the last 3 decades, many regulations, rules, and policies have been trying to set or to code the rules for rangelands, as the issue of droughts have started 4 or 5 decades ago. The continent started from Guinea, which has coded the fairest rangelands code, which was the pastoral regulations in 1995, and the initiatives continued to ECOWAS transhumance certificate or international transhumance certificates in 1989. The IGAD transhumance protocol is moving through its ratification today. All these efforts are still ongoing, and there's still need for more efforts here. The reason for that is that, or the issue of pastoralists, or the issue of rangelands deficiencies have resulted in having at the IBAR to initiate the Resilient African Feed and Fodder Systems, the RAFS project, which has found that 90 to 70% of the cost of production is on feed. Keep this number with you, because I will tell you later in the bonus why we should keep this number in our mind. Many surveys across countries have found that there is huge deficit in terms of feed. Now I need to go down. How can I scroll down, technical? Because this is not slides. Technical, please. Even my mouse is not capturing. Technical, please. I need to scroll down. Yes, thank you. Okay, as you can see, the results of the efforts of AU IBAR and partners have resulted in directly and indirectly in having for specifically for IGAD, we see now 5 countries out of 8 countries have already approved the ratification of transhumance protocols. In Nigeria, there are 200 or over 273 reserves has been gazetted, and from 141 in 2022. So in 3 years, you can see the progress visualized. We are capturing all this, and we are trying to push for the efforts in the rangeland. As I said, we had been in the rangeland. Now let's go see the herd which is on the rangelands. Okay, on the herd, we have tried to capture all the herd across Africa, not just across the belt. This is interactive page, so please, technically, you will help me clicking on the specific bars that I will point to. So as you can see, we have sheep, goats, cattle, and camels, the 4 ruminants of pastoral livestock. And we can see how the herd is distributed among countries. We have created something for we call the concentration index. You will see on the right bottom. It shows how specific ruminant is concentrated across years, across countries. And this is important for a reason I will show you also in the last at the opportunities, because it helps us creating or finding more specific opportunities for specific countries where some ruminants are concentrated. Can we click, for example, on the camel? Camel, up there, up there, up there, yes. So this is one of the most concentrated ruminants, and you can see it's concentrated across specific countries in specific regions. By the end of this, I will give you this platform so you can pick what you want to see, but for now I will continue on the story to reach the specific message. Okay, now let's see what the herd is earning. We found that Somalia comes on the top of the list for an average of $1 billion of exports. Followed by many countries. You can notice that we have some gaps on the data for some countries, but we have Sudan, for example. If you can click on Sudan, please. Technical, can you be awake with me? Can we click on Sudan? Up there? Up? click on Sudan. Sudan, yes. Yes, so you just stay here. As you can see, there is huge growth happened in 2023. Some things the data can't capture. This was assets liquidation, actually, because of the war. So can we click on Kenya? Or let's go back to Somalia, then we go for Kenya. Somalia, up there, Somalia, the first one. Yes. So Somalia in the destination shows a unnamed destination, but that's Gulf because we do not have the disaggregation. But if we go to Kenya, we will see how Kenya is disaggregated across countries, and from here we can pick some risks, because now as the war is happening in the Gulf, Kenya is exporting most of its exports to United Arab Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, and that's almost 60%, which is a risk. So we know that we need to diversify the destinations. Can we go down? No, just down. Yes, we can also we have also illustrated the official or the formal versus informal trade. We have been able to capture an average of $4 billion a year of trade, but we believe, or we even have the data that is not yet validated or verified through our briefs, that the informal trade is way more than that, specifically for the inter-African trade. Let's move from let's move to the value capturing. And this is actually one of the weakest points we have been trying to capture, but it shows a lot. And this work is not AU-IBA's work, it's the value chain works. So we need some collaboration from all of you in order to fill this, because the figures that you can see here capture some realities that is helping us right now to come up with some initiatives or put some efforts. But the vast majority of the figures that we need here are not here. So for example, as you can see, for capturing abattoirs, we know that Ethiopia has 14 export abattoirs. But if you looked at the one in orange for Ethiopia down there, export abattoirs capacity versus the utilized, the capacity is 200,000 tons a year. What's utilized is 10% of that. That means we know where we have to put the effort. Now, if we have that for other countries, because we know when we have some figures, and this is one of the good figures, by the way. There are some countries with even more, like a lot of abattoirs and even less utilization rates. Look down at Uganda cold chain units. This is one of the cleanest records we found. We have other figures that we are still validating and verifying on cold chains, and I'm wondering if this record keeping is why Uganda is doing well in dairy. Is still something we are trying to verify. So this tells you the importance of this specific infrastructure data, and with all of you we are going to fill this gap, and it's going to help us put the right efforts in the right places. Let me now move to the marketplaces, and I have tried to sketch this here. We have been having a debate in the team if we are to do a map or not. So I decided at the end to sketch it. And for obvious reasons, why are we sketching? As if we do not have the complete data, we cannot do proper mapping that you can zoom in and get the right details. But technically, maybe you can assist me with hovering over this sketch so we can show the audience some of the figures here and some of the findings from this specific map. So as you see, the map plots trade corridors, it plots markets, it plots some transit areas, borders and transits. It also captures the export value, which is in red, and the herd value and the herd size, which is in green. And you can notice that herd size doesn't specifically have any correlation just visually with the export values. And the reason of that is that the informal trade sometimes has its magic. So capturing, there are more missing lines here, and capturing those lines would help us identify how we can capture more of the informal trade that's ongoing. Can we hover over Nigeria? Technical? Can we hover over Nigeria? On the circle over Nigeria, no. Yes? Yes, as you can see, technical. I think I will leave this for you when I give you these slides. Okay, let's move to the most important slide in this presentation. As I told you, the session is about livestock or pastoral livestock socio-economic contribution across the belt. We are running economic brief, or a brief in socio-economic contribution of pastoral livestock across some African countries, on 10 countries, and now this is ongoing validation. So a lot of numbers that you are seeing here. Technical, can we please move the cursor from the Tanzania? Yes. Don't spoil my presentation. Okay. So it's ongoing. The validation for some of the figures here is ongoing. This is why you can't see some of the figures here, but we promise that soon you will find it here, because I'm not going to take it with me. I will keep it for you to take. So as you see, Chad comes on the top, but this is one of the things. And thank you, Calvin, for your presentation. The country that comes first is Somalia, actually, with 50% to 50% of GDP or livestock contribution on the GDP. But we have 3 figures, and we are trying to validate them. This is why you don't see Somalia here. But Chad comes with 18%, half of the agriculture GDP, agriculture percentage in the GDP. And you see the rest of the countries. We are 10 of these countries. We are other countries which we have done the briefs on. But the most important part of this chart is the small silver and gold it's golden, but I think the screen is showing it in orange. Are the budget or the percentage of budget or the total national budgets allocated for agriculture and livestock. Because now you see the percentage of livestock contribution on national GDP or national economy. You see the agriculture, which is the light green. Compare it with the budgets now, and a few other figures for budgets are going to be here. And by the way, these budgets that we are showing, or the contribution of budgets we are showing, are among the best. So for example, in Mauritania, we know that it's around 10% of the GDP, but the percentage of the national budget allocated for livestock is 1.5%. And I'm telling you, this is one of the top validated figures. There are some countries with fractions of the 1%. So, as I told you, you will have this, and we will be updating it, but it's something that was addressing during this forum and discussing and putting for recommendations. Part of the socio-economic contribution is humans. It's about human. So we have tried to plot the pastoral population across countries. Sudan, Nigeria, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya come on the top. The livestock in national economies in dollar terms is as you see. But there is another surveys, or some other surveys we have captured some figures from, and they are part of our briefs. Tells us that in Kenya, 95% of household depends on livestock, not necessarily pastoral. 70 or 87 in Ethiopia, 80 in Mali, and 80% in South Sudan. That's not pastoral, that's livestock in general. We have informal cross-border trade estimates. Few of them, but more to follow. Now this is my bonus. And technical, I need you to focus with me in this, because if it's not handled well, it's not going to bring the value needed. Technical? Yes, please. Can you focus with me on this one? So we have tried to use or utilize all the data that we have captured. And by the way, this APMD Online is the public face of the APMD Data Hub. So what you see here is fraction of the data that we have, which is 13,000 records. We are still ongoing many verifications with member states to make sure that we have all the data. We are filling some gaps, but we have tried to use the data that we can use to identify areas of opportunities. And we have categorized them into 3 areas. Area number 1 is that the evidence is clear for them, the market's signals are clear for them, and they are hot areas. The second area, which is in yellow or yellowish, needs some consolidation regarding some data and some evidence, so we can assure that these opportunities are feasible and doable. The third area, we move to something we call the data roadmap, in which we can see something, but we need more data about. Can you scroll down, technical, please? When you click on any of these, it will bring you here. So we have tried to use the concentration index I told you earlier about, which is we have invented for this reason, and this is not the right session to talk about math and equations, but the hottest area we have found is the camel belt value added or value chain. Can you click on it, please? Click on the first one, camel belt. Yes. No, click on the bar itself. Click on the bar itself, not the text. Yes, please. Okay, so the camel is the most concentrated ruminant across few countries I have showed you in the beginning when we have handled or we have addressed the head. There are market signals of demand at specific regions in the Gulf, and 60% of the camel is concentrated across the top countries or top 3 countries. That gives these countries competitive advantage. And that doesn't mean that it's only for these countries. Some other countries can keep up because camel can live across the belt. Am I right? So, and then we have a session about that later by Jamil, and is going to address this specific opportunity. We are going to even verify or validate the model in APMD, and we are going to bring it here. And it will be part of this knowledge library that you see. So we will be updating these opportunities on a monthly basis, and we will bring the knowledge that we found here. Can we go to the second one? It's number 2, but it's not less important, and I need some focus here, because this is going to shake some of our beliefs. We all talk about value adding and the export of live animals as something bad, and we need to value add by slaughtering the animals, which is a good thing. However, there is something when, and I actually thank my brother who was speaking before me on the disaggregation. We have disaggregated the numbers on live animals exports. And what we found that 70% on average of the live exported animals from the Horn of Africa is exported in 2 to 4 months before Eid al-Adha. That means these animals are supposed to be exported live anyway. And it's not going to change. That doesn't mean that there is nothing that we can do about it. Do we have the right, have we invested in the right health of animals for this specific, and most of them are small ruminants. Did we invest on the right animal health on this? Did we invest on the right specific concentrated infrastructure that will allow that to happen? It's growing right now in few countries because specifically after the war in Sudan, because Sudan had been leading on this one. But do we have the specific policies on animal grades? That's also part of the adding value. And we are competing with some countries that are far away. New Zealand and Australia, by the way, also during that season, export animals to the Gulf. So it's going to be there anyway. And it's going to be in specific season. The more disaggregates we get are going to give us more insight on things that we can do. And we have the competitive advantage in the Horn of Africa because New Zealand and Australia are far away. So Horn of Africa has more opportunity to source these millions of animals 2 months before that season, every year. The third opportunity is not for private sector investors mainly, but it's for governments. Can we click on 3? Click on the third one. 3. Down. Yes. Now I have showed you earlier the chart on livestock contribution to GDPs with the percentage of allocated budgets for agriculture and livestock, which are still far from the 10% of CADAP commitment of Malabo. There is a question here, does allocating more than a fraction of 1% can increase our GDP from livestock? The answer is definitely yes. And that's the third area for opportunity of investment for member states. The rest of these opportunities, I will leave them for you to explore online. And I will invite all of you now to take it with you, because I'm not going to do the promise that we will send the slides. So I'm inviting all of you to take it now. For those who are using their laptops or can't use cameras to scan, you can go to your browser, right, apmd.online, apmd.online, and you will be able to access this and use it, and keep it in your bookmarks, because we are going to update it frequently with more data. I'm showing you this because I wanted to tell you that I deliberately didn't restrict the data on the verified data to show you some of the things that we need your contribution in. It's not that APMD is going to just be providing this data frequently. We will be working with all of you, so we would appreciate the initiatives. And it's not just about, before we come to approach you for figures, or for validating figures. And very soon, we are going to launch the Data Hub, in which all member states will get access to digitally validate their figures through their focal points, and we will open it. We are not going to, we will wait for you to initiate, to come and ask us for the access. We are going to very soon, maybe this year, by the end of the year, we are still validating some numbers with specific countries, but when we open it, it will be available for all member states. What you see here is the public face of it, and soon you will have the access. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Shibrain, for those insightful issues that have been brought up. I was trying to capture some of them. I know the rapporteur is there, but it's just good to focus on the key things that we are learning. First, we cannot invest if we don't have the production side, and 60 to 70% of the cost of production is actually feed. So if we're going to move forward, we need to look at this critically as we proceed. The other element is the whole issue about utilization of infrastructure. I think that is very important, coming from the illustration that you have had from here. The whole issue about the share of livestock in GDP and in budgets. And by the way, sometimes these issues have been there for so long. I think we need to really resolve them. Yeah? We need to resolve some of these issues, and we cannot resolve them by just singing about it, but we need to show how much we are losing by not focusing on livestock. I think the conversation needs to change so that we really focus on the loss that we are incurring by not making use of the livestock as it should be. The other element in terms of dependence on livelihoods, this one we know, it is very critical. But again, you want to improve the livelihoods, you want to improve the welfare, you want to improve the returns from livestock in pastoral areas, and so on. So these are critical issues that we really cannot avoid. But the key one, which are really the investable areas, I think this is where we really need to focus on. And I know, like the investors in the room are looking, where do we put the money so that we get the highest returns? I think we really need to give serious thought to some of these issues that are arising. We cannot engage in trade if we have not listened to the signals. And this is where policy also becomes very important for us. Government has to indicate which areas are really the investable areas by using the appropriate policies to give the signals that we need to look at. So this data hub is quite significant for us as we move forward. And I want to take this chance, Dr. Simplis, you'll indulge me a little bit. I would want us to have some conversation first for a few minutes, and then you can come to wrap it up as we proceed. But for now, I want to open it up to plenary so that we can have some input, especially for those who are looking, which are these investable areas that we really need to focus on? Which are the trade hubs that we really need to focus on as Africa? Because as it is, you're seeing a lot of information coming out. And you know, the African Free Trade Continental Area is already in place. And still, if you look at the trade between or among ourselves, it's still not that impressive. I think we really need to work on this. So I'll want to invite 2-3 comments before we wrap up this session. Allow me, I think we'll go the class way. So if you need, please raise up your hand so that we can see you. My eyesight is not very bad. I can still see. Yes, out there. Okay. Let me be systematic. Let me start from that corner. I don't know whether that's the Uganda corner or what. Okay, that side. And then come over here. And then was there another? Yes, over there. Is there any other? Before I close this, 2, 3, going, gone. The last one there. So let's have that corner here, there, and then the last one over there. Please make it very brief and be very precise so that we see how we can address the issues that you have. If it's okay, address it to a specific entity, whether it's a public for policy, whether it's investment area, and so on. So please, and please identify yourself for record purposes so that we can also put it on board. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremonies. My name is Tindiewa Amos. I'm from Uganda. I'm the managing director of Fresh Cuts Uganda. It's a meat processing company. I was particularly touched by the point that Ghana imports meat from Latin America. And I was interested in pointing out the reason why Ghana goes to Latin America. One is that the price of meat is very cheap in Latin America. A kilogram is $1.5, which I don't think is anywhere in our region here in Africa. And being known as a big producer of beef, we are at the same time a high-cost producer. Finance, electricity, animal feeds, infrastructure is all very expensive. How can we have our policymakers and the financing institutions think about the two issues? The policy issues on all those bottlenecks and the cost of finance, so that we can also be a competitive producer and sell, for instance, to Ghana at, for instance, $2.5. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Please.
Thank you, MC. First of all, let me start by riding on the existing protocols. My name is Richard Kuma. I come from Kenya. I work for a state corporation known as the Livestock Marketing Board. This is a state corporation within the State Department for Livestock. And I must acknowledge the usefulness of this kind of engagement. But straight to what I wanted to comment on is we are here discussing pastoralists and trying to structure the marketing of their products. But Mr. MC, during the introduction of the participants, I made an interesting observation that the pastoralists and the representatives were the least represented in this meeting. And it's not the first time I'm making this observation, not just for AIBA, but several meetings. And I think we are not doing quite good justice to this segment of the society, whom we are shaping their destiny, yet they are not strongly represented in these meetings. And this is manifested in where we identify as the pain points, or what are the gaps are we proactively trying to fill so that the pastoralist is actively participating in a formal market. And to me, what comes to mind, or what I've observed consistently, is the main pain point is about how the pastoralist is structured to participate in the formal marketing systems. It has been pointed out repeatedly that these pastoralists are keeping these animals as a livelihood system, not as a market-focused enterprise. And there are proven interventions which has moved agricultural production systems to market alignment. And here I have in mind a well-proven market aggregation system called the cooperative. Whereas specifically from my country, Kenya, cooperative has succeeded in many of the agricultural production, agricultural enterprises, including the tea, coffee, and dairy. But for some reason, conveniently, they have never worked in the pastoral production systems. And world over, even where that meat is coming from Latin America to Western Africa at the cheapest point, their main asset is using aggregation to lower the cost of production and help to manage or to explore markets so that they can get maximum benefits from their people. So what I'm pitching from an MC is, let us try to bring these pastoralists into these critical decision-making processes, and let us try to unlock their potentials by bringing them together so that they engage formally in market systems. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. Yes, yep.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Admi Alamshtai. I'm from Ethiopia, particularly working for the Luna Business Group, which is one of the leading company in exporting meat. And I'm there, a livestock program head. After saying this, I would like to emphasize on 3 issues. It's good that empowering pastoral markets, it sounds very well. And we have seen that the Africa future markets from 2025 to 2035, the population is increasing, the demand is increasing, the regional trade is increasing, and also we noticed a 5 to 6% sectoral growth is possible. But to me, what does that mean when it comes to production and productivity, which I think Dr. Simplice has highlighted in his 3rd point. Production and productivity is a critical point and could be one of the investment area. The 2nd point is when you talk about market, to me, market means building a capacity in being competitiveness. But when we see in Africa, the cost of production is significantly expensive. I fully agree with my colleague from Uganda. The electricity, infrastructure, the power, all services, and even the feed, 60 to 70% cost of production goes to feed. And what does that mean when it comes to competitiveness in the global market? And I think being as an African and as a pastoral market forum, I think we should be critical in this regard, how we could boost our competitiveness in the global market. The last but not least, Africa still were suffering from the limitation of the market outlets. Most of us were focusing to the Gulf countries. I don't know why. What about marketing among inter-Africa? What is the challenge that we are not in a position to focus, to boost and strengthen the trade among African countries? I think that should be a critical discussion point before we go home. So these are my points. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There was an, yes, please proceed. Yeah.
Merci pour l'animateur. Moi, je m'appelle Mamat Maloum, directeur de
Just hold on for people to have their. Yeah. Okay. Are we ready now?
OK.
Yeah, please proceed.
Oui, je m'appelle Mamat Maloum du Sud du Tchad, responsable des statistiques en élevage au ministère de l'élevage et de la production animale. Il y a un passage de la présentation de Calvin qui a retenu mon attention. Il a dit que le Botswana exporte la viande vers le Ghana. Ceci est rendu possible par l'appui des Nations Unies. C'est une fenêtre qui était offerte par les Nations Unies et cette fenêtre-là a permis que le Botswana exporte la viande vers le Ghana. Je veux bien savoir, en tout cas, il faut que Calvin nous explique un peu comment les choses se passent et comment est constitué donc cet appui-là, puisque ça m'intéresse, puisque je suis tchadien, en matière donc d'effectifs d'animaux au niveau du continent. Nous sommes le troisième après l'Éthiopie et le Nigeria. Le Nigeria est presque voisin du Ghana. Alors, s'il y a des appuis, de tels appuis, pourquoi un pays qui est juste à côté donc du Ghana ne puisse pas profiter? Voilà, ça c'est un point. Le deuxième point, c'est vrai, nous l'avons dit, en mars 2026, à l'atelier donc de Nairobi, qu'il y a un problème de chiffres. C'est vrai, il y a un problème de chiffres. Chacun peut donner les chiffres qu'il a, mais en matière d'effectifs, des camelins, nous restons encore le premier pays en matière donc d'effectifs de camelins. À la fin de 2025, nous sommes à plus de 12 millions de têtes de camelins. Mais si on prend l'exportation ou l'exploitation donc de cette espèce-là, c'est vrai, on a des problèmes de chiffres. Nous sommes entourés par des pays où il y a des groupes qui évoluent, des groupes armés qui évoluent au niveau des frontières. Et cette situation fait que les gens peuvent exporter sans que nous puissions suivre les données sur l'exploitation des animaux. Mais on peut rattraper, surtout les derniers intervenants, on peut rattraper cet handicap-là en allant chercher donc les données miroirs. Les animaux quittent le Tchad. Nous n'avons pas beaucoup d'informations sur ces animaux-là, mais on peut aller vers les pays qui accueillent ces animaux-là pour avoir les informations et pour corriger un peu cette difficulté. Je pense que Calvin avait également développé donc 11 domaines sur lesquels il faut agir pour développer donc les marchés africains. C'est vrai, au Tchad, nous sommes en train donc d'aller vers la modernisation du secteur. Nous avons pour le moment un abattoir qui est fonctionnel, un abattoir qui répond aux normes et dont les produits sont exportés vers quelques pays donc de l'Afrique centrale. Et ces pays-là, peut-être que le produit tchadien connaît une concurrence des produits qui viennent donc de l'Amérique latine. Les gens importent donc des viandes congelées, des viandes qui ont presque 10 ans, et on utilise donc la scie pour couper ces viandes-là. Alors que juste à côté, nous avons de la viande fraîche, et effectivement, c'est des difficultés sur lesquelles il faut agir pour éviter que les gens aillent manger donc de la viande qu'on va couper avec une scie, alors qu'à côté, il y a la viande donc de bonne qualité. Je m'arrête là, monsieur. Merci.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I know some were very specific, but starting from Amos, I think the challenge that you're raising is that we all need to roll our sleeves. Basically, the challenge to policymakers is there, the challenge to financiers is there. But we also have challenges with production and in terms of quality as well. So I think these are challenges that we have on us that we really need to look at. These other issues about pastoralist involvement being very few in the House, I think that is recognized. APMD, Professor Elbetaji, please take note as we move forward with this. But let me invite anybody who can respond to some of these issues that have been raised, because the questions were not directly to specific persons, apart from Calvin. Calvin, you may want to respond to that one so that we open up the other discussion we finish. Is Calvin? Isn't he? Calvin? Or should I say Kesha Betwe? Yes? Please, the issue with the Ghana and exports.
Right. Thank you very much. I think what he raised is particularly the challenges that he spoke of. That there are some infrastructure gaps that can support enabling environment for Ghana to look at exporting their meat to the neighboring countries. I think I did share that in Botswana there was a lot of effort and work that was put with the institutions responsible and have a coordinated approach that would help enhance the supply chain as well as the value chain itself. So I think the underlying take home is that for any country to be able to take advantage of the value chain itself and being able to conform to the required standards of the meat products that they want to sell to, or even if it's live animals, that requires an enabling environment by participating countries to be able to trade with each other. I would ask Dr. Mazuduma just to also make an addition on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the emphasis is in terms of the coordinated approach to exploit the external markets. That's the lesson from Botswana. This other issue about pastoralist participation and the whole issue about organized markets, I think I may want to give to APMD this chance to explain this observation that cooperatives and marketing associations are not working as well in the markets. Yeah?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly add on the Ghana one, because it's a good live example of what has happened. I think we've been talking to Ghana for a period of close to 8 months. We first of all needed to get the requirements of importation from Ghana, which we then shared with our competent authority, being the Veterinary Services Department. And through dialogue between the FDA, we had to submit samples to Ghana of our products so that it could be tested within the Food and Drug Administration of Ghana. And it was only after that was there an agreement that Botswana product could be exported into Ghana. So this has taken us almost 6 to 8 months. When that first consignment went into Ghana fairly recently, it's only about 2-3 weeks ago, the customer who was facilitating this consignment then came back to us and said there are a lot of import tariffs into Ghana, which therefore makes the product uncompetitive when compared to South American products. So that's an issue that we need to address, and we need to address that through registration of the exporter being the Botswana Meat Commission with the AFTCA. So these are just some of the examples of a live example that is happening right now in terms of as we try and diversify markets. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the lesson we're getting from that is that and we have representative from the Continental Free Trade Area here. These are the issues that we need to work on, yeah, so that some of the some of the actions, some of the interventions that we need to take require that those barriers are actually removed from this process. I think that's a good one to look at. But again, the period of 6 to 8 months, that's a little bit long. I think it needs to be looked at more critically. Professor Ahmed, you want to respond to this issue about the pastoralist systems?
Yes, please. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, I appreciate this comment from Dr. Chuma, but I would like to explain that pastoralist is also cross-cutting. Like some of the public sector here, they are already practice pastoral livestock production. The entrepreneurs, I mean, they also do their business, and also they also practice again the pastoral livestock production system. So they are here, but you know, maybe Dr. Chuma talk about the leaders, not the community leaders, but not the pastoralists. Pastoralists are here. They have very good representation in this forum. Thank you very much.
Can we finish the initial questions, then we can come around to the next ones if time allows? Okay. Let's finish with the initial questions, and then we can proceed. The whole issue about from Ethiopia about production and productivity, I think it bears on competitiveness, right? This is what you're looking at. That as long as we are not competitive, we cannot be out there, and we need to look at those other elements, whether it's infrastructure, whether it is feed and fodder, and so on. I think that's well taken for APMD to look at as we proceed. The other one, I think some of these are also experiences that need to be consolidated within AU-IBA, because I know under RAFs, under the feed and fodder project, a number of initiatives were undertaken, and commercialization of feed and fodder, I think, is taking place in most of the countries now. So some of these changes are already there. We need to infuse them so that we work together on those issues. From Chad, I think that has been responded to. Yeah, I think that has been responded to in terms of the Ghana issue as well. And the whole issue, I think, about modernization is also something we need to take. But from the observation, the presentation that we had, that the infrastructure in some of the places is hardly used. I think there was a comment that only 10%, I think in one of the countries, whether it was Sudan or Ethiopia, I'm not sure, but it is recorded here. So some of this infrastructure, like slaughterhouses, might be there, but they're not fully used. I think that summarizes it. I may take one or two more questions. I saw hands up this way. Now they are increasing. Okay. In Kenya, they would have said, since the last one was not constitutional, because we have a 1/3 gender rule, so because they are ladies, I will have to bow down and say, fine, please, let's start this way, and we had in the middle there, and then at the end there. So please make it very brief so that we proceed. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. My name is Elizabeth Wasuna, representing Absa Bank. I think for me, my question has been around, you know, each and every speaker who stood up at the beginning spoke about women and youth. And again, we find that there are minimal representation in the room. You know, Gen Zs and Gen Alphas are not people we can hope to invest our future in if they're not in the room together with us. So my request is that perhaps we can include more of women groups so that we can get to the bottom of what they really need to ensure that they participate in this sector. And the same for the youth as well. I think that is my ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask your age because you are for the youth. Okay, because you are dealing with the youth issue and gender, so you have combined both of them, so it's very difficult to pinpoint that, but I think the point is taken for APMD. Yes, in the middle there, the comment. Yeah, proceed.
So my comment was on the area of the pastoralists. If you look at our production scenario, for instance in Kenya, those people who have ranches and organized farms is only 6%. That means 90% of the production is done by subsistent pastoralists or small-scale agro-pastoralists. And their problem is they should be able to produce for the market, which means their farms should be able to improve on the quality and the quantity that they over to the markets. Now, given that is what makes them participate fully in the market, if they can produce proper quantity for the market and proper quality for the market, they have only one big issue. They have the land, they have the animals, but they lack capital, equipment, and finance. So my issue was to enable, to support these pastoralists to be able to participate in the market, there should be financing models that support their cause in terms of how they should be able to generate the collateral, in terms of how they should be able to qualify for accessing the funds. And if there are other support, it should be tailored to the small scale and the subsistence pastoralists to be able to raise their productivity and the quality of the output to be able to measure up to what is expected in the market. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an observation in terms of how to improve the quality and quantity of products from small-scale pastoralists, if you call it that way, right? Okay. Please, APMD, take note of that. That's an issue that is currently ongoing. The finance people will tell you, they'll talk about de-risking and all those kind of issues, insurance and so on. But I think APMD need to take note of that. Okay, at the corner there, please.
Thank you very much, MC. My name is Caroline Ekerisima. I'm a Managing Director of Reese Agro Company Limited from Tanzania. I would like to comment on why intra-Africa trade and livestock products is still low. As an exporter, I would really consider and trade with a country which already have structures in place, which already have agreements with my country where halal certificate, halal standards are already established, than trading with a country which doesn't have. For instance, Tanzania to export to Mauritius, the government of Mauritius has to speak to the government of Tanzania, and they have to visit and, approve the whole process. These discussions usually take long. So when we get inquiries from Egypt, Mauritius, Comoro, and all that, and our governments have not put structures which can allow us to export to those respective countries, they keep limiting us as exporters. So I would like to call upon the government officials who are here. I'm sad that I don't see Tanzanian representatives to really invest in building those structures, those discussions and agreements with different African countries, so that we don't have that stumbling block of certifications, of import permits. We are ready to export to those markets, to our fellow countries. But if the whole infrastructure is not favoring, we tend to go to the GCC where everything is ready in place. Thank you.
Okay, if you listen to Caroline very carefully, African Continental Free Trade Area, where are you? The representatives? What are we doing about these barriers in trade? Diana, are you responding?
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to give my thought on the issue between Botswana and Ghana, and to say that what we are seeing is a result of the fact that the AfCFTA agreement or tariff phase down goes in phases. We have commodities that are in category A. The tariff phase down has to happen or had to happen between the first 5 years. Category B, 5 to 10, and category C, beyond that. When it comes to, let's say, livestock, matters of trading in live animals is categorized under category A, which means taxes would not be applicable after 5 years. But as you know, most countries treat beef as sensitive products, so they are in category C mainly. That's why the tariff is still being charged on them. That said, I must say that what the Secretary General has been trying to do is to front load tariff on agricultural commodities, trying to negotiate with country state parties so that they bring forth some of these products under category A. Again, I want to say that for discussions, we are there. The Secretariat is there to handhold countries. For example, in the discussions between Ghana and Botswana, if it would have been ideal for the Secretariat to be part of that discussion, so we can see how we can, unlock some of these bottlenecks, so that the two countries can still see it fit to be able to trade with one another. Now, coming to the issue Caroline raised, I think I'll also address this in my presentation tomorrow. And coming to what Caroline has raised, I want to say that one other thing we have also put in place is, which has just been cleared by the Council of Ministers, is the whole idea around mutual recognition agreements. We want countries to be able to talk to each other, come up with mutual recognition agreements so that some of these processes are eased. Thank you very much.
Botswana, I hope you took note of that so that you don't undergo another 6 to 8 months in terms of the process. I think that has been explained very well. So thank you for that explanation. I want to give a brief moment to Dr. Simplis just to wrap it up for us so that we then break for lunch. Yeah, you can proceed.
So thank you very much again, Paul. And you see, one of the output that we expect from this discussion for this session was setting down market baselines. And I think from the discussions and the presentation that we have had so far, we have understood that there is opportunities on the continent for pastoral market. There are opportunities outside for export outside the continent. Someone just mentioned Australia exporting meat to the Middle East, live animals to the Middle East. There is an opportunity there because Australia is phasing out the export of live animals to the Middle East. So we have opportunities as a continent to develop our pastoral market. But the issue now is, how do we transform these opportunities into investment cases? And we have had a lot of discussion on the public investment, and I think we should not focus too much, why it is important, on how much the government spends on livestock, but rather on how much this amount spent de-risk investment in the sector, since we are speaking investment here. So looking at the government expenditure in the livestock, our focus should be the de-riskment of the investment of the government to the livestock sector. And we need to really think of how do we invest in the sector to create opportunity for youth, for women inclusion, and more importantly, to understand market segmentation, organized supply, and also manage other risks. We have the risk of electricity and the rest to be more competitive. I think these are some of the market baseline information that we have gotten from the discussions of this session, and that will be useful as we move again towards the three next days on developing investment pathway to unlock market potential in pastoral economies. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those remarks. I think we take them positively. We are sure there are opportunities, of course, but what we need to convert those opportunities to investment cases. I think that's the challenge that we have. So thank you for those remarks. We want then to proceed to the next level. I was really considering whether we should break for lunch or we shouldn't. I'm sure you're looking at me critically now, because you're probably thinking we're denying you lunch. But sometimes I'm not sure whether you should break for lunch or not. because we resolve one problem but we might create another one. When people break for lunch, it's all nice, but when they come back after lunch, I don't think it is all that well. So please take the lunch break, but please be sure that you are ready for the next session, all right? Okay? So let's break for lunch. I know it's 7 minutes after, so we have taken your 7 minutes for lunch. So let's get back here and get started 7 minutes after 2. 14:07 hours. Please, we get started then and we proceed. So thank you very much for this session, and enjoy your lunch, as they say. Bon appetit. Oh, okay. Some logistics for lunch. I'm not sure where the lunch is served. I assumed the lunch is there. There must be some logistics for lunch. And exactly where is it being served? Somebody can give us that direction? Yes, Eric, where is lunch being served? Or just near here? Okay, I'm told you can follow the aroma. Okay, please, let's walk out this way. Okay, please enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I am told it is out this here, just right here. Okay, thank you. Hello, hello. Please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats so that we can proceed with the next session. Okay, interpreters, are you okay? Fine. Okay. Okay, let's take our seats so that we can proceed. We already, I think, 3 minutes over time. No, 4 minutes over time. So we have to proceed now. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Caroline, please take your seat. Okay, so we want to move on to the next session. And this will take us now towards the investment side that we have been trying to look at. So for this particular purpose, I think the Nigerians said this, that a good dancer knows when to leave the stage. So I think I don't want to be a bad dancer. So I want now to invite my colleague, co-MC, Said Ali, to take us through this afternoon session. So may I invite Said Ali, please? Please, let's put our hands together for Said Ali as he comes. Okay. And so he'll take us through the next session for the afternoon. So welcome, and we can now proceed from here. Okay.
How about the beef that you have consumed? How was it? Was it good? But I want to ask Dr. Kevin from Botswana, how was the taste of the beef you consumed here and the beef that you export? I think they're all more or less the same, right? Where's the Botswana Meat Commission? Good.
Need to be
So thank you so much.
correct.
We're going to have a very busy afternoon. This morning, as you know very well, we had our delegates speaking. They talked about how important this livestock sector is. We are going to hear a lot from a lot of experts, particularly our development partners, our private sector actors, but also learning from other projects that are ongoing across the region. So, moi, je vais parler en français. I know 95% of the participants speak English, but I realized our francophone countries have always been having the earphones. So it's your time now to put on, so that I'll be speaking in French. Bonjour tout le monde. Comme on l'a dit ce matin, nous sommes vraiment très contents de vous avoir ici. Et ce matin, nous avons eu l'occasion de discuter sur des aspects qui touchent en fait l'importance de ce secteur, surtout le secteur d'élevage. J'ai eu des discussions avec des participants ici, de l'Afrique de l'Est, centrale et de l'Est aussi, et nous le voyons vraiment en fait que ce secteur crée d'emplois et donne des opportunités pour les petits producteurs, et en plus en termes des exportations. Cet après-midi, on aura l'occasion d'écouter des experts, que ce soit le secteur privé, le secteur de développement international, et les autres aussi. Donc, maintenant, je vais inviter professeur Ruth. Elle vient du Kenya. Elle va nous en parler de l'expérience des projets appelés Kenya Pastoral Market Development. C'est un projet qui est financé par Gate Foundation aussi. Et donc, elle va nous en parler de cette expérience. Professeur Ruth, s'il vous plaît, venez ici pour votre présentation.
Thank you. I don't speak French, but I could hear my name and I could hear the name of my program, so I knew he was introducing me, and I don't know what he said, but I'm sure he said something nice. Right. I hope our tech team, my presentation, kindly have it up. Thanks. So as I said, my name is Ruth Keraka. I'm a professor strategy and entrepreneurship at Strathmore University Business School. But for purposes of this conversation, somebody said there are no pastoralists in the room. You can be pastoralist by birth or by adoption. I am one by adoption, and you'll believe me by the time my presentation is done. Some of the questions that have been asked this morning, how can we translate opportunities into investments? Yeah, people have talked about the opportunities that exist, the problems that there are, but then the so what question. Somebody else, I think the lady from ABSA asked, where are the women and the youth? And I think it was Richard who asked, where are the pastoralists? Our MC for the morning, he said, it is not easy to make money from pastoralism. It is so not easy, I agree. And I think the gentleman from FAO said that we need to make a distinction between livestock markets and pastoralist markets. And that is very true. And what I'm going to be talking about is specifically pastoralism, not livestock in general. And talking about the program that we're running at Strathmore University Business School, the Kenya Pastoral Markets Development Program, and what that means for pastoralists, who are, a number of whom were in this room, myself included. So our vision as KPMD is building and scaling self-sustaining, market-led livestock development systems that transform pastoralist livelihoods. And these words are very important for us, that we're looking to build, we're looking to scale. The systems have to be self-sustaining. Yeah, this is not about aid, it's about investments. Market-led, what is the market looking at? How are we ensuring we're responsive to that market, or even creating a market where none exists? Livestock development systems, it's about systems. Yeah? How do we ensure the entire ecosystem of livestock is developed, yeah? So that every aspect, and we've looked at all the different aspects. One of the presenters showed the entire value chain around livestock. How do you ensure that every part of the value chain is taken care of? And then at the heart of all of this is the pastoralist. How are all these initiatives translating to transforming the livelihoods of pastoralists? And that is what my presentation is about. So when you look at the challenges, and I don't want to spend too much time on the challenges because I think we know them well. We talk about persistent poverty. Over 60% of people in ASAL areas, that's the arid and semi-arid lands, of which there are 23 counties. Kenya has 47 counties, and 23 of those, almost 50%, are in these ASAL areas. They live below the poverty line. They struggle with chronic food insecurity. They also struggle with limited market access. We have low productivity. Yeah. We have low offtake rates. We have poor animal nutrition, high disease burden, limited veterinary services. Exclusion, gender exclusion. Women are often excluded from control. Generally, they don't participate a lot in cattle except the milk. But they are also involved in managing and owning small ruminants, the sheep and the goats. How can they get value from that? And then, of course, being ASAL areas, we suffer from climate vulnerability. And in Kenya, we have extremes. It's either very dry, so you're having drought, animals are dying from drought, or you're having floods in the same areas. So the same animals are dying because they're being carried away by the water that they couldn't drink when it was dry. How do you ensure that we're not losing animals because of drought? When you think about the opportunity, again, I don't need to belabor this. Depending on who you talk to, the numbers are there, and they're all showing us about the opportunities. I think everybody who has spoken here has talked about this being livestock being a strategic asset. Yeah, it's not just a livelihood issue. When you look at the market, domestic market in Kenya, and it's growing at around 3% per year. When you look at the export market, most of our meat is being exported to the GCC countries. Again, there's a lot that is being exported, and we're not anywhere near meeting the demand. When you think about the ASAL areas, 70% of households are depending on incomes, and especially from the small ruminants. When you look at the GDP, depending on who you ask, 7%, 8%, 10%, specifically from the small ruminants, about 12% in total from livestock. And in our program, we have seen that incomes have grown by more than 5 times from the time we started the program, and I'll be talking about the numbers in a little while, demonstrating that there is value in investing in this sector. So before I go to the objectives of the program, some of you might ask, so how did we, let me first go to the objectives, and then I'll talk about how we did this. So the objectives of the program, 7 objectives. One of them, when we first started, we were looking at how can we get, we have an idea of a business model, and we want to test this model. How can we get people to believe in what it is that we are doing? And so initially, this is talking about 50,000, but initially our target was just 5,000. But now we've increased to about 50,000, but integrate about 50,000 households, yeah? And that is, if you think about every household having about 6 members, because that's generally the statistics, and this household could be a polygamous home, so you have a man with 4 wives, and each wife has 5 or 6 children. So those are considered 4 households or 5 households, depending on the number of wives. How do we ensure that all of these people, so that's about 300,000 pastoralists, yeah? And 40 to 50% of those should be women who are getting into formal markets and raising household revenue by up to about $1,500 per year, from as little as $120 per year. And then the second one was about gender transformation. Is it possible? Is it possible to work in pastoral communities and talk about gender transformation? Many people believe pastoralism and women, the women are there to be seen, to take care of the animals, but not really to participate. But is that really the case? Is it possible to get the women involved without antagonizing the men in the community? Is it culturally acceptable? And we've been very bold in having that conversation, and I'll be sharing the results briefly. Increased throughput, up to about 1.5 million small ruminants annually. And the reason why we focus, this program is currently focusing only on small ruminants. That's the sheep and the goats. And the reason we're doing that is because that is where the women can own animals. If you're talking about gender transformation, then we need to look at where can women actually effectively play. More often than not, when it comes to cattle and camels, the women don't get to own those assets. The most they can have access to is the milk. But the small ruminants, they can actually own a goat or a sheep. They can sell it, they can buy it. So by participating in that space, we increase the likelihood of getting the women into the formal markets. The other thing was about reducing the slaughter age from about 24 to 36 months to about 9 to 12 months. The earlier an animal is slaughtered, the more you reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and you're going to look at the numbers there as well. Increasing the slaughter weight, yeah, or if you like, the conversion or the dressing percentage to about 50% of live weight. So about 10 kilos carcass weight for goats and about 15 kilos for sheep. We found that initially this would be as low as 35%. Yeah, that conversion or the dressing percentage would be as low as 35%. When you slaughter an animal, only 35% is carcass. How can we raise the weight when the animal is slaughtered? Then in terms of forage, yeah, that would deliver 45,000 to 300,000 metric tons of forage, and also secure water sources during drought. And this is again to address the issue of climate change and to be resilient and for the animals not to die during the drought. And then the last one was around animal health, and in terms of vaccination. Yeah, how can we ensure that the animals are vaccinated? Because again, this is an important consideration when you think about either the domestic, but more importantly, the export market. That we can deliver about 1 million plus vaccines annually to reduce mortality and to improve on offtake. So those were the objectives we started off with. And this was our business model. Go to the next slide. This was our business model. So in the middle there you have the pastoralists. Like I said, the pastoralists are the center of what everything that we're doing. At the end of the day, what value are they getting from this? So on this side on my left, which is this is on the left, yes, on your left, which is my right, we have the pastoralists, and in the yellow line, if I don't know if you're able to read it, they get supply of inputs and services. And the supplies, the inputs are basically animal health, which is the vaccines, which is fodder, capacity building, access to water sources, etc. They would get that even without the program. And they would also get to, so they'd get supply of inputs, and they would pay for those inputs. So this side of the value chain has always been there. But through the program, what we're looking to develop is the other side, where we have the off-takers. Yeah? And we're saying that after this, the pastoralists have taken care of their animals, where is the market? Okay? So the yellow line on the other side is pastoralists supplying livestock, and then the off-takers, who are on the other extreme end, are supporting them with the inputs that they need. So rather than every farmer or every pastoralist going to look for vaccines, going to look for fodder, going to look for training, through the offtake companies, they're able to get these services. So the offtake companies will go to the communities, they will make the services that they need available, and in exchange, they will be guaranteed of getting the animals they need. So the farmer gets, or the pastoralist gets all the inputs, and also get guaranteed offtake of their livestock. And that was basically the basis of the model. And then for the off-takers, for every input they give to the pastoralist, nothing is free. Okay, one of the things that makes this model work is that this is not, these are not freebies, these are not handouts. They pay for these inputs. They pay for vaccines. If they need fodder, they pay for it, okay? But they're also going to be assured that when they sell their goat or their sheep, they're going to get a good value for it. And sometimes they will pay in cash, but sometimes if they don't have cash, we are back to barter trade. Remember barter trade? Yeah, we learned about it in school. It sounded like something that was in the ancient times. We live it every day. We live barter trade every day in Kenya with the pastoralists. So usually what will happen is the offtake companies will say, a vaccine, a multivalent vaccine costs 50 shillings. So how many 50 shillings, how many goats can I vaccinate for you to give me one goat if a goat is 5,000 shillings, right? So if you do the mathematics, you give me one goat, 5,000 shillings, I vaccinate how many animals? How many animals do I vaccinate for 5,000 shillings? At 50 shillings a vaccine? 100. And I'm a teacher also, so you have, and I ask questions, I'm waiting for answers. 100 animals, right? So you can multiply that by whatever number of animals. So this pastoralist has got the vaccine, and the off-taker has got the animal. And the same thing for fodder. If a bale of hay is 200 shillings, again, the mathematics is the same. Yeah, nothing for free. And what was amazing for us is that the pastoralists are willing to pay for these inputs. Again, contrary to popular belief, oh, they're used to handouts, they can't pay for this. It's not true, okay? So if I go to the next slide, so this is where we have the numbers. So we started this in 2024. And as I said, our initial plan was 5,000, yeah? But what has happened in between 2024 and 2026 June? So number of pastoralist households, again, I don't know if you're able to read this from where you are, but number of pastoralist households that we moved from 5,000 to 15,000 is what we're hoping to get to by the end of December 2026. We are now in July, we're already at 18,000 households. These are households, not individuals. So these households, if you multiply by a factor of 6, assuming 6 persons per household, you're talking about 108,000 pastoralists being impacted by this program in the last 2 years. When you think about the annual revenues, initially, as I said, they would get incomes of about $120 per year. That is basically selling 2 animals. And more often than not, they'll sell the old animal, or the sick one, or they sell because they need school fees, or they need to take a child to school. But as they see this as a business, that has moved, the income has moved to about $850, and that is about 18 animals. So from 2 to 18, right? And we're looking to move that to 1,200 or 1,500, and as you go on, it's going to get even more. So you can see the gross sales in terms of USDs. This is translating to about $15.5 million, and we're looking at least at 18 million for this until the end of this current year. In terms of productivity and animal health, offtake age, it's now at around 9 months from what I said about 24 to 36 months earlier. The offtake rate, on average, 15 to 16 animals per household per year. This is going to grow. It's already growing. As I said, some of them are at 18. We have some who are as high as 60 per year. In terms of the number of small ruminants that our off-takers have been able to get, it's about 291,000. By the end of this year, we're looking to be at 342,000. Mortality reduced to less than 10%. Vaccines, we're looking to do about 400,000. We've already done over 1 million in the last 2 years. And then in terms of climate and women's economic empowerment, we have produced about 11,370 metric tons of forage. Water sources, this is boreholes and water ponds. Our target was to do about 6 in the first 3 years. We've done about 11. In terms of female pastoralists, we wanted to at least make sure about 40% of the beneficiaries of the 15,000 I mentioned were women. We are at 54%. In terms of farm gate price, we found that the thesis was that women get less for their animals than men because women are not able to negotiate good prices the way the men are. We're basically at par now between the women and the men getting the same price for their animals, getting a fair price. And this is a weight-based pricing system. Then in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, we have been able to reduce this by about 82% just by reducing the slaughter age from about 36 months to about 9 months. So this is what we've been able to achieve so far. And maybe at this point, allow me to pause and mention the companies that are behind this story. Because much as I'm giving these statistics, you can be sure I'm not the person who is out in the communities getting these results. So when we started the program, as I said, 2024, we looked at the model, we looked at which are these offtake companies. Yeah? If we just go back one slide, where I talked about the off-takers, who are these offtake companies that we can work with and test whether our model will make sense, and who are responsible for the numbers that we see today. So those companies are with us here today. One of them is Genco Livestock and Fresh Meat Export Company. Where are they? Where is the Genco team? So right at the back there we have Doreen Gasheri. Just keep standing, please. Don't sit until I tell you to sit. So we have Doreen, who is the CEO of Genco. Then we have Julius, and we have Valentine. How many women do we see in the group? 2 out of 3, right? Livermore, continue standing. Livermore Investments. Livermore Investments is the other company. They're all at the back there. So we have the CEO of the company, Modoni Curia, she's waving. And next to her is Lisa Beryl, and next is Jamlek Masharia. How many women are in the group? And then we have ABF. ABF Limited, where are we? ABF Limited is right at the back at that other corner. I don't know where my team decided to sit so far away. So ABF, we have the CEO, Mr. Bukolo, Abdullahi Bukolo, and next to him is Zara Rashid, and then we have Alex Bukolo. And there we have one lady. So when we say women are not participating in pastoralism, are you sure? Right? We are there active. 2 of the 3 companies that are responsible for the results are women-owned, women-led. KPMD program is women-led. Yours truly. We have women running and participating in pastoralism. And you can also see there's some young people on this team. Eh? That's a young lady, and there's a young man at the back there. You can take your seats. Now, if you want to hear heartwarming stories about this program and what it means for pastoralists, please find any of these ladies or gentlemen and talk to them. And they will give you very heartwarming stories of the impact that this program is creating at household level. Yeah? When a woman is able to get $600, $700, $800 for her goats or for her sheep, when she's able to sell 50, 60 animals, when she's able to get the market brought to her, because that's the other thing that the off-takers have done, is that the aggregation happens at the community level. So they no longer need to walk 50 kilometers to the market. The market has come, thanks to these companies, has come to where the communities are. So the woman doesn't have to travel for 2 days, or more often than not to hire a herder to travel for 2 days, take the animal to the market. It is rejected, then it has to be brought back, and she has to pay the herder for taking the animal back and forth. Not to mention it might die on the way, not to mention it might be stolen, it's going to lose body condition, she's going to get a low price for it because she has to pay this herder. All of those challenges are being eliminated through this program. So if you continue to the next slide, so what's driving results? I think you can already see what is driving our results. Commercial off-taker relationships. These off-takers, these companies that I've mentioned are not a creation of KPMD. These companies existed before KPMD started. As I said, we weren't looking for people who are already in the business, who already know the business, who already understand the business, and who are willing to do the business in a different way. Yeah? And when I say we, it's myself and my colleague, Jeffrey Otieno. Where's Jeffrey? The 2 of us basically working together. We've been the project management team for this program, working together to figure out who these people are, and we've been working with them for the last 2 years. Yeah? So we have commercial off-taker relationships, so guaranteed purchase agreements. They create market access for the pastoralists, price stability, and assured demand. These companies, as I said, they get a lot of orders, and sometimes it will be different to take an order when you don't know where the supply will come from. But through this program, when they go to the communities, they train them about the work what is needed, the quality of animal that is needed. Okay, so in terms of the age, in terms of the weight, in terms of the body condition, how do you feed this animal, vaccination, all of those things. And when you've done all of that, I will guarantee that I'm going to buy the animal from you. So when they do that, and all these households I mentioned, 18,000, are on our platform. We have a digital platform where all of these are registered. So they know where they are, and we register them every week. Even now as we speak, there are people back home who are out in the communities registering and training more farmers and bringing them onto the platform. So this number is probably higher than what it was when I prepared these slides. And so they're able to then know, I can pick an order of 2,000 carcasses a week because now I know where I'm going to get the supply and the quality that I want. So quality, quantity, consistency. Okay, and obviously fair price for the farmers, for the pastoralists. Then we have local aggregation and training. Yeah, as I've said, this is one of the things that the off-take companies are spending time on. They're training and on animal health, on feeding, herd management, and they're also aggregating at local level. Earlier, higher quality off-take. Yeah, so the animal is being off-taken at 9 months, or 10 months, 11 months, as opposed to 36 months, which is 3 years, and thereby raising household incomes and also cutting greenhouse gas emissions. And then timely payments. These pastoralists know for sure, there is no doubt they will be paid, and they'll be paid on time, not next week, not next month, when they deliver the quality of animal required. They're going, and it's a weight-based system. So they already know that if my animal the live weight is 20 kilos, this is how much I'm going to be paid. this system is transparent, they can trust it. And they've been saying that since they got onto the program, they get a fairer price for their animals than was the case before the program started. In terms of scaling the interventions, next slide. So, based on the results that we saw, and in most of the metrics, if you noticed, we actually went above what was we had initially targeted. Because the idea initially was just, if we can find 5,000 pastoralists, we'll have proven the model. We are at 18,000 and going. So based on those early results, a decision was made to actually look at putting more resources into KPMD, identifying more offtake companies, and also going into more counties. We started off with 3 counties of the 23 pastoral counties in Kenya, and now we are expanding to 10 counties and 5 offtake companies. So we have 2 more companies that we've brought on board. One of them is Chill Zone. Where is Chill Zone? Chill Zone is seated right there. So we have Frank Moy, who is the CEO of Chill Zone, and we have Dennis Nyanja. And then we have Sole Trading. Where is Sole? We have Sole Trading. So Sole Trading, we have Mohammed Bashir, we have Emmanuel Omondi, we have Adenur Dahir, and we have David Rotich. Now these ones, they didn't get the memo about the gender aspect, so we are but we are addressing it. We are addressing it. Yes, clearly. Thanks, gentlemen. You may take your seats. Yeah. So we are looking to scale this program significantly, and some of the aspects of this scaling, we need a lot more fodder. Yeah, we need to get fodder reserves at the county levels, and we're looking to even how to work with the county governments, because they have facilities at the county government level that can be used. Some of them just need to be rehabilitated and used for storing fodder, but also that we'll be able to get more land for fodder production, and that would partner with the county governments for that. Animal health and animal production and health, vaccination, deworming, having vets and paravets that are on call, readily available. We want to reduce mortality even further. We want to boost growth rates. Boreholes, water management systems. Again, this is an initiative of government. It is, much as we've done it, we did it to prove that with these interventions in place, this model does work. But you're going to the government and saying, you need to do more at the county level. The boreholes that exist that just need maybe to be rehabilitated, can you put in resources to do this? Where more needs to be done in terms of making water sources available? Because once people see the numbers, then they're willing to work with you. Offtake operations and aggregation, you've seen the offtake companies that would continue to connect more with pastoralists, they would continue to improve their operations, and they're continuing to grow. Maybe the other thing I should have talked about in terms of impact is the number of jobs that have been created by these companies. Because when you think about it, with the 18,000 pastoralists or pastoralist households that we now have on the platform, if somebody was doing this, they were just taking care of animals, just because that's what they do. But now they think about it as a business. So you basically employed somebody to run their own business. Yeah, they're actually business people now. So you can think of those as jobs that have been created, those 18,000 as jobs that have been created. Not to mention that each of these companies has hired several people to be able to run this program. So we're talking creating 18,000 plus jobs just from these activities. So you can imagine how much more this can transform. Then gender transformation, I had mentioned this earlier, getting more women involved through women groups, if that is what is required. Those who are able to own as individuals can do so, but getting, and also, as we talk about gender transformation, it's also about the men appreciating why the women in their lives need to be empowered. So it's not about disempowering the women, it's about empowering their household. And then the last one, the co-investment acceleration. We've talked a lot about investment in this morning's presentations. And one of the things we're looking at as we go into the scaling phase to grow this investment even deeper, who else can come on board and invest in different parts of the value chain? And on Wednesday, you will hear about this aspect of co-investment, My colleague, Dr. Jeffrey, will be presenting about the financial modeling that we've been working on, about how you can get different investors, whether it is financial banks, whether it is impact investors, or any other kind of investor who would want to come on board. How can they do this profitably? It is about investment, again, as I said, not handouts. Here we've talked about $10 to $25 million in additional investment, but this can go up to $100 million and plus dollars once you get enough people believing in what we are doing. And then the next slides are the system enablers to unlock this potential. Obviously, market development and engagement. I think somebody mentioned in an earlier session about our focus. Our focus has largely been in the GCC markets, maybe because there the conditions have been easier for us to export to. But if there's anything we've learned from the Iran war, is that you have to really diversify your markets. And we're looking into other markets in Africa and also in Asia to mitigate price shocks and any other challenges, and also to unlock premium pricing. Digital tooling and enablement, this is another area that we're looking to grow, using USSD for registration. Currently, the registration process where we onboard these pastoralists onto our platform is still a very manual process. Improving on our dashboards, as I said, we have dashboards where we capture all this data. Digital wallets that can help to improve efficiency. Tracking, access to finance. This is another component that would really help to unlock the potential. Tracking and traceability, a government-led initiative. And here I'm very proud and excited to say that last week, finally, after many years of conversations, Kenya launched its animal identification, tracking, and traceability system. We're very excited about this, and we're hoping it's going to be rolled out very, very quickly, because it's really going to address a number of the issues that we have struggled with around traceability. Another one, obviously, is program delivery and execution. One of the things that we do with the companies that I've mentioned is that we have weekly meetings. Even this morning, if we were not here, we would have been having a weekly call, and tomorrow morning as well. Each company on its own, where are you? What challenges are you experiencing? How do we support you? Because then it is really, really important. This is also new. This model has been new to them, and they've been very excited about it. But working with them has been really important in offering technical assistance as we go. Monitoring and evaluation, again, a really important aspect in terms of what are we learning and how is it feeding back into operations. And then financial sustainability. Long after KPMD is over, when we may not have any funding from Gates Foundation or anybody else, you were told this morning that Gates Foundation will be closing its doors in 19 years, but these companies will still be there, bigger and better. We have a responsibility to ensure that they're financially stable and growing and expanding and impacting lives. On to the next slide. Obviously, some of the components around the enabling environment, as I've mentioned repeatedly, government commitment. We cannot do this without a lot of input from the government. And fortunately, we're at the right time. The Kenya government is spending a lot of time and resources. Just last week on Wednesday and Thursday, we were at the Kenya Meat Conference, the first of its kind. So it looks like we're having a lot of fasts around livestock, especially around meat. As people realize, this is a sector that has been neglected for a long time, and it's a sector that we need to invest in. It's a strategic sector that we need to invest in. It has potential for creating jobs, contributing significantly to our GDP, and just improving lots of livelihoods. So fortunately, having the Kenya government's commitment it's a bit easier now because they get it. Okay, some of the key partners, AU IBA is another one, and here we are having this conversation. Other development partners, the Gates Foundation is there, but there's also GIZ that I know is doing a lot of work here, the World Bank. We have private sector, including Equity Bank, for example, the Kenya Livestock Steering Committee, and many other players that we need to align with to ensure that this happens. And then in terms of the wider impact, if we move to the next slide. Obviously, as I've mentioned, if this goes the way we are trusting, move to the next slide. If this goes the way we are trusting it will go, then in terms of creating jobs, there is no end to how many jobs. The youth, we keep saying, oh, there are no jobs. Increasingly, they are seeing there is a lot of wealth in this sector, and they're willing to invest in it. Aggregation, transport, abattoirs, feed production, animal health, leather value chain are all sectors related to the red meat value chain that they can participate in. The guaranteed offtake, and now with the traceability system and all the things we're putting into place as a government, as a country, then you can see how the offtake is not just going to be to the Gulf countries, but to other new markets that we'll be able to access. And as I've said, women's economic empowerment as a key pillar. And if you relate this to what Dr. Tom Osebe said in the morning about the 3 key objectives of the foundation, a lot of it had to do with economic empowerment of women. When you think about mother and child health, it's about economically empowering women to ensure that they're able to take care of their families effectively. Before I conclude, I've been told I have 3 minutes. I have enough. I think 3 minutes are enough for me to say something else that's not on the slides. What are some of the key lessons that we're taking away from this? One of the key lessons we're taking away from this is that selection of off-takers and their capabilities is very important. The 3 off-takers we started off with that I introduced earlier on, I keep saying I thank them because they did not give up and they did not lose track and they did not lose hope. They worked with us. They believed in what we were doing, and they went to the communities and also built trust. Okay, so they built credibility for the program at community level. Looking at any of the capability gaps that they had, us working with them and training them in areas where they needed support to be able to manage the operations of their businesses to do this effectively was an important component as well. So who you bring onto the program will make a lot of difference as to whether this is successful or not. Onboarding of pastoralists and the interventions effectiveness. When we started, and especially around, again, purchase of animals, people thought, why are you coming to purchase my animals? Can I trust this person? We were told pastoralists don't sell livestock because it is their asset of status. But having conversations with them, we discovered many times they don't sell because they're being exploited. So once they got a system that they could trust, people they could believe in, vaccination, it was the same thing. Initially, they were very skeptical, but once they trusted what we were doing, now the challenge we have is that we cannot meet the demand. Everybody wants vaccines. Everybody wants, animal health. They want fodder. They want the offtake. They want the animal breeding program, which wasn't even there initially, but now we have introduced it. So trust by the community is really, really important. Monetization depends on the perceived value. Once they saw the value in what we are doing, as I said, they're willing to pay for the vaccines. They're willing to pay for the fodder. I see the value. I see where this is going. I see my animal is going to be better off. I'll see I get more money for it. Absolutely, they would go for it. And then on the program design, looking at a lot about the entire value chain and where some of the risks are. Disruptions, how do you deal with disruptions of, say, for example, the climate, as I said, when there's drought, knowing what to do then, when there are disruptions like we've had with the war in the Middle East, how do we deal with that? The role of government, how do you engage the government effectively, look at the areas of dependencies with the government. So we have a key role to play as the project management function to ensure that we are linking the offtake companies with the key partners that they need to link up with to ensure that they're effectively able to deliver what they're delivering. And then lastly, commercial viability. I'll not spend time on this because, as I said, we'll have another conversation on Wednesday. But the companies are able to see that this is commercially viable. They can be able to integrate backwards, work directly with the pastoralists, and make money, and make more money, and make money consistently. And being able to show the numbers and being able to show the viability of the model is also going to help us, or is also helping us to scale as we also look for additional investments. We continue to do this because we love the pastoralists, because we care. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ruth. Let's please give her one more applause. The part in short, she says we want our pastoral communities to make money, make more money, and more money, right? And I think that's why we're here. This morning we learned that we have nearly 300 million pastoralists across Africa. All those 300 million, if today they heard about this conference, they would want to attend. They would want to learn more about what we are trying to do. But we are the experts here. We are the ones to find solutions to most of the challenges that they're facing. And I believe we have that, and we'll be deliberating a bit more on that in the next few minutes. So I do not want to confuse our translators. I'll just have to speak in English this session, and then afterwards we'll do the rest in French. So our next session is very important. It will be a panel discussion, and we'll be talking about livestock as it is as an asset. We all, in a way, Professor Ruth said that we're all, whether it is by birth or, by nature of our work, pastoralist. And therefore, livestock is quite a very important part of our economy. And to discuss that today and to understand better the value chain as it is across the different subsectors we have in the livestock sector, the revenue model. We have seen the example right now that has been presented in Kenya, which I hope will be a lesson learned for others. And in terms of, particularly because we talk about business, we also need to understand about return on investments. So when you put in your capital investment, how long will it take you to get your money back and be able to be in a profitable business? To really digest that, we are going to invite a panel, and I'll start with the Gates Foundation. Obai Khalifa, I would like to invite you here. Obai, welcome. Third, right? I would also like to invite Evans Kamau from IFC. Next will be World Bank. Hayati Rothore. Thank you. Then we have FAO, CFI, Simplice Naula. Thank you. And then we'll invite AFDB, Amadou Traore. Please come forward. Lastly, we have IFAD, Anne Motet. Anne, if you're around, please come forward. Good. I understand she has sent her apologies. And yes, so this session will be moderated by my good friend, my colleague, John Opang. Please welcome. He's the Economics and Trade and Marketing Coordinator at the AU IBAR. Dr. John, I'll be handing over this session to you, and we'll all be listening to this very interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Said. And another round of applause to our distinguished panelists who have joined us today for this important session. And thank you very much, Prof. Ruth. I think what you said is very important for the discussions we are going to have today. What we want is to see our pastoralists earn more money, more and more money. And to do that, we need to talk about investment and finance. What are the conditions, the instruments that enables us to finance the pastoralist community? So that's what we will be talking about in the next 1 hour or so. So before we talk about traceability, trade corridors, your standard certification, and the rest, we first need to understand the investment and the finance bit aspect of it. And so if you like, we are looking at the investment and the finance logic of, and that hopefully that sets the background for all the other discussions that we will be having in the course of this week. All right, so I would like to start, and I would like this to be as interactive as possible. I will come to you, the audience, as well, and pick your views on various important issues. So please be ready and prepare for me. So we have heard, I think from this morning, that really livestock is an important wealth. The question is how to harness this wealth. And so the first question we would like to ask is across the board. We have AFDB, we have FAO, we have World Bank, we have IFC, we have the Gates Foundation. And you'll be responding to the same question for the first round. The question is this, that as far as your institution is concerned, what are the important pathways that pastoral livestock economists need to take so that we can make it more visible, more financeable, more investable? My brother, Dr. Oba, is looking at me. I think he wants to respond to the question first, so why not? Please go ahead.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I think, I mean, just by the virtue of being here now, today, with this subject in the background, I think we have already come a long way in terms of how we are discussing the pastoral topic. Because in the past, I remember I've been to many, many convenings, and it's all being looked at through the lens of humanitarian assistance and livelihoods support and all of that. So I think we've come a long way in terms of really looking at the economic opportunity within the pastoral system and positioning even the pastoral as an opportunity rather than a liability. And to me, I think to answer your question, in general, first of all, we need to agree that there is no lack of money. We have all been aware of the huge number of funding that goes into pastoral regions. But the challenge is the money is going into the maybe wrong areas with the wrong timing and lack of thinking about the sequencing of investments in the right way. And obviously, there is no lack of understanding that this is a huge opportunity. We have all seen the very, very compelling numbers from the Botswana presentation about the current market, but also the latent potential of this market. So the question is, how do we do all of that? And to me, this is really the general kind of thinking, is that the money is there, but the money is not really directed in a way that it can be catalytic to attract the private investments. This is one, but then we need to think that there are conditions. If we don't take care of them, then there is no way that we will be able to move forward. So number one is, especially us as development sector, we need to be thinking about this kind of the catalytic way of working so that we don't replace private capital, but rather pave the way for private capital to come and then step back at the right time. So that is number one condition, because if we don't do that, then we will continue causing huge challenges from just dilution of efforts, market distortion, exacerbating also the fragmentation that is already happening in the value chain that is preventing us from working together. And the second condition is policy, trade, enabling environment in general that is needed for private sector to underwrite 5-10-year plan. If we don't have this predictability, we will never be able to attract private sector to invest in African pastoral value chains. So that's why all the thinking and all the talking we are here in Addis Ababa, we know that we have been talking a lot about, harmonization of trade and harmonization of regulatory requirements, sanitary requirements, all of that. So unless we move from just talking about it to being able to operationalize all of this, I don't think we will be able to move forward. And this is, I think, something that AUI bar can definitely play a central role in advancing it through platforms like APMD. And most importantly, not just for AUI bar to engage through the fact that they are actually the organization for animal resources in Africa under the African Union. They have the mandate to work with all the stakeholders, but also to reduce fragmentation and to reduce silos, even within the programs of African Union IBAR, thinking about the investments not just as APMD, RAFs, and other programs, but thinking about this collectively to connect all of them together to be able to solve the opportunity. You cannot solve the problem only thinking about the market without thinking about the feed and fodder, for example. So again, these are just some thoughts maybe. Hopefully it will help.
Excellent, and thank you very much. You raise a very important issue on the issue of catalytic, and I think it's important because there are certain areas that private sector will not come in if the government or DFIs haven't invested in. So those regional public goods, for example, you mentioned policy, and the enabling environment that provides the confidence for private capital now to come in. So thank you very much. And if Evans, you want to be the next to respond, I think we will just go in that order. Share the views of IFC with us as well.
Thank you, John, and good afternoon. First, I think, Professor Ruth, you've noted that we are 4 men and 1 lady. This panel is... So I think in the next panel, I think we'll do better. So secondly, as you've been told, I'm Evans Kamau from IFC, and seated next right to my colleague. I think this will be the last forum where you'll hear about IFC and the World Bank. We've just been merged into the World Bank group, and we'll only be having 1 representative. Hopefully she'll be the one coming so that the gender balance can achieve. So from the World Bank group, we're in the process of launching what we are calling the AgriConnect, which interestingly I've seen mirrors a lot with what KPMD has done. And basically what the World Bank is trying to do is we want to double the portfolio in agribusiness to 9 billion by 2030. And to do this, Africa has been targeted as one of the implementing geographical areas that this is going to be done, covering the West, East, South, and the Horn of Africa. The idea is to improve the agri-value chain development as a central pillar in agribusiness for the World Bank Group. This is going to be rolled out through 4 pillars: livestock and value chain commercialization, which and essentially will be connecting smallholder and pastoral producers to processors, traders, and export markets through aggregation models, slaughterhouse upgrades, and cold chain investments. The second will be digital agriculture and agtech, deploying AI-enabled advisory services and digital farm registers, market intelligence platforms, and traceability systems. And this is actually being piloted in Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. And then the third is a skills gap, skills and agripreneurship. I think we've talked about converting this into business, the entrepreneurship angle. And what the bank intends to do through the AgriConnect program is supporting agricultural technology and vocational education and training. Entrepreneurship programs to build commercially oriented farming workforce. We also need to do a lot of capacity building around our pastoral communities, because I think they do know how to take, somebody said that they have been able to actually deal with the climate changes, they move around, they do all that they need to do, but maybe also just to capacity build as we bring in technological and digital aspects into their lives, we also need to do a bit of capacity building. And the fourth is private capital mobilization, and that is where institutions like IFC and the commercial banks in the house will come in. For us, we'll use the IFC advisory, blended financing, guarantees and productive alliance models to de-risk value chains and attract private sector investments across the continent. As you also know, the IFC advocates for private-public partnerships, which can also be used in commercializing the pastoral livestock sector. For instance, in Kenya, we have the idle land commercialization program, whereby government intends to privatize idle commercial land across the country. And this can also be done for livestock farming. Through the IFC advisory platform, we are engaging with the government to see, for instance, in areas like Isiolo, the ASAL areas, where private sector can be given leases for large tracts of land to act as nucleus, and then they can sign out grower farmers so that we can do the aggregation and do all the good things that KMDP and what we heard about Botswana have already done, so that we can move the pastoral farmers into commercial entities. I think as we go along, we'll talk about how does IFC look at livestock farming as a bankable and a business whereby farmers can come in and get loans. So just before I pass on to my colleague, there are two ways we do that. We do what we call warehousing of money through commercial banks, where we deal with commercial banks who are able to deal with the small scale holders. And then we have IFC directly dealing with the maybe the big operators who are able to have a bigger envelope in terms of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans. This is very helpful, and I think some of the things Evans is talking about, those one of the pathways having those investment in tangible and intangible asset, and the skills entrepreneurship that you mentioned is very critical, and hopefully we get the chance to interrogate more on some of them in the course of the discussions. And never mind, Evans, I think you are sandwiched between, is it 4 or 5 strong men? Thank you very much for making it for this meeting. Can we hear your opinions as well from the World Bank?
Thank you so much, John, and thanks for inviting me on the panel. And it's good to follow after my colleague Evans, because then you have set the stage for what the World Bank Group does and how we are approaching through our big AgriConnect program and across the portfolio in various ways for livestock and broader pastoralist interventions. So to answer your question, I will draw on some of the evidence we have from the work we are doing in Greater Horn of Africa in terms of the research. And the key point I would like to make today, and in the discussions we have heard so much about livestock, but the point I want to make is that the pastoralist livestock economy shouldn't be just looked at simply collection of livestock commodity value chains, but it's rather a broader, very productive rangeland system that produces, there's milk and hide and meat, but also natural products such as raisins and frankincense and honey and so on. And in addition, protecting nature kind of really complements that with ecosystem services such as water regulation, biodiversity conservation, carbon storage, cultural and recreational values such as tourism. We've seen so much work going on in the region, and a large part of GDP in the region coming from tourism in these rangeland ecosystems and so on. So just to say that sustainable development of rangelands require policies and investments more broadly that promote sort of this combined value of livestock production, but also nature protection to kind of really achieve the overall potential of these ecosystems. And two of the conditions, and I'm coming from more of the public goods and policy perspective, firstly, the government must provide the public goods and enabling environment. You've also touched on creating this enabling environment that's so essential, and that would include credible governance, that would include market access, protection of these corridors, infrastructure in terms of water, markets, zoo, sanitary conditions, veterinary services, and so on. And these kind of really then reduces uncertainty for the public and private investors to come in and really create and boost that those value chains that we've been discussing since morning today. The second would be to, again, touching on the same point as the diversity of this economy itself, and also recognizing that pastoralists themselves are frontline investors. They put in the livestock, their social and natural capital, in maintaining and in labor and in different ways in maintaining these ecosystems, which are crucial for not just the economies, but also looking at the food security, the resilience of these households, and so on. And in terms of focusing on the diversity of these economies, if you do put emphasis on a certain value chain, you do measure and see the sort of increase in the production in a certain direction, but at what cost is the point if you see holistically the entire economy in how that translates into, well, if meat production goes higher, if milk production goes low, what that means in terms of food security or resilience of these communities and the overall economic returns as well. So just to say that the commercial opportunity really lies in diversifying and not substituting, but complementing the economic revenue streams. And I think that's where the real value lies, and APMD can really facilitate this kind of work in developing that holistic approach and frameworks around that.
Thank you, Haiti. And again, this is very important because I think what Haiti is saying is that there are certain public goods that are shared by all, infrastructure, energy, roads, and the rest. But the cost is so high that it cannot be borne by only one institution or a private entity. And so now bringing in regional public goods, governments coming in to establish that, to create the certainty which enables now private capital to come in. You also have mentioned about the combined benefits of pastoral livestock, from tourism to food security, name them. So thank you very much. Dr. Nwala, I give the chance to you to also express, especially from the investment center of FAO. In your view, what are some of the key pathways that we need to be looking at to make the sector more visible, more financeable, and more organized?
Thank you very much, John. And I think I should have maybe sat at this end because I'm in between the financier. And from the investment center, we basically sit between the investees and the countries. We are at the interface, and then we try to translate the wishes of the investees, the demand of the countries into concrete investment plans that makes a difference. And one of the key things from the investment center perspective is that we don't view pastoralism or pastoral investment from a simple livestock angle. We look at it from a global economic, environmental, social development investment. Because if you look at it only from an investment angle, then you get it completely wrong. And basically when we are called by countries or by the partners to support investment in pastoral area, we do mobilize multidisciplinary teams, and where the livestock specialists are very few, because pastoral goes beyond that. Then one of the key things to really make pastoral visible is what I would call one of the prerequisites to have a credible investment plan or investment proposal. which is the evidence. We are really struggling to have evidence, that is data, and this morning we saw some data. Yes, we have data, but many a time they are aggregated when they exist. But in most countries, you don't have data. I am currently supporting the World Bank on its AgroConnect initiative in Djibouti, but we spent 2 weeks looking for data. You may have data on livestock, but data on the value chain. You don't have the data on the value chain. So we really need to start by investing on this critical prerequisite on the pastoral development, which is to have strong evidence. The next thing is to have a very strong models. And what we normally do at Investment Center, we look at the demand projections, we look at the market, but we also look at the climate scenario, because we should not shy from it. Climate change is there, and will continue, so we need to include in our model, what are the climate projections? What do we look like in the next 10 years? And the next thing, once this is done, is to test the scenarios, the developed investment scenario, and we do the testing based on to identify which segment of the pastoral value chain will have the higher return of investment. And you don't just look at the money, she talks of the environmental benefits that you are getting from it. You talk of the inclusion, women inclusion, the youth employment, and the rest. You look at which segment of the value chain will create more of this benefit. And the last one, we try to depart from the previous, because we have had a lot of investment in pastoral areas. But when you look at this past investment, they were very fragmented. So we need to move from the fragmented intervention to a more, I would call, systematic package intervention. If you are talking of investing in the market, pastoral market, and I think one of the participants this morning alluded to that, you should not shy away from production. We did mention this morning about some abattoirs that have been built and that being used at 10%. Many a time is that the model to build the abattoir did not take into consideration the production aspect. Then you have the abattoir runs very well for 2 years, and then the third year you don't have enough animals to be slaughtered in the abattoirs. So you really need at it from a very comprehensive angle, and more importantly, start doing your prioritization and your sequencing of interventions. You can't do everything, but you need to know where to start. What comes first? And I think this is an exercise that we do normally with countries and the community, because here the communities are very important. Many a times, and I think Professor was saying, or a participant, where are the pastoralists? You cannot develop an investment, being public or private investment in pastoral area, if you don't involve the pastoralists. I'm talking of public-private partnership, but what works very strongly in pastoral area is the public-private community partnerships. Unless they are part of the equation. If you are a private investor, you build an abattoir, you need animals to be at the abattoirs, the animals come from the pastoralists. If they are not part of the discussions, then you get it wrong. So I think these are some of the things that needs to be done, and lastly is the division of labor in terms of who does what. I think this is one of the things where we also do find it very difficult in trying to look at what will be the responsibility of the government in terms of investment to de-risk the private sector investment, where is the public-private partnership works, and so on and so forth. And in terms of public-private partnership, when do you engage with the private sector? You know, you build an abattoir, and then you start looking for a private sector to come and manage the abattoir. It doesn't work. So if you want a private sector to manage your abattoir, the conception, the design of the abattoir should be done with the private sector from the onset. So these are the type of things that we do at the interface. As I said, we are at the interface responding to the demands of the investees, both the international financial institution, the private banks. We do work a lot with private banks. In Africa now, we have some operations in Uganda with the Equity Bank in Uganda, and we are coming to Ethiopia. So we are really at that interface to try to translate what I call the potential, but into credible investment packages.
Okay. Thank you. This is so useful, and I think later on we will still come back to you on the issue of investment preparation. What do countries need to do? But the point you raise are very relevant. You need the evidence to demonstrate where value can be captured. That is very key. You also talk about the fact that we need to capture in terms of packaging comprehensively, and I would look at it in terms of having a pastoral livestock ecosystem where you are connecting the producers to the aggregators, to the off-takers, to the enterprises, the financiers, and the rest, having all of them within one ecosystem. And I believe that's what the vision that AUIBA is currently fronting within the integrated regional livestock value chain, which hopefully we'll get the chance to talk more about it. But very relevant and insightful point you raised. Thank you so much. Dr. Traore, again, from the side of the African Development Bank, we would like to hear from you. What are the pathways that, in the opinion of the bank, makes the sector more visible, more organized, and also more financeable?
Okay. So thank you, John, for the invitation to the panel. Yeah, I think my colleagues already highlighted many points, but I think from the bank perspective, an important pathway is to transform pastoral livestock from an informal production system into a well-structured economic sector. So this is the approach which the bank promotes is through improved marketing and value chain development, including enhanced value addition. In fact, this is the second pillar of Bank Livestock Investment Master Plan, and which is also part of most IFTB livestock project. So here important conditions are like a good understanding of market demand, already highlighted in this morning by several colleagues, but also the need to invest in market information system, because investor cannot invest in what they cannot measure. So you need good information on livestock population, on market price, on pasture condition, climate risk, but also disease surveillance. And an second important condition is you need a well structured and organized actor across the whole value chain, and also putting emphasis on women enterprise, but also youth agribusiness groups. And then you need also to build trust through a good quality and traceability of livestock product. This means you need also to promote animal identification system, disease surveillance, and have harmonized standard. And last, you also have to provide really adapted financial product to the pastoralist. So through either really smart livestock finances. So the approach which the bank has is through like concessional loan, which is mainly giving to the regional member country, but also providing matching grants, guarantee fund when working with intermediary national bank, and providing blended finance. But there is also aspect in terms of making sure also to provide, to look at the risk through index-based livestock insurance and provide also climate resilient fund.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And again, you raise very important pathways, issues of value addition, issues of market information systems, and that is key in addressing the challenge of information asymmetry. So you'd notice that not all the actors have the same market information, and that restricts their participation in the market. The point you raise is very relevant as well, trust. And it's a whole discussion we can have, but trust also comes from credible institutions, building credible institutions. So to be able to trust your fellow neighbor, they need to have the right assurance institutions, your standards institutions, your revenue services, and the rest. So really important point you raise, and thank you very much. As I turn to the audience, and I would like to engage our audience. Can I see by show of hands the financiers and the investors in the room? Yes. Okay, keep your hands raised. The enterprises? Enterprises, excellent. Yeah, we have some government representatives and the recs as well. Before I go back to our panelists, I would like to explore with you some of the conditions. What are the instruments and the market assurance issue that, in your opinion, you feel we should include in this investment and finance thesis that we are discussing here? I know we have APSA. We have which other banks? CIB Bank. We have Equity as well. Several of the banks as well. So let's hear from you. You mentioned your name, your institution, and just within 1 minute, tell us which are the financing conditions, what are the market assurance issues, and the other issues that you feel that we should give consideration to in these investment discussions we are having. Yes, who wants to take the excellent? Can we have one microphone go to? Sorry, you already have. Please mention your name, your institution, and let's hear from you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Jacob. I'm not a financier, but I'm a stakeholder. And I can just and maybe highlight something. Just to introduce myself, first of all, I'm from the Pastoralist Youth Alliance Africa. You've talked about the youth. We are here. I've been listening. And just to give a very close remark on maybe what the panelists have said and maybe what the previous presentation has been going on. And one thing is, first, I'm a pastoralist, and a real pastoralist. Sometimes when you meet me at the field, you may not see me because I'll be camouflaging with the trees. Don't be fooled with this suit. One thing I heard is we must get solutions for the pastoralist communities. Yes, it's good, it's true, but I can say that the solution is with the pastoralist. I've had a fellow friend of mine from Ethiopia say that we are not seeing pastoralists here. And sometimes it requires, because we need this research, we need these minds. But if I can give you an analogy of what Kenyan government tried to do during the vaccine, it was a problem of communication, and a communication was of how the vaccine is, where is the vaccine coming from, how is it administered, and to who. The community had something, but it had it in their own local language, by maybe through my mouthpiece, because I understand English, and maybe through someone else who works with them. And then the information gets distorted. Unless we get the information correctly to them, I'm telling you this effort, all effort and every info. I've heard someone say that we have money and we have resources, but the correct place to channel is the one that is lacking. I'm telling you, if you have millions of money, and these are the people who have the livestock, which we are talking about. We can't have the market without the livestock. And if the livestock owners, who only and purely depend on this livestock, are not willing to share with you the information they have, or you shy away from collecting that information from them, then I fear to say that this information that we are gathering here will go to shelves.
Okay.
The other thing is, we just have
can
to
you summarize? So the point I am
summarize.
getting from you, my brother, in the interest of time, the point we are gathering from you, and I think you make a very valid point, and some of my panelists had indicated that pastoralist communities cannot be seen as passive participants within this discussion of investment.
And just to add on that, we are putting drought here as the main challenge. Drought is not the main problem. We've been living with drought for centuries. But the problem is, what are the hindrances that help these communities to thrive from this socio-ecological, be it mobility, be it land conversion, whatever I've heard about converting the land. When these challenges compound, then it makes pastoralists not sustainable for them to cushion themselves from this drought. So that is the main challenge.
Thank you.
Then now we can now see where the money is being pumped to. Then we have to see if after this workshop, maybe after Friday, we can now have a community baraza on what should be done on the community.
All right,
themselves.
thank you very much. Let's take the next intervention. Please mention your name, Prof. Alex Arejo, and make your intervention for us in 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thanks so much once again, Brother John. You have already mentioned my name, Alex Arejo, from AIN. AIN is the African Agribusiness Incubators Network. I'll straight away go to the challenge and link with the discussion with respect to how do we make sure that the financiers are able to unlock the resources. I think the debate should be around making sure that the enterprises that we're talking about are competitive. And for these enterprises to be competitive, we need to intentionally incubate them and make sure that they become sustainable and they are bankable. There is no financier that will be able to unlock resources and invest in businesses that are not bankable and are not able to bring the returns to investment. Number two is the issue of the market drivers. When we talk about market, we need to shift from investing as usual to what we call market-driven investment. And for us to attain that, we must talk about evidence-based data that can inform the investments. And I think we need to bring the universities, the credible institutions on table to make sure that the role of institutions that are responsible or can support the evidence-based data generation to inform investments are brought on table and intentionally bring the pastoralists as part of the key actors. Lastly is the issue of the investments around the engaging the private sector. The private sector to be the drivers, we need to intentionally map the incentives and the benefits for the private sector to be actors. And that is important from the policy perspective, for example, the tax holidays, the infrastructure systems that will allow the investors to be attracted and put resources that can support the complete value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are very useful input, and with your permission, let me take just one more intervention so that I can go back to our panel, but very lively discussions. Our brother here from Nigeria.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Joshua Zira from Sterling Bank in Nigeria. So some of the few things I noted down when it comes to the pastoralist, one of the things is for us to know that this community need to be financially and economically included. And now when we look at that, when they are into production, make sure as a bank, one thing I will look at is the guaranteed offtake. We must be deliberate about that. And when we have them, there should be a structure around linking them to the off-taker so that if they are actually producing, let's know how long will it take for them to produce. Is it 90 days or 180 days? Not like the 270 days. So when we have that, we know that after 6 months, they have somebody who will take from them, and then they can also go back to another business. So how many cycles can they do in a year? And then another point is we need to look at how can we capacitate them. We need to build their capacity, scaling, and lastly, access to information. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we've had a couple of things on the floor, and to a large extent, they actually corroborate most of the issues that have been raised by our panelists, from the issue of data to agribusiness to active engagement of the pastoralist communities. Thank you very much. If time allows, we may come back to you one more time. But Evans, I now turn to you. From the viewpoint of IFC, what do you need to see? If an enterprise came to you, what do you need to see in order for you to now put in private capital into their business? And if you could respond in the next 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, John. I think, let me first start by, I like what somebody has said at the back about competitive. Look, we are now, we don't have infinite resources, we have finite resources. And if you look at how financial institutions are grouped, you'll find that maybe agriculture is a unit, if you're lucky, and that is maybe in DFIs, not commercial banks. So if I'm the one manning the agriculture desk, I have livestock, I have horticulture, I have all sorts of subsectors in the agriculture sector. I'm sitting at my desk and somebody from the pastoral community comes, somebody who is doing horticulture comes, somebody else who is doing coffee and tea. Your guess is as good as mine. Where are your accounts? How have you kept your financial information? What is, somebody talked about offtake guarantees. Where do you sell your outputs? What is the quality? Do you have a long-term contract? You're coming to borrow $10 million and the tenor may be 7 to 10 years. My due diligence will be, what is the source of the raw material? If you are a pastoral farmer, how do you guarantee me that if the financial model you presented to me, and you're talking about 500 heads of cattle for the next 10 years, is that guaranteed? What have you done to ensure that that is actually going to happen before I risk my money? And that is basically just pure finance analysis without even thinking too much. Then we can go to the next step of saying we are a development institution. We can look for blended funding to help this subsector because we have an obligation and a duty, and because the member countries would also want us to ensure. We talked about 300 million pastoralists in Africa. We have an obligation maybe to ensure that they are also commercially viable. So we talked about infrastructure. The government is better placed to do things like cold chains, the roads. If we pass on these costs to the pastoralists at this nascent time, it becomes very difficult for them to have a business proposition that actually can be bankable. And I think moving on, and I think it's a session later in the week, we can also look for what we call first loss money, because we need to bring this to a level whereby it becomes a business model that can actually be financed. And all the challenges we are talking here have to be dealt with by the best suited person. There is a public aspect, there is a private part, and the pastoral farmers themselves. And finally, remember, these are subsistence farmers. When they deliver their animal, are they going to eat for 90 days to be paid? Banks, just like the other, if you look at the grain business, we talk about the warehouse receipt system. How do we ensure that if I deliver a cow today, I can get a receipt and I can go to ABSA, I can go to Equity Bank, and they at least pay me 70%. And when the processes are done, I get paid. So it's a whole cycle of trying to see how do we ensure that the person providing the raw material, the person selling, and the market is available and the infrastructure is in place. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Evans from IFC. And I turn my attention now to FAO, Dr. Simplice Nwala. So we've heard a lot about the sector having potential enterprises having models and the rest. We've heard also from the Gates Foundation that the problem is not money, there is money. From where you say, tell us, what are the preparatory work that need to be accounted for before governments and financiers can really commit resources at scale?
Thank you very much, John. I think one of the key things being from the public or the private sector is the political commitment. I think government should commit to pastoral investment. And this is not a risk, but most of the time is what I call uncertainties. And when I did mention this morning that we need to really make a difference between livestock, investment in livestock and investment in pastoral economy, I really meant it. Because if you look at the discourse on the continent today, there are many governments who want to shift from the pastoral economy to the livestock economies. And if that message is strong out there, then you have investors, private investors, who are reluctant to come in. So we really need to have this strong commitment, and I hope on the day 4 of this conference, we will have that commitment from the government for pastoral development. The other thing is what I call the political uncertainties. I think our continent is one of the continents where you have a lot of changing in the policy landscape. And private sector are people who want to invest where the policy landscape is stable. You don't want to invest today with a certain policy and then tomorrow you have something different. And the third thing, I will borrow it from a principle of investment that says something that is not insurable cannot be investable. So the pastoral economy, we have a lot of risk there. And these risks, some of them are insurable. So as we move in promoting pastoral investment, the government, the private sector should identify the risks that are insurable and agree on who insure for that risk. Is it through the private sector with de-risking some of the risk, animal health and the rest? Climate change, we know today that there are a lot of insurance mechanism for climate. So who pays for that? You have insurance on price volatility and the rest, the security, but we need at the beginning upfront to agree on what are the risks and who pays for the risk. Because unless you have that insurance of the risk, nobody comes to invest where he's going to lose his money. I think these are some of the preconditions that needs to be put in place. The one that we don't speak much about, because we talk about the money, we talk about the willingness, but as a private sector, you need human resource. Most often we think the human resource is there waiting, but until you start investing, then you realize that you don't have the skill, and I want to insist on the word skill, you don't have the skilled laborers for the investment that you have done. If you invest in an abattoir in the bushes, where do you have skilled butchers? And is it the responsibility of the private sector to train the skilled butcher or the responsibility of the government? And if it is the government, maybe we need to start, and I was talking of sequencing, maybe as we are planning, maybe we need to start training the skilled laborer for the future investment. So these are some of the prerequisites that needs to be done upfront before we have large investment. You have both from the public and the private. And lastly, John, and this is my appeal to you as we move, let us not try to reinvent the wheel. There are things that have worked on the continent and that are working. And that simply needs to be put to scale. Why don't we build on that and stop having pastoral area as an experimentation ground? Because you will have a lot of public investment, being public or private, like experimental things. Everybody comes with a concept. We want to test this concept. I think it's time, if we really want to change the narrative, to move from the proof of concept to this, to upscale. And we have a lot of good experience of the continent that have worked on everything. If you take the insurance schemes, you have a lot of good experience on insurance schemes that work. How do we build on that? If you look at the blending finance, we have experience that works on the continent. So let us look at those experiences, build on them, and then move forward, rather than to continue repeating and trying to test what we already know.
Thank you very much. These are very insightful, and I continue with your narrative on scaling the market, and now move to AFDB. You do a lot of work on infrastructure and value chain. So from the AFDB point of view, what are the priority infrastructure and value chain assets that we could potentially prioritize to scale pastoral livestock markets?
Okay. So then specifically for the pastoral livestock market, I think this will require strategic investment in regional public goods rather than isolated local infrastructure. So this means then there is a need to focus on infrastructure which will facilitate also livestock mobility, which is the core of many pastoralist community, like building, investing in cross-border livestock trade corridor, in veterinary border post, also facilitate infrastructure which help aggregation of livestock, also invest in infrastructure for the processing, so slaughterhouse, which are modern, but also processing facility, milk collection, and cooling center, and also still to facilitate trade, as I said before, also with harmonizing standards. And I think also one important point, this is where when I think 2 weeks ago we had also a meeting with pastoralists in West Africa, and one of their concern is now regarding the conflict situation and the insecurity. I think this was like their major concern rather than talking about issue related to draw and so on, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Traore. This is very helpful, and I think a point you raise again is very relevant, that we need to focus more. If we are really to pull markets together, we need to focus more on those regional investment interventions, the corridor approaches, building common infrastructure that can be shared by different countries. So thank you very much. And I turn to my sister from the World Bank. The first round you had talked about policy foundations and public goods, and I would like you to expand more on it. What, in your opinion, would you consider as critical to bring in the market confidence?
Yeah, sure. And some of the very key pillars have been touched upon in the interventions now. Finance, infrastructure, political will, and I would like to focus on one of the other key ones is governance, right? In some ways it kind of is overarching as well. I think that is the starting point in creating sort of that credible governance for rangelands, and at all levels, not just community level or regional level, but community level, local level, national level, and regional level. I think that is critical because investors do need that surety that they will have access to the resources to to water, to the grazing resources, to the corridors, and these won't be interrupted and disrupted by diseases, conflict, or policy discrepancies, right? And we had heard from one of our colleagues from Tanzania this morning that, you know, if they need to have this trade in place, they need the systems in place, the institutions and the policies, and that really inhibits a lot of the investment opportunities and creating those economies of scale as well. So in saying that, public investments therefore need to focus and strengthen clear and participatory community governance, need to strengthen communal land tenure systems, need to strengthen animal health, various standards in place for livestock trade. That could be also related to market data, understanding better on the landscape itself and the market itself. So these are kind of the foundational governance issues that need to be in place for the private and public sector investors and the enterprises to really come in with the confidence and with a sustained sort of engagement to be able to support the processing, the services, the market, and so on. Just another point I would like to quickly highlight, this data I came across and I thought it was so interesting. There's so much latent potential for exports. At some point in 1970s, the Greater Horn of Africa region was 15% had the 15% share for export in livestock at that point, and we are performing much lower to that standards now. And in 2023, there was disruption in sheep export from Australia, and that saw, I think, 300% raise in sheep export in that year. And which is incredible that it kind of is a very strong evidence that there's so much latent potential there for export. And that would only come with strong institutions in place, these governance sort of aspects in place as well. So I rest there, thanks.
Many thanks, thank you. And as we round up, I would like to pose the next question to Dr. Obai to also give us your impression about where you think that catalytic funding can be most useful and beneficial. And whilst he prepares to make his intervention, I'll go around again for the last time, and in 1 minute, tell us what you think the forum should be taking forward in the next 12 months. So you could also add on to that as you conclude.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. So I think in terms of how catalytic finance can work, I think there are 3 areas. So number one, this idea of de-risking from especially philanthropic capital. And that can take different forms, but one form is that we have to be very deliberate in terms of thinking about the stage of innovation that requires our intervention. That private sector will not be engaged until there is a certain level of technical readiness. Another one is from a market point of view, and from even, I think someone mentioned about enterprise readiness to be bankable. I think they're at the back. So we have to engage to the level that a certain level of market and technical readiness is achieved, and then step back. Because otherwise we will just continue deploying money in a place that it is now should be taken over by private capital. The second one is, I will not talk a lot about it because it's already covered, but we need to be able to think from philanthropic capital point of view in areas where others will not invest, especially when it becomes important for the financial inclusion, for the insurance that Simple is talked about. So that requires a certain level of readiness from a digital public infrastructure point of view. ID systems need to be there. All of that is a prerequisite to be able to have financial inclusion. And without that, pastoralists will not sell the animals. It's not just a cultural thing. It is because this is a hedge against disasters that will happen. So you need to be included financially to be able to kickstart this virtuous cycle of selling the animals and all of that. And the last one is to create these kind of platforms like the one that APMD is building, to work with other private sector partners to be able to create the data that Dr. Shibrain was talking about when he was showing us about the online platforms. That is exactly what we need to do to be able to create the data that is needed for investments and to sequence it in the right way, as I think Simplis was also saying, that we cannot have a, slaughterhouse empty capacity because there is no aggregation of animals. We cannot have aggregation of animals while there is no, vaccines, for example, available and all of that. And I will stop here in terms of your first question. The other, just to conclude in terms of where do we take it from here as a forum, I think it's clear that we are not giving the support that is needed to institutions like AU-IBAR. I think everyone here, because we believe that every kind of program from AU-IBAR in the past has been supported somehow, but I think we need even to think about how do we support AU-IBAR to be able to integrate all of these efforts. AU-IBAR is not just having the mandate from livestock resources in Africa, but they have the ability to fly at different levels. They have the visibility over country level, over regional level, and over the continental level. And they will be the ones who can tell the regions where is the comparative advantage of each region, so that the regions can play on that from just the, even thinking about the trade corridors in Africa, so that we can play this game with each other so that we can be complementary to each other. So this is one thing I will take from this forum, is hoping that we will be able to be very, very deliberate about engaging and rallying behind AU-IBAR.
Thank you very much. Shall we give a round of applause to him? Thank you. Thank you very much. And I move to Evans, one priority to take forward.
I think private sector and financiers are looking for returns. We have to move from traditional approach to this subsector or sector and become more commercial oriented for us to be able to attract the money. I believe governments have a critical role to play during national budgets for in countries, taking for example a region. Maybe the money allocated to pastoralist farming or even agriculture in itself should be increased, and much more given to research, given to the technical aspect of traceability, so that we have a sector that naturally attracts the private sector and the financiers, and not the other way around, sitting down to try and see how do we make a product for these people. It should be the other way around.
Thank you very much. That will require deliberate engagement, and that's what we seek to do. Thank you. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you. Yes, one priority from you to Haiti.
So I've been talking about governance and policy and public goods. If I had to pick one thing, national level strategy or framework that the forum can help put together with this idea of coherent sort of pastoral and livestock and rangeland development would be very critical. And this needs to be aligned with regional frameworks, IGAD framework, and also then it needs to translate into what it means for the line ministries, for the local governments, and how their objectives and priorities are aligned to this national strategy, and how that translates into investment plans. So having that integrated sort of governance approach and the forum helping develop that national framework.
Excellent. Thank you so much, World Bank. Can we give her a round of applause for the excellent job? Yes.
Yeah, I think my wish is that this forum, I mean, at the end of this forum, we don't say we have done it. We tick the box. I think it should be look at a starting point of engagement. This should be just a starting point, and we need such an engagement. From where I sit, I see a lot of recoming or re-engagement of the donor communities into the livestock. So it is an opportunity, and we need to continue this type of engagement, this platform, having the regional economic communities maybe now move to the next level, as she did mention. Now try to engage the regional communities at a regional level, because we will be talking a lot of regional corridors, and they are key partners in the regional communities. So I see this not as the end of something, but at the beginning of a long journey. And I think, Aiba, you have picked it right and keep it on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Simplice Nwala, as well. Let's hear from you, Dr. Traore. One priority action to take forward.
I think one priority action for APMD will be like really to continue to facilitate and enhance the integration of pastoralists into livestock market, and mainly like through also the structuration and the strengthening of herder and producer organization. And I think it's important for them so that they're able also to have a stronger bargaining power, but also to access finance more easily, but also for them to provide good quality products. So.
Thank you very much for the AFDB for the wonderful work we continue to do together. A round of applause for him as well. And to say a big thank you to you, our dear audience, for the interactive session that we have had. I think we have heard very clearly that money isn't the problem. We need to organize. We need to make the sector more visible. That's the only way we get it more financeable. We need to have political commitment. We need to build the governance systems. We need to build the skills and the rest. We can go on and on and on. We are not short of ideas. We are only short of time. And sincere thanks to you for making this a success. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Indeed, we could go on and on. The discussion was very insightful, and I believe we have learned a lot from the team. I think the club was not enough. Let's please give them one more, really, with a bit of more energy for the team. Before we go to the next session, I just wanted to perhaps you all know and you all remember the drought of 2011, right? Our pastoral communities have transformed over the years. We never used to talk about insurance those days. It was the very first time when policy makers were trying to bring the idea of de-risking. And today I learned that the de-risking, one of the World Bank projects, actually in terms of the uptake of the insurance product, has actually exceeded the numbers that were anticipated. And I think this indicates that indeed the sector is progressive. Our pastoral communities are really understanding that the products, if they are made available to them, they will be very happy to take up. And I would like to encourage particularly our financial and investment service providers, the banks, to really look at the pastoral communities, and they will be very much, interested in taking up your products. So now it's time for us to hear from the pastoralists themselves. And in the house, we have selected 3 of them, one from Central Africa, one from Ethiopia, and one from Tanzania. I would like to invite, peut-être je vais parler en français maintenant, et je voudrais bien inviter Monsieur Osman Chehou. Il est des Fédérations nationales des élevateurs centrafricaines. Il va nous parler de la situation de l'Afrique centrale, pas juste d'Afrique centrale, mais aussi dans cette région de l'Afrique centrale. Et on vous invite. Et après, je vais inviter Monsieur Fakadou Abatu de l'Éthiopie et aussi Caroline de la Tanzanie. Monsieur Osman, bienvenue. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup. voilà un pastoraliste qui est présent. Donc vous voyez déjà, je suis très content d'avoir des défenseurs. J'ai eu beaucoup de défenseurs ce matin, comme quoi il n'y a pas de pastoralisme. Mais aujourd'hui, j'ai le privilège de représenter les pastoralistes, surtout de l'Afrique centrale. Alors, on m'a demandé de parler des réalités. Je n'ai pas une présentation, c'est juste un témoignage. Je voudrais faire, c'est de parler des réalités du marché et un certain nombre d'opportunités. Je ne voudrais pas revenir sur les défis que nous connaissons tous à travers les insécurités dans les couloirs de transhumance, les conflits, les problèmes de santé animale, les tracasseries administratives, les problèmes fonciers et surtout la libre circulation des biens, et notamment les changements climatiques. Alors, globalement, quel que soit le pays de la bande soudano-sahélienne, l'élevage se distingue, excusez-moi, donc l'élevage se distingue comme étant le premier poste de transaction régionale et les produits forestiers issus des secteurs primaires au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. Cette place de premier ordre souligne l'importance économique et les enjeux qui pèsent sur le secteur. Alors, je vais vous parler beaucoup plus sur la commercialisation du bétail et les défis en termes de réalisation, d'amélioration des conditions de vie des communautés pastorales. Et la commercialisation, normalement, ça permet de comprendre le fonctionnement de cette filière stratégique, bien que considérée comme des populations vulnérables, marginalisées. Les éleveurs pastoraux fournissent l'essentiel de la demande en viande des centres urbains et des pays côtiers d'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre et contribuent ainsi aux demandes en viande et certains urbains, normalement, contribuent ainsi pour une part importante à l'économie nationale dans les pays producteurs. Alors, les politiques visant à améliorer la productivité du bétail, à améliorer les chaînes de valeur des produits d'élevage et à établir un lien direct entre les producteurs du bétail et les marchés en Afrique sont essentiellement pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire et réduire la pauvreté en Afrique. Les circuits de distribution du bétail, il y en a plusieurs catégories. Comme vous savez, dans notre pays, il y a plusieurs catégories d'acteurs. Il y a les éleveurs, il y a les commerçants à bétail, il y a les transporteurs, il y a les bouchers, qui est sur la chaîne de valeur. Alors, la partie nationale du circuit de distribution du bétail débute à la ferme, au niveau du campement, et sur les marchés collecteurs des villages. Il y a des marchés au niveau des villages. Alors, et ces marchés qui se situent, excusez-moi, ces marchés se situent à la frontière aux frontières des pays limitrophes. On achète au niveau des villages et les commerçants à bétail conduisent jusqu'au marché des frontaliers pour faciliter le commerce transfrontalier. Cette partie est prise en charge par les commerçants à bétail et également ceux qui sont de moyenne envergure, les dispositifs d'un fonds. Alors, ces petits commerçants disposent en moyenne entre 1 à 5 millions de fonds et qui font ce commerce, qui achètent dans les villages et qui amènent au niveau des frontières. Bien entendu, il y a les gros exportateurs, alors, qui font également, qui exportent, qui achètent suffisamment et qui exportent. Mais maintenant, ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est que ces commerçants à bétail, les petits commerçants à bétail, ce commerce d'ailleurs, qui se fait au niveau national, est plus rentable qu'au niveau international, c'est-à-dire au niveau régional. Pourquoi je dis ça? Parce que pour amener le bétail à l'étranger, enfin au niveau de l'extérieur, ça demande beaucoup d'argent, beaucoup de tracasseries, beaucoup de barrières normalement administratives, beaucoup de... Il n'y a pas de la circulation, la libre circulation. Donc ce potentiel du secteur est d'assurer sur la sécurité alimentaire. Alors, en Afrique centrale, le commerce du bétail est plus compétitif et fonctionne mieux au sein des pays qu'entre les pays. C'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de frais pour exporter du bétail au niveau de Brazzaville, par exemple, ou bien du Tchad pour le Nigeria. Il y a beaucoup de frais à payer. Il y a aussi beaucoup de barrières. Alors, les niveaux d'intégration du marché sont faibles. Pour remédier à ce problème, il faudrait concevoir un système d'information sur le marché du bétail et les mettre efficacement en place au niveau national et régional. Les institutions du marché telles que les associations, les commerçants à bétail, les intermédiaires aussi bien au niveau local que national ont fait leur apparition pour jouer le rôle qui devrait normalement être assuré par le secteur public. Ces rôles visent à réduire les coûts de transaction, à faciliter le commerce du bétail et à l'intégration régionale. Les associations de commerçants en bétail semblent disposer de connaissances et aptitudes à la gestion requises pour administrer normalement, convenablement les crédits et offrir les facilités de transport aux membres sur le terrain. Mais ils ne bénéficient pas de la couverture financière qui leur permettrait d'atteindre pleinement ces objectifs. Ouais. Parce que eux, ils ont les membres qui font du commerce du bétail. Les associations donnent de l'argent à ces membres pour faire ce commerce. Alors, mais ils n'ont pas un appui financier. Je pense que dans ce secteur, les systèmes bancaires peuvent essayer de voir comment faire pour appuyer ces associations de commerçants en bétail. Alors, pour finir, certains gouvernements de la région ne sont pas entièrement engagés quant à la mise en œuvre des réformes de politique commerciale convenues en ce qui concerne la libéralisation et la facilitation des échanges commerciaux, les systèmes d'échange et de paiement et la facilitation des investissements. Cela a un impact négatif sur le crédit du commerce du bétail et sur l'intégration régionale. La commercialisation du bétail, et les défis d'amélioration des conditions de vie des communautés pastorales permet de mieux comprendre le fonctionnement de cette filière stratégique. Bien que considérée comme une population vulnérable, marginalisée et pauvre, les éleveurs pastoraux fournissent l'essentiel de la demande en viande des centres urbains et des pays côtiers d'Afrique centrale et contribuent ainsi pour une part importante à l'économie nationale dans les pays producteurs. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Osman. Nous vous remercions. S'il vous plaît, qu'on applaudisse encore pour Monsieur Osman. Maintenant, on va inviter Madame Caroline. Caroline, vous avez choisi de parler de votre table et vous pouvez continuer.
Hello once again. My name is Caroline. I'm from Reese Agro Company Limited, and Hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Ekiarisima. I'm from Tanzania, from a company called Reese Agro. We are meat exporters from Tanzania, but also we work with pastoralites. I'm representing pastoral communities in Tanzania because I've had the opportunity to work with them where we've run fattening units in their communities, but also we have a network of 1,400 pastorals that we source animals from. Tanzania has one of the largest livestock population in Africa and has the potential to really grow and actually become the top. But our systems remain informal and unstructured, which limits our country from becoming one of the largest producers. And the level of pastoralists, they face low productivity, and this is due to limited access to veterinary services, extension services, climate shocks. Pastoralists in Tanzania, most of them are scatterly located. So even the veterinary officers which are located in that particular area sometimes take long to reach them to their flocks to help treat their animals, but also the access to the drugs may not be available at that moment, and then they have to request it at the regional level. For instance, in Arusha, there are some medications which are not got at the local level in the pastoral communities, so the pastoralists have to wait and send for them to come. And as we know, animal health, for instance, the goats and sheep, some of their diseases really need immediate action. So sometimes farmers lose animals, and because they don't have the knowledge also to, for instance, to produce fodder and to proper methods of farming, they depend on the traditional ones. So even the animals take long to fatten, and even in the crisis of climate shocks, most of the animals lose so much weight, and which reduces the value. Right now, they're trying to make sure they have enough feed for their animals by practicing rotational grazing. But if the drought prolongs, the area which they had left available for feed in such situations, once they all go there, the grass is finished and the animals start suffering. In addition to that, livestock in Tanzania is bought or purchased from the government auction markets. These markets are located in different areas, in different regions, but some are located in areas which are really inaccessible. Some are bush markets. Some the infrastructures are so bad, the farmers have to trek long distances, many hours. Some even take a day or two to take their animals to the auction markets. And this becomes limiting for women, especially because walking such distances and yet they have other responsibilities is a challenge. At these markets, they are largely dominated by brokers. The main off-takers of livestock are the abattoirs and livestock traders who source through brokers. There's no time the producers meet the final off-taker. And these brokers often operate under an opaque pricing system. They look at an animal and judge it. They give it a price by just judging on how it is. So they determine how much a farmer sells. However much a farmer tries to bargain, but still he has no bargaining power. The pastoralist thinks of, I have walked so much distance, and how am I going to go back yet I haven't sold my animals? In the end, they just give them up for just a small price. So this really affects them and actually leaves them not so much motivated to consider a livestock keeping as a commercial or as a business opportunity for them. In addition to that, they have limited access to financing. Most of these pastoralists trade their livestock through cash transactions. They don't have banking history, and as our financiers here in the room, they would require, in order for them to give you a loan or financing, they would require to see your history of financing. But also, when it comes to women, most women in those communities are represented by men. Even if they own livestock, in the markets, I've visited more than 10 markets, auction markets for livestock, but I've never seen a woman selling livestock. You only find men. So one, like I mentioned before, the distance also, they always have smaller numbers, and they are represented by the head of the boma in their respective communities. And the fact that also they don't have finance to also produce more becomes limiting for them and not encouraged to really fully participate. Pastoralists in Tanzania don't have access to market information, what quality is needed by the final user. They don't have access to the way the pricing is on the end market. They don't have access to how is the demand like, what is needed, how much is needed. So with that, they produce blindly. They're not guided. That's why we don't have, we actually have very minimal commercial farmers in Tanzania because they don't know that there's a huge need for what they're producing. And also, that also adds on to the quality because of all these challenges, most of the pastoralists have decided if it is a rainy season, they just divert a little bit and start crop husbandry. And in those seasons, they reduce selling. We're not selling, we're focusing here. When that is done, they just move back to the formal system and start selling. And even in the selling, they always choose, sometimes they choose the animals which are not, like they choose those which maybe they're old, maybe they're not productive a lot, because they don't know, they don't have that access to the market demand, the reliability whereby I know I can produce this amount and I have immediate off-taker who is going to give me a good price. But what's the opportunity among all these challenges? Pastoralists, it's their culture, it's their tradition, they're not going away. They are always there. If we work to improve them, if we work to support them, to help them improve their animal health, to help them understand better practices of farming, and to help them access to financing and solve their problem, then we have higher production, we have contract farming. I've witnessed this, especially in Arusha, towards the border of Kenya. The pastoralists around that area, they are so much exposed, and they have actually invested in crossbreeding. There are the quality of animals you get at that area, you cannot find them in other pastoral communities in other regions. They've learned, they've adapted, they've copied methods from Kenya, and they've mixed the breeds, and they are getting high value. Even though they are trading livestock to Kenya illegally because they are looking for better prices, but still it's earning higher prices for them, good revenues for them. There are some who are doing contract farming in those areas. So this is possible. If we invest in them, we can have higher production and improve their livelihoods. Yeah, I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Very impressive remarks. Caroline, thank you so much for sharing with us that experience from Tanzania. We are happy to see that indeed the pastoral community there are evolving, they're learning from the neighboring countries, but most of all, they're geared towards making money as part of their business growth. So I would like to invite now my brother, Mr. Fakadu, from the Ethiopian Livestock Animal Export Association. 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fakadu. I'm here representing the Ethiopian Livestock Exporters Association. I don't have a slide, but I use my notebook for my presentation. So before I go directly to my presentation, I would like to forward some questions for the audience to think over and to come on the same page. When you think of pastoralism development, it is better to look at some controversial points regarding pastoralism, understanding pastoralism. So unless and otherwise those controversies are getting addressed, if you think of development, maybe we will end up with maybe the opposite. So one is, there are many factors these days that are working against the future of pastoralism or livestock. One is the misunderstanding. Still, although we have done a lot for the last 10 or 20 years, still the problem is there. So there are many things working against pastoralism. That is a misunderstanding. The other one is there are no measures being taken to protect pastoralist rights. Although we have done a lot of advocacy, a lot of interventions, still the problem is ongoing. For instance, pastoralism is considered as a damaging system. Although there are a number of interventions being done to create better insight, still that problem is there. The other thing, for instance, pastoralists are getting loads of movement rights these days. Without movement, without mobility, as it is the survival strategy of the system, it will end up maybe with the opposite result. The other thing these days, pastoralists land use rights and tenure system is at a critical step. So unless and otherwise we treat these critical elements, if you think of development, I doubt. So it is our common assignment to just think over and come on the same page. So as to my presentation, just I'm going to highlight the perception and the perspective of market development, pastoralist market, from the local perspective as well as from the perspective of our association. Before I go to the challenge and the current development we have, and some points I try to forward, I try to remind you maybe the Ethiopian condition. As we all know, we do have a country with high livestock population. These days we are becoming one of the first 5 top livestock populated countries in the world. In Africa, you know, because of our conducive agroecologies we have, diversities of agroecology, we are just increasing our livestock population. Livestock, pastoralists, for instance, Ethiopia covers about 60% of land holding, so wide areas. There are many regional states engaged in consider pastoralists as a main livelihood. We are located at strategic position, as you all know, to the Middle East, as well as to the other countries that have high market demand. So instead of this, still we are not getting, as it is the case for the other African countries, our neighbors, we are not getting the right return in terms of generating foreign income as well as improving livelihood of pastoral communities in terms of generating income. So there are challenges that contribute to this less return from huge livestock resource we have. One is, although we have large livestock population, the quality of livestock we are just supplying for the livestock market is not the one that fits for the demand available on the market. One is, as we all know, our production system is very traditional. Our pastoral communities are not producing animals for market. They produce livestock for their own household consumption, as well as to generate income to cover household expenditures. So that is a well-established challenge. So there is one factor. The other problem we have, most of our pastoral community, as you all know, are located at far from the central part of the countries. So informal marketing is the major prevailing factor or corresponding factor. So we might consider this as an advantage when we stand at the side in terms of generating the right benefit for pastoralists and the benefit we are expecting to generate for our GDP. So that is another characteristic of pastoralists of our countries. So there is a mismatch of supply and demand. Although we do have a lot of these days, for instance, abattoirs, there is no consistent supply. On one hand, we have big livestock population. On the other hand, we are not supplying the right type of animal for our industries or processing factories. So there is a mismatch. The problem we have in this regard, so the other problem is the role of our private companies, private traders are not doing the right business activities. It could be because of the experience, lack of experience or skill in livestock marketing business. So maybe on the other factor that contributes for private companies to do the right thing is maybe capacity or lack of conducive environment that makes them competitive. Okay? The other thing, maybe there was a question raised this morning from Kenyan side. These days, pastoralists are not in a position. Pastoralists or pastoralist-based institutions are not in a position to get engaged in pastoral marketing activities. We do have a lot of cooperatives, pastoralist-based cooperatives, unions, but they are not as such doing the right thing. Maybe it might be due to their capacity or experience. So that is another challenge we are facing. Although there are a number of initiatives establishing pastoralists, maybe strengthening their capacity, it is not still at the right position to play a role. The issue of, for instance, our production system is a problem, as it might be the case elsewhere in other pastoralist countries in Africa. The extension that we don't have the right extension system to bring the right of animal for the market. So lack of proper extension system is another factor that contributes not to benefit, not the right benefit from our livestock resource. So in that case, management of feeding, healthcare, and other things remains a problem. Please allow me sometimes. Let me say what I have. Okay? The other thing, coordination is another problem. So we don't have such forum, for instance. There are many actors, many institutions providing support for pastoralist market in general, and development in general, and market development in particular. Coordination of actors is another factor that is a challenge, not to get the right benefits from our resource. So the other thing maybe as to the pastoralist cooperative and unions functionality, there are a number of cooperatives established in pastoralist areas to work on the livestock market activities, but they are not doing the right thing. That the basic reason might be pastoralist communities are not established based on their interests, based on those who have common interests. They are established for the sake of establishing. So our these structures, community-based cooperatives or unions, are not being linked to the terminal market, to abatters. So there are no narratives. We just link every actor, talking about the importance of linking the suppliers to the processors or to the terminal market, but still that gap is working against the effort we are doing. So maybe the other issue that when it comes to competitiveness of our traders of our association, the difference, the currency difference also works against the effort they are making. Although recently there is improvement because of the microeconomic reform we have done, so that problem still works against the effect of the effectiveness of our traders. So illegal market is, the big challenge. Still, although there are efforts being done to address, but still the problem remains the same. Maybe the other issue when we talk of market, we have animals after many interventions. It is the result of the cumulative intervention activities. So there are a lot of things to be done to produce the right animal in terms of quantity and quality. So, so in that case, livestock market development has to be an integral element of the other development activities. If we treat livestock separately without addressing the other issues, we are repeating maybe the past effort. So it has to be an integral element of the other development intervention.
Mr. Fakadu, you have shared with us the experience here in Ethiopia. And I think there's a lot of similarity, particularly when it comes to policy, the informality of the pastoral communities in terms from a business perspective. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. We understand that we have taken a lot of this afternoon. And as earlier mentioned, we had packed the whole day one afternoon so that we could spend more time understanding the whole subject. So we're going to the last session. It will take us about another 45 minutes. And I know we are all tired. We've been seated for the last 3 hours, 3.5 hours now. And my colleague, Dr. Gamba, is saying that we should stand up. As much as I agree with him, I thought perhaps we could have a question. I'll be asking you 3 questions. 1 question for the team on that end, 1 question for the team in the middle, and 1 for the team here. I just want to know how attentive we were this morning from the presentation that was done by the Botswana Investment and Trade Center. And I just want to know from that left team, what is the global market size for the meat sector in 2050? Based on the presentation that we all followed this morning. The team on that end, any of the table there, please put on your mic and volunteer to respond. Go ahead, go ahead. No need for permission.
150 billion.
150?
Billion.
150 billion. Is that the African market size anticipated, or that is the global market value? Our Botswanan team can correct us if we are not getting the right one. But I had something like much higher than that, a figure that was slightly nearly tenfold that figure.
It was $1.6 trillion, I think.
$1.6 trillion, yes, yes. So that is very big. And Africa is anticipated to only get about 10% of that in 2050. I think we are not doing very well. We can do better. And I believe, with all the efforts that are ongoing, we should be able to at least prove that figure wrong in 2050 and say that we can be about 300 billion in terms of value. For the team in the middle here, this 2 table, just one that will volunteer again. So this is a riddle, it's a livestock riddle, and I am an animal. I walk in the desert with no shoes, and I carry water on my back. What animal am I?
Come on.
Was the question very clear? Please put on the mic. Don't be shy. Put on the mic and tell us that animal.
It's the camel.
It's a camel, right? Good, that is the right guess, and it is a camel. And surprisingly, camel are one of the hardest, one of the most resilient livestock, I would say, from a climate perspective, but also from a veterinary perspective. For the team on this tables on this end, which country, from a consumption per capita perspective, in Africa has the highest meat consumption in 2025? Table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put on the mic so we can hear you.
Yeah, Egypt.
Egypt, good guess. Any other guess?
Mauritania.
Mauritania, good guess. Meat consumption per capita. South Africa, that is quite a good guess. In Kenya we say, because we take a lot of nyama choma, which is, we kind of always give ourselves the credit that we are one of the, highest consumers of meat. And surprisingly, that country is somewhere in Central Africa. So I wouldn't give you the answer. I will want you to Google it based on the FAO data that is available. And yes, you can find it, but it's not Mauritania, neither is it Egypt. But Egypt is quite doing very well. Which country?
Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Seychelles, that's not true.
Chad. Somebody said Chad. And surprisingly, Chad, despite being in the Sahel and the desert, they consume a lot of meat. And I think it qualifies as one of the 3 top meat consumers in Africa. Okay, without much ado, we are going to get into our last session for now, which will also be a panel discussion. And we are going to discuss about, we always talk about inclusivity. And our panel, as you have seen initially, was not very inclusive in terms of women representation, but we'll do a bit better this time around, and we have, I think, enough representation. So we're going to discuss about women and youth-led enterprises in pastoral livestock market. And therefore, I have the pleasure to invite, first, for purpose of arranging our sittings here, I'll invite the moderator. Tabitha, please come forward so you can take the middle seat here. Tabitha from SNV. Tabitha, please take the middle seat so you could take the mic to moderate. So I would like to invite Mudhoni Kioria. Mudhoni, please come forward. As she comes, I would also like to invite Doreen Gasheri from Genco. Please come forward. Then we have Zara from ABF United. And then lastly, we have Adenur from Suole Trading Company. We have received an apology from Nusaiba Sadiq from SDK Farm. Unfortunately, she's not able to join us for this session. So you can see now, in terms of representation, we're discussing about women and youth, and we have more, yeah. So thank you so much. I would like to give the mic now to Tabitha. Tabitha, please, over to you.
Hello. Yeah, much better. Thank you. Good evening. I'm a people person and I need responses. Good evening. We can do better. Good evening. I know we're exhausted and it's adult learning and all that, but now this session requires us to be youthful. So all the focus has to come to the youth, right? And being youthful also means giving me a lot of attention and the panel. But most importantly, I just wanted to start off by saying that I think today we've spoken a lot about markets, finance, policy, and all these other enablers. But I was just thinking, can we simplify this conversation? Because every statistic that we are mentioning since this morning represents a real person. And for this panel, that real person is a young person in a pastoral community, could be a young man, a young woman, could also just be women cutting across all age groups. And this is a young entrepreneur that is deciding whether they should stay in the value chain and across several nodes in pastoralism. It could be a woman that is negotiating access to a market. It could be a family that is hoping that livestock becomes more than just a livelihood, but a pathway to dignity. So today, let us all embody those people in the room with us, all right? And so without much talk, everyone on my panel is saying, please don't start with me. So I don't know if I'll panel myself, but I'll just start with the state of play currently. And so I'll ask several set of questions that will be open for takers across the panelists. And then we will go to tailored questions for each enterprise represented here. So then the first question that I will like to put across is, across your respective experiences, what do we consider to be the single greatest systemic constraint preventing women and youth-led pastoral enterprises from moving from survival to thriving? Because I think we like using the word resilience, which reflects survival. So how can we move from survival to thriving? What is the biggest systemic constraint?
Okay, so for me, I think the main challenge that I've seen with our pastoral farmers is production. So when it comes to production, they lack the skill and the knowledge on how to do it. So whether it's how to grow forage or what interventions they need when it comes to animal health, or what breed to purchase, or what they need to do in terms of them getting the best value from their livestock. And you know, when you produce better, you sell better, and that makes them end up being profitable. So for me, I would say the main challenge is production, and mainly in feed.
For me, I would say it's a social and cultural barrier where women are majorly used extensively, play a role in the whole value chain, but yet culturally they are not allowed to sort of own the livestock, and it is difficult because individually they would do better. If you come across pastoralists where a woman engages in livestock business, it is usually because this woman is the breadwinner. She is the head of the household, and the work she does there is fantastic. But again, the social bit of it and cultural barrier plays a bigger role in, discouraging women, or rather putting them aside in this whole business. So we are trying, but it will take time to get us there, because again, we don't want to sort of try to eradicate the cultural beliefs of pastoralists, and we know it is truly into them. But it is one of the reasons for me that downplays the role of women in livestock business.
I'd say markets. We can capacity build them on production, on vaccination, and all opportunities we can offer them. But if they don't have access to markets, then the challenge remains the same.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think, to me, the main challenge that face women and youth in livestock value chain at production level is how our market and our production structure are designed. We have not yet designed the structured production level that can fit the young entrepreneur or a woman to thrive in that business. Why? Because large of our herds are in the hands of pastoralists. Pastoralists keep these animals for livelihood, and some of them as an asset. So when a young entrepreneur, a person who has got a business mind, come to that space, it becomes very difficult for them to operate within that system. I think that is the main challenge that face women and youth at production level.
Thank you so much. I'll ask another question, and for this question, as you take the mic, kindly begin by introducing yourself, who you're representing here today. I think we forgot that part, so I'll go first. My name is Chepchirchir Tabitha. I work with SNV in Kenya as a JC and safeguarding advisor. So then the next question for the panelists, as a rejoinder for the amazing answers that you guys have given, would be then, since we are here talking about building competitive pastoral livestock markets, then under the African Continental Free Trade Area, what market reforms or ecosystem investments should be given immediate priority to enable women and youth-led enterprises?
Thank you very much for the question. I think when it comes to ACFTA, the priority area that needs to be implemented immediately is the protocol on youth and women, which replace the systematic system we have now that disadvantage the women and youth in the livestock value chain, which unlock the opportunities like affordable financing, capacity building, and reduction of trade tariff.
So my name is Modoni Kioria from Livemo Investments. So what I'll just add from what Adenur has said is, for women especially, they are not able to go to your traditional market because, number one, it takes like a day or a day and a half. So maybe investing in aggregation hubs or aggregation centers, capacity building, and involving women and youth in production of, again, fodder or forage.
For me, my name is Zahra Rashid from ABF Company Limited. For me, I think I would more rely on building or strengthening skills for the youth and the women in so that they're able to, you know, run the businesses and support it through various trainings, probably financial literacy, entrepreneurship, record keeping, animal health, vaccination. All this is key. So if they are informed about the market requirements and everything else, I think that would go a long way.
Hello, my name is Doreen from Genco Livestock and Fresh Meat Export Limited. I'd say financial inclusion and also financial awareness, that the women and youth are taught about economic opportunities, how to access finance, so that it can be able to facilitate them in the livestock trade.
Thank you. I'll just add another question on top of what Doreen has said. And this one will be open to all of us in the room. Because I think we constantly cite access to finance, but we do know there's a lot of financing out here. So then the next question that I am going to ask then all of us is, then because financing already exists, which financing models, which investment patterns or partnerships have been documented to show the greatest promise in enabling enterprise growth within pastoral markets? Because for sure finances exist, yeah? From our presentations this morning, we have had interactions with financial institutions. We even had a representative from ABSA speaking to involvement of young people. So then, does it mean that the models that currently exist are not responsive to the needs of young people? And if so, from all our expertise combined, which models have shown the greatest promise in enterprise growth? So I'll take a response from here, and then I'll come back to you guys.
Thank you very much. I think I've not introduced myself. Maybe we have been sitting since in the morning. We are tired. We are not even maybe attentive. My name is Adenur Dahirabdi. I represent Solar Trading Company Limited, a private sector company that do FTech and meat export. I also represent a private sector organization as a lead person, basically an association of meat exporters from Kenya. So that's all about me. About the question, I think the the current financial model that is in place is not responsive to young person or a woman in livestock value chain. Simply because, one, it needs a collateral. And in pastoral community, assets like lands and also livestock is being owned by head of the family, not the women and the youth. Because of that, they are lacking the collateral that is needed by microfinance institution and commercial banking. That's one of the reasons why it is not responsive. Second, our market structure. We have not yet regularized our market that can build a confidence in financial institutions that give credit and loan to young entrepreneurs and women within livestock value chain. Why our market is still ad hoc system. We have not yet introduced weight-based offtake system that can guarantee the sustainability and predictability of the markets. For example, if I come to the markets and I negotiate for animals, I don't know what I am buying. Also, the seller, the producer, don't know what he's selling, because it is way of estimating the value of the animals instead of basing it on weight base, where the farmer know what he's selling and the buyer also, like an entrepreneur like me, know what he's buying. So maybe this person went to the market, start this business, went to the market. After one trip, maybe the animals that he's purchased from the market system cannot able to even return what he invested in that animal. So the next way is to exit this market. So the current financial system is not responsive due to that reason.
Okay, so the products are there, but when I think of our typical female producer, pastoral producer, I do not see a product that fits her. So I think that is the main challenge. We don't have products that fit these pastoral farmers.
I think the requirements when someone seeks financial help from these institutions, they're usually too much for the women and the youth. The collateral bit of it, the requirement is just over the heads. And the other thing is also the rate of interests. It is usually problematic for especially those women and youth who are starting the businesses. And also the grace period for this money to start to be paid back is also another hindrance for women and youth to access the funds.
I'll build up on what my colleagues have said. I think the financiers need to be realistic. I'll give a case whereby it's a woman and a youth, they need financing, they do not have audited books of account, but they have maybe 1,000 herds of cattle. Can we look at maybe making that as a collateral? Let's use what they have at the ground level to be able to give them financing. We have to be as realistic as possible.
Responding to that question? Yes.
Hi. Can I be heard? Yes. Well, I don't represent a bank, but they've been bashed, or financial institution, but they've been bashed a lot. So let me see if I can put myself in their shoes for a moment. As Doreen says, can we look at the asset they have, i.e. livestock, as collateral? And if I'm a financial institution, I say, oh, that sounds fine. Then the next day, we see in the media, foot and mouth disease outbreak in Kenya. All export to Qatar banned. And that was the collateral, and that was what I was using to say, I'm going to give this person money. What do I do as a bank? And remember, the money the bank is lending is not their money. It's deposits from other customers, right? So as we look at the challenge from the perspective of the pastoralist, I think we need to think more broadly in terms of the ecosystem. What other support needs to be there to cover this financial institution in the event of those kinds of crises? Yeah? And on Wednesday, we will be presenting from Strathmore at some instrument that we're coming up with in terms of how we can cushion financial institutions in the case of those kinds of risks, so they're able to lend more safely, if I can say, to this sector. Thanks.
Someone wants to add something, and then I'll come back to you, and then you, and then the last one, and then we can close that. Then I'll come back to the floor for other conversation.
I think also, if you look at the pastoral communities across the continent, and even in our region, majority of them, almost 90% of them, are Muslims community. And either loan or any form of financing from the financial institution always carry interest. And interest, according to Islamic religion, is haram to be taken. So maybe that one also lock out totally the sector and the pastoral community from the system itself.
Thank you. I think for me, my comments around how do we build a proposition to be able to support women and youth is one that we cannot do alone. You've spoken about issues around collateral, and thanks, Prof, for coming to the aid of financial institutions to say, the collateral that we use must be, we must find a way to be able to risk mitigate any structure or facility. And the gentlemen and the ladies who were sitting earlier on in that panel, FAO, IFC, World Bank, those are the organizations that usually support us in being able to risk mitigate with the risk share conversations that we've been having on the side. So the journey begins. But I think for any proposition for this group, the women and youth, has to have 4 critical things. One, there's access to finance, and I know you've spoken about collateral. We are looking at ways to be able to mitigate, to be able to find facilities that can give you unsecured to some extent, but under a risk share conversation, which of course, like I mentioned, we need big organizations, big brother organizations to support us as we collect data. One of the things that we don't really have a lot of is data, and I know the conversations in this room has been, how do we consistently have data and share that data to allow us to then make decisions with data as a backup. The second thing for me, even as we speak about propositions around this area, is how do you access markets? And when you partner with organizations that are willing to open markets, for instance, Absa Bank, like I said, that I represent, are willing to walk that journey with any organization to be able to open markets for participants, for organizations. I say this because I've been privy to being able to take about 30 women to Madrid, Spain, to find opportunities for agriculturalists that can be able to buy their products. But the thing in that conversation has been the preparation that goes along with it. You have all mentioned the issues around skills. We must continue to learn and learn, relearn, to ensure that we are facing the market as an informative group of women and youth. Because I don't think that the market is going to change because we are women and youth, but we as women and youth must be prepared. So there has to be learning and relearning in that process. I think the third thing for me is networking, making sure that you're constantly plugged with organizations, groups of people that will constantly provide you with an opportunity to see what the front lines look like, to see what good success programs look like, to see the mistakes that have been made in the past. And I think the gentleman has mentioned, how do we prepare, La Riba facilities? How do we make sure that we are embracing, for instance, the Muslim conversation in this particular piece? And there are organizations that are doing that. So we must open those networks for you to have conversations and therefore prepare a proposition that works for us. I think the last one for me, which I think is the most important, is even as we train the youth and women, there is a level of mentoring and coaching that is required. Because even as we're in class, and sometimes we are present in class, sometimes we are present physically, but we're not present mentally. So we must have mentors and coaches. So how do we prepare those mentors and coaches to be able to walk the journey with ourselves as women and youth to ensure that post training, there are people who can be able to walk the journey with you to make you confident in what you're doing, the structures that you have in your business and moving forward. So there is work that can be done. There is work that is being done. And we look forward to having engagements with yourselves and making sure that next year around the same time, you are much better and much more prepared to engage with the market moving forward. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just make a few comments. I think from where we come from in Botswana, both state-owned banks and private banks are able to use livestock as collateral. Why? Because that is backed up by legislation as well as policy. For example, in terms of our rules and regulations, all animals need to be branded. All animals need to be individually identified. And once those animals are branded, there's no way the farmer can sell that animal anyway without the consent of the bank. So that provides the bank with reassurance, because this is where the system of the livestock identification traceability system is working and movement permits are working. So banks become very comfortable knowing that if a farmer needs money through the collateral assets, which are the livestock, the bank just simply goes and brands those animals, and they know that that farmer cannot sell those animals without the consent of the bank. And lastly, in terms of where we can also form tripartite agreements, where, for example, the farmer, the bank, and the food business operator, for example, in our case, being the Botswana Meat Commission, we have a tripartite agreement whereby private lending institutions are able to finance on the basis of collateral those farmers to produce the animals. Those animals are sold to us. And before we pay the farmer, we pay the bank and we give the farmer the balance. So those are some of the mechanisms that we have at play in Botswana. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nas Usman from NISAL. I just want to share a perspective, even though we have a presentation, a panel session on Wednesday, but on the issue in Nigeria, in Nigerian context, on the issue of collateral for the pastoral farmers or the livestock producers, we have what we call the credit risk guarantee. That is our own mandate as a risking institution. We provide a risk guarantee of up to 75% for the producers. So that will now boost the confidence for the investors and the financial institutions. In an event, if it defaults, we are mandated to now settle the financial institution or the investor of the 75% and now restructure the loan with the obligors. And additionally, we have so many interventions or innovative livestock insurance model we developed. Before we facilitate financing for such group of farmers, you must subscribe to the livestock insurance we have on ground. And on the issue of the Muslim perspective, the Sharia compliance in regards to the interest, yes, we know about that, but we have a framework, a financing framework in NISAL that is non-commercial financing. Is the Sharia compliance financing for those categories of people that want financing that is Islamically accepted. So for Islamic banks like the Jaiz Bank, the Taj Bank, and the other institutions that have the ethical way of financing. And I think just to share a little, next tomorrow we'll be having a panel session on the risking and finance facilitation by NASA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I am taking you and someone behind you and then someone next to you, and then we go back to the panel.
And thank you, moderator. My name is Richard Kuma. Now, in terms of financing the sector, I get a feeling that we try to look for easy solutions to a very complex situation, and the livestock sector will not take any different route from any other commercial sector, which accesses financing without much complication as we are subjected to. And I get a very good example of the dairy sector. Today, even the smallest dairy farmer can easily engage a bank and she'll walk away with a loan facility. That, compare it to a beef farmer or a goat farmer, it becomes like almost next to impossible. So we are left to the mercy of the DFIs, development financing institutions. But these are tokens. I was involved in designing the World Bank project called Drive. And we shopped for a partner who was willing to give below 10% credit line. We managed to get one, but it is a tokenism. It's too, I mean, the volume of the demand is too low. Basically, my pitch here is that we must bite the bullet, take our pastors through the formal business and financing systems for them to align to the requirements of these financing institutions. And somebody in the morning said it. Let us not pitch that the banks should be going, I mean the pastoralists should be going to the banks. Let us see the banks coming to the pastoralists because of the demand for it. Today, a very good, successful cooperative society somewhere in Kenya, if the CEO made a call to the biggest bank in Kenya, that guy will be there the following day because he's seeing a well-structured business. But not many you can talk of in the beef sector, in the meat sector. So let us also guide our pastors the right way, that let us structure this business in a formal way, which will attract any financial. Thank you.
Yeah, enterprise readiness for bankability. Thank you. Behind, yes?
Thank you. I just wanted to build on the point that was made by Elizabeth about data. And sorry, my name is Maria Mbeneka. I am a rancher and a developer of a software called Floka. I'll be speaking more about it. I just wanted to build on the point of data. And data is the reason why we created Floka. And this gives traceability, it gives asset identification, and it creates an asset register that will make it easy for financial institutions to then lend to the pastoralists. So what happens is that when you have a digital marketplace like Floka, the pastoralists who are onboarded, they are then taught how to use the digital marketplace and how it helps them comply with some of the requirements by the financial institutions. On the issue of collateral, the use of collateral by farmers in Kenya or livestock farmers, it's actually happening in Kenya. The BRS, that is the Business Registration Services, recorded about 18,460 loans last year. So it's actually happening, but the issue, like in many of our sectors, is the lack of information. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last one.
Okay. Okay, my name is Julius Rono. I work for SNV in Kenya. And I just wanted to add my voice to the issue of fragmentation. I want to say that one of the key challenges in the livestock sector, especially when you are talking about pastoralism, is that most of the small businesses are highly fragmented. And the key to this would be promoting aggregation, which has proven to work in some areas, and this should be scaled up so that we can develop a very closely knit ecosystem. One other thing that I wanted to mention is about the volatility in the production systems of pastoralism. You find the on and off, the drought, rainy seasons, create a lot of volatility, and therefore even the business environment is quite volatile. And there must be some deliberate action towards stabilizing this production system through possibly climate smart interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll come back to the floor later. Please allow me. Our time is running quite against us. So I just want to do a round of questions tailor-made to the enterprises that are represented here so that we can also get that perspective from the expertise. So I'll start with GenCo. And I'll ask two questions to Jenko. So as a woman-led enterprise that happens also to be youth-led, what characteristics make such enterprises attractive to investment opportunities from your experience?
Okay, I'll start with the obvious. You have to have a solid business plan for an investor to come to you. You have, of course, to keep your records, a clear path of growth and strategy and the vision. But of course, for women, women are also very well disciplined when it comes to finances, sometimes better than men. We are able to build trusted partnerships with our customer base, with our suppliers. So there's the consistency in business that we offer. And then for the youth, they're very quick to embrace technology, to innovate. They have the time for adventure, to learn new skills. And I think any investor putting in money there wants that. They want something that can grow, something that has strategy, something that goes into the future.
So before you hand over the mic, one more question. From your experience as Genco and having worked with KPDM across several projects, how can public and private sector actors work together to reduce investment risks while also expanding opportunities to ensure sustainability? Because I think obviously all of us agree that de-risking might not necessarily translate into sustainability. So how can we do the skilling and do the investment while also de-risking for financial institutions and simultaneously encouraging growth for such enterprises?
I think de-risking boils down to partnerships. Like the lady mentioned earlier, insurance has to play a role, government has to play a role in terms of, providing infrastructure, roads. Private sector has to come in to provide markets. So everyone along the value chain has to play their role for there to be the de-risking.
Thank you. Over to you, Zara. So the first question is, you have successfully built a commercial livestock enterprise. So then what policy or institutional reforms do you think would accelerate other women and youth-led enterprises in Africa?
I think first of all is access to affordable financing. That is very key. For instance, having low interest on loans, and also longer grace periods for the finances that has been accessed. There is also the issue around accessible grants, accessibility to grants. There is also an aspect on reduced collateral requirement, because women and youth, again, do not own this huge collateral like the title deeds, the good money, enough money for security probably. And there's also the other bit about expanding the market access. It's been very helpful along the way. There is also aspect on strengthening the skills and enterprises support. This is through, as I earlier explained, the capacity buildings, the trainings, the engagements on animal health, that is vaccination, the right feeds for the livestock, and also working around the climate resilience. And entrepreneurship also plays a bigger role, and also the record keeping for the livestock farmers who are, largely not very well educated. In Kenya, for instance, I will say, it has really helped on the capacity building.
Thank you, Zara. The last one, from a business perspective, and having been part of a pastoral development program, where do current support programs succeed, and where have you seen them continue to fall short in responding to preparedness of enterprises?
I think one of of the successes is the women are more empowered and they're ready to work along this livestock value chain. A lot of them are coming up in groups though, not individually. And the other thing is there is access to the funds. There are grants that are accessible for women to help them in developing their enterprises. There is also the seeding and also the revolving funds that are available. There is another aspect of it, the market linkages. The entrepreneurs are well connected to the buyers, so it is a ground for good businesses. The fails I would mention, one is the funds that these farmers or the women and the youth receive, they're usually limited and they are not really adequate for growth of the businesses. It is usually very helpful in the beginning of these enterprises. There is also limited access to infrastructure where there are no aggregation centers down the counties. For instance, in Kenya, there is bad road networks, no network coverage itself, the electricity which downplays the issue around technology. The other thing that I would say is also lack of goodwill, of course, from the government, who would not probably, I would say, prioritize livestock sector, give it good budgetary allocations, and also facilitating trade is another thing. Because if the government comes in and plays a good role, just like Caroline was explaining earlier, that the government comes in and helps in linkages for the markets and facilitating trade across Africa, there would be no reason for us to export further than Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zara. And on to you, Muthoni. Being on this panel, I think I want to highlight from you the digital innovativeness of young people in livestock enterprises. So therefore, I'm just trying to, yes, I am asking the question, how can digital innovation expand market access and improve competitiveness for women and youth-led enterprises?
Okay, so for the women, with digital innovation or access to any form of digital literacy or them having access to any form of internet or digital, it would make it easy for them to access buyers, know what the market price is, what are the market trends. But when I want to talk about the women and the youth together, or just pastoral farmers in general, I think one thing that would really transform or change their production, again, I'm coming back to production, you can tell I'm very passionate about production, is them having access to information on how to produce properly. I think that is something that is really lacking, and it's a challenge. And I think if they had practical, easy practical digital tools for them to access that information, because what we have seen, even us being part of the KPMD program, the farmers are really interested in capacity building, and they're interested in specific topics. So I see that adding value to the farmers, and again, if they produce better, they get a better market. And that time, they will be able to now get into better record keeping, you know? Yeah.
Okay, I hear your point, and I agree with your point. However, I just want to add on to another layer to that question, because I know for sure that technology does not necessarily promise inclusion, right? And so sometimes we end up having unintended exclusion of women and young people because of digitization. So then I wanted to just pick your brain on, from your experience with digital innovation, and as much as you have really pioneered practical technologies for women, what barriers are still very prevalent that prevent them from fully benefiting from digital livestock markets?
So no smartphones, no way of charging or powering the smartphones, no network connectivity. If they have network connectivity, the internet is expensive. So those are some of the...
So I think at this point, it's just an open call for all the players to find a way to synergize our strengths to ensure that some of these interventions reach the very last mile of, you know, the enterprises that we have. Thank you so much, Muthoni. And yes, over to you. So for Solid Trading Company, I think I want to highlight issues around livestock trade, regional markets, as well as commercialization of livestock. And so the first question that I will ask you is, trade creates opportunities, but it doesn't necessarily reinforce equality or equity in better terms. So then where do women and young people lose the greatest value within trade, and what solutions do you think can be given to address that gap?
Thank you very much. I think there's inequalities in livestock value chain business. First inequality happen at land and livestock ownership, which hinder and block youth and women-led enterprises from owning these livestock. That's the first one. The second one is about fragmented market. Our market is fragmented. For example, I'm from Kenya. If you look at Kenyan market system, all our export, our tours is based in Nairobi. And livestock pastoral corridor is very far from Nairobi. So for youth and women who are now into business and want to thrive in this sector, it is very far. There are a lot of challenges they normally encounter within this. Sourcing of animals is becoming a challenge because it has transport costs, it has also security. There are a lot of insecurities along the corridor. So that one also hinder them from growing their business. Another challenge that they normally face is ad hoc pricing that I normally mentioned before. Because if you go to our market system, it is majorly dominated by middlemen, who normally, and the market is also based in ad hoc pricing. So that one also make it very difficult for you to drive in that business. There's also distance to market itself. The market, because life is a pastoral community in its way of life, they normally move with their animals from one point to another. So the market is not moving like in any the animals move from one point to another. So sometimes the livestock grazing area is far from the market. So taking those animals to that market and also going to that market and buying animals from there is becoming a challenge. So those are the challenges that they normally face. So some of the solution I propose introduction and expansion of mobile-based credit, for example, for financing that do not require traditional collateral system for loan. Establishment of aggregation center at the center or along pastoral corridor, so that a pastoral community can also assess the market, and also the traders, the young entrepreneurs also assess the livestock. Also, another way of solution is contract farming or supply contract, where you sign a contract with producers so that you can make sure the business you are doing is sustainable. Another one is also formalizing the market and connecting pastoral community to the system, so that you will not face that cost of transaction, that cost of payment. Because if you look at the market system and the pastoral region, you may find even the whole constituency, 2 to 3 constituencies in one county, there's not even a bank. So it will become very difficult for you to source animals, to buy animals from there, to pay these farmers. So those are some of the challenges that normally face the young entrepreneur and women in livestock value chain.
Thank you so much. So again, I'll just give all the panelists half a minute each to just visualize for us how, if we, or when we reconvene a year from today, yeah? What would success look like in your vision for young women and youth-led enterprises in the livestock and pastoral markets? Just your vision, wildest vision, because we have all the players that can make that vision come alive here. So it can be one of the first action point for all of us. If we can envision what would success look like a year from today for women and youth-led enterprises.
I think since you are now doing a project directly with pastoral communities producers through KPMD project, for me, I will going to build on that so that by the time next year, time like this, I will going to have sustainable supply for my business. Also, as a person leading the trade organization, for example, Association of Meat Exporters, I will make sure also as a traders within the market system go that way and directly connect with pastoral producers to make sure our supply is sustainable.
So a practical advisory platform that provides real-time information to women and youth pastoral producers on training them on genetics, feed and fodder, animal health, so that they can produce better. So I'd hope to see that by next year.
We appreciate that women play an extensive role in the whole livestock value chain, and therefore, for me, I am very passionate about women, and for me, it is about having an inclusive market because it is more resilient and more productive. Inclusivity means women and youth.
I'd say information, that women and youth are able to access information on markets, on pricing, on data, on what's trending, what's new, and also policies that favor them. Policies that are able to make them own livestock, have a say in sale of the livestock, decide when they can vaccinate, what to grow, so policies that will also favor them.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, I am not able to come back to the floor. However, I just want to leave all of us with a little bit of a reflection. I do not require answers, but I'm hoping by the end of the forum, each and every one of us will have found an answer to the reflection I'm leaving here. So having spoken to power all the gaps that exist and all the interventions and practical solutions in this panel now, imagine that a young woman who is a pastoral entrepreneur walks into your office a week from today, right? She has ideas, she is resilient, she has the ambition, and she even has the market opportunity. The question I'm leaving with you is, the entrepreneur is ready. Would your institution be ready for her? And if the answer is no, then let us all ruminate on what is the one thing that we should need to change so that her success becomes more likely. So maybe let's sit with that, ruminate, self-evaluate as individuals, as institutions, as organizations and partners, to just look and see which of the issues that have been highlighted here might prevent your institution from responding to the needs of the young woman or to the needs of the young people generally. And also, then what kind of practical solutions would you take with you from here as you're leaving the forum to ensure that a week from today, they are able to get the kind of responsive and ready support from each of our institutions? That's a wrap from us. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Let's please give them one more. The conversations are so interesting. The discussions are so insightful. that we as MCs sometimes even feel shy of stopping our team, despite the fact that time is always not on our side. Tabitha, you said a very good, important point. Even though we are not ruminant animals, we want to ruminate and self-evaluate on some of these ideas that you had discussed here. And we really look forward, in the next 3-4 days, be able to reflect on all these and come up with a solution. So as we wrap up our day, Paul and I thought we should give a whole, recapture of what has been discussed today. But for the sake of time, we thought we could do this tomorrow morning. We would like to thank each one of you for your active participation, for your collaborative efforts all along, and for your patience, because I think we took a bit of your time. Some of you are perhaps driving and going back, and with that traffic jam. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, early in the morning. You all have the program. Please look at the program and be on time. We would like to request you again to be on time early tomorrow morning. We have a long, busy day, a very productive day that we're looking forward to tomorrow. And unless there are any logistic notes from our team, we would like to close this session of day one at this point in time. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening, and see you all tomorrow. I'm just reminded that there's tea and coffee as you step out.